Chapter 21. Raising the gigantic wooden blade with both hands, like a heavy axe, he slashed downwards. Iron palm killing technique, crushing iron door. A Maori. Shen Yuan was indeed known as the iron palm. His palm techniques looked ordinary, but every palm was vigorous and strong. A Maori was born with godly strength. The gigantic wooden blade in his hands was abnormally heavy. Using true power to activate it, in terms of power and weight, Tang Tian admitted that he was inferior. However, the saber aura, which was like the weight of Mount Tai, was always firmly blocked by this pair of black iron palms. Tang Tian saw that a Maori's blade was in disorder, and immediately became anxious. If a Maori lost, the spoils of war that he had just obtained would fly away, and Shen Yuan would definitely not let them go. Clenching his teeth, Tang Tian's legs suddenly exerted strength, and he rushed out like a cheetah. Tang Tian, who had just cultivated the crane body, had a huge blow to his pride. Old Fart Wei's words suddenly appeared in a Maori's mind. A Maori was stunned. Tang Tian was stunned. The Shen Yuan in front of him actually gave him a feeling that he could not block him. A Maori's blade started to become messy. Shen Yuan's iron palm was simple and unadorned, but its power was astonishing. Every time a palm was released, it would envelop an area of a few meters. Tang Tian's cheek was unknowingly cut, and a stream of fresh blood slowly seeped down. Tang Tian did not feel anything. His eyes suddenly squinted, and an undetectable killing intent flashed past. A Maori struggled to hold on. Shen Yuan's iron palm seemed to be everywhere, and no matter how he changed his blade, it was useless. The usually ferocious earth-splitting chop did not have the usual awe-inspiring aura. The true power in a Maori's body surged, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to emit an endless amount of power. Bending his waist, he held the blade with both hands, and the blade was raised. Shen Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he released another palm. When he saw fundamental Tang jumping into the fray, a Maori bit his lips tightly. "Today I will let you understand how laughable your thoughts are." He looked at Shen Yuan's gaze, and immediately became passionate. But very quickly, Tang Tian calmed down. Shen Yuan's display of power was extremely shocking. Earth-splitting chop killing technique, fine abyss chop. The wind wall broke, and countless air currents as sharp as broken glass flew in all directions. Kai kai kai, Tang Tian's clothes were sliced open, and fresh blood flowed out from the small wounds. The true power in Shen Yuan's entire body surged. His footsteps looked slow, but they were extremely heavy, every step leaving a clear footprint on the ground. Just like that, he approached Mo Li step by step. His palms glowed with a deep black light, and the wind from his palms was low and deep. Tang Tian did not seem to notice, because Shen Yuan sent another palm over. From the corner of Shen Yuan's eyes, he saw Tang Tian rushing over, and his heart shivered. But when Tang Tian used the flash fist, a disdainful smile surfaced on his face. "Tian. You of Tang, you of you." In reality, Crystal Sky Academy's students were extremely wealthy. Tang Tian was like a small fly, dropped into a swamp, and could not even flap his wings. His flash fist had not even gotten close to Shen Yuan, when his body was struck by the strong wind from the pair of unremarkable iron palms. "You are a coward." With fundamental Tang's strength, entering the battlefield was no different from seeking death. Killing technique against killing technique. Bang bang bang. Bang. This was the theoretical highest, but no one had ever achieved it. Until now, Star Wind City's highest record was Wang Zhen's 83%. Tang Tian's heart was filled with gratitude. Such a good person. A Maori did not know why the anger in his chest was extinguished, but the image of a young lad raising his arms and shouting appeared in his mind. Tang Tian did not notice a Maori's change, but he was the first to notice Shen Yuan's distraction. His flash fist became faster, and the wind wall broke again. A few streams of blood spurted out. Tang Tian's eyes widened, and like an agile beast, he quietly took a step forward. A Maori's true power was not weak either. Third-level true power. At his age, it was not easy. Tang Tian's true power was even weaker. He had just stepped into the third level. Although he had cultivated the crane body, and the explosive power of his true power allowed him to have the strength of a third-level true power, but in other aspects, he was still lacking compared to a third-level true power. A wall of wind visible to the naked eye, like an iron gate, rumbled as it smashed forward. Chance. So powerful. If he did not have to take care of a Maori, Tang Tien would not even have a chance to struggle. But even if he had to take care of a Maori, he did not think that Tang Tien would be a threat. Continuous flash fists consumed a lot of energy. Bastard. Personally entering the circle of battle, Tang Tien experienced Shen Yuan's iron palm completely differently. Shen Yuan's seemingly ordinary palm pushed out horizontally, and the whistling wind from the palm was like a solid wall of wind, smashing forward. The 100% flash fists, in front of the iron palm, were as weak as paper. Shen Yuan was usually low-key. In Crystal Sky, where geniuses were everywhere, he did not reveal himself. His strength had always been underestimated, but he did not mind. This time, if not for someone begging him, he would not have stood up. It was Tang Tien's first time seeing a Maori being suppressed by someone. The young lad's shout seemed to resonate in his mind. Shen Yuan did not look as old as him, but his true power had already been cultivated to such a terrifying level. Fundamental Tang, a Maori looked at Tang Tien's sweaty back. His body was covered in blood, but he stubbornly moved forward, step by step. Ever since Tang Tien jumped into the circle of battle, he actually did not retreat half a step. He struggled to move forward, and actually overtook him. In the blink of an eye, the two were in imminent danger. Where's your dream? Where's the oath you swore? There's no way to dodge. Flash fists. W.A. Wu, young lad, go go go. Let's see how long you can last. Tang Tien's flash fists landed on the wind wall like raindrops, and produced a concentrated explosion. The air in front of him was filled with transparent ripples. You don't even have the courage to struggle. A Maori, you coward. Shen Yuan's eyes flashed a look of surprise. Tang Tien's attainments in the flash fists surprised him. Up until now, Tang Tien had not failed a single punch. That also meant that Tang Tien's flash fists had a 100% success rate. Tang Tien did not retreat, but advanced instead. He did not care about his stamina, and the flash fists rained down. But every step, he paid a huge price. Every time the wind wall broke, his body would have a few more wounds. In his eyes, a rank 2 martial skill was practically useless. Shen Yuan did not seem to care about a Maori's blade power. Palm after palm, a Maori's blade power was unable to break through his palm power. The first to sense that something was wrong was Shen Yuan. The aura that a Maori was emitting had a palpitating aura. However, this trace of surprise disappeared in Shen Yuan's heart. Crystal Sky Academy did not lack geniuses. He had seen all kinds of geniuses. The flash fists was just a rank 2 martial technique. To the lower year students, it might be able to attract their interest. But to the higher year students, only rank 3 martial techniques were meaningful. Rank 4 martial techniques were high-end. It was as if there was a voice echoing in his heart. How can you be so useless? How can you be so cowardly? I have underestimated him previously. Shen Yuan's eyes lit up. The true power in his body surged to the maximum. His hair stood on end. His palms became slower and heavier. It was as if the air had become sticky. You lack Tang Tien's ferocity. The moment his aura reached its peak, a Maori's solemn voice brought with it a power that could shake one's soul. This was. His fists disappeared in the air at an alarming rate, and reappeared at an alarming rate. His beast-like body was like an ancient gladiator, brimming with an indescribable sense of beauty. His gaze subconsciously landed on fundamental Tang. 2 light body technique cards could be said to solve Tang Tien's urgent need. Tang Tien was currently lacking light body technique cards. He did not expect someone to deliver it to him. Tang Tien immediately felt that the unconscious Yang Yong on the ground was much more pleasing to the eye. Unknowingly, a Maori's gaze became calmer and more determined. His left hand, at the same time, reached out to the huge wooden blade hilt in his right hand. The third level Maori was completely suppressed by Shen Yuan. With his pitiful true power, he was afraid that he would be swept to the side by the palm wind. Such vigorous true power, it was the flash fist again. His expression was solemn and his gaze was firm. A wave of awe-inspiring might, like a gust of wind, spread out from Amauri's body. The flash fist collapsed on its own. Tang Tian saw the crux of the matter. Shen Yuan's attainments in the iron palm were indeed astonishing. But what truly forced Amauri to such a state was Shen Yuan's vigorous true power. Tang Tian did not feel anything. His eyes stared straight at Shen Yuan. With all his might, he slowly moved forward. The air walls along the way were like white paper being sliced by a sharp blade. Amauri did not know why, but his heart was filled with anger. That's right, anger. Anger at himself for being so weak. Anger at himself for being so weak. Anger at himself for being so weak. Anger at himself for having a trace of fear. With just this bit of ability, he wants to challenge Crystal Sky. Iron Clay Finger was a gold attribute finger technique. Tang Tian could not train in it, but gold attribute finger techniques were popular. Tang Tian could use it to exchange for a spirit card that he could use. Among the experts of Crystal Sky, Shen Yuan was not eye-catching. He was usually rather low profile. Amauri never thought that Shen Yuan's power would be so strong. You are a man who is determined to create your own martial Dao. If Shen Yuan did not train in a special mental cultivation technique, then he would be at the 4th level of true power. An unfathomably deep black crack followed along the ground. Like a snake, it shot towards Shen Yuan like lightning. When he was watching from the sidelines, Tang Tian received a huge impact. But once he entered the ring of battle, Tang Tian threw all the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. He widened his eyes, glaring angrily, and continuously waved his fists. He had 3 light attribute spirit cards, and all of them were silver grade cards. Rank 2 light body technique, aerial wooden stake, rank 3 light body technique, 8 steps overtaking cicada, and rank 3 finger technique, iron clay finger. Other than his back, the other parts of his body were filled with wounds. Sweat and fresh blood quickly soaked through his clothes. Shen Yuan's face changed. In a moment of desperation, he circulated his true power to the maximum. Squatting in a horse stance, he placed his palms together and slowly pushed them out. It was as though he was pushing an extremely heavy metal door. All the muscles in his body swelled, and his clothes were about to burst. How could this be? Anger flowed like lava, and his entire body trembled slightly. Crystal Sky Academy was indeed a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. What a disgrace. The Tang Tian in front of him was actually able to unleash 100% Flash Fist. Flash Fist. Fundamental Tang. Chapter 22. Do you know what they are thinking? Shen Yuan said without batting an eyelid. He said if we can't appease their anger, they will strip us naked and hang us at the entrance of Crystal Sky Academy. Tang Tian beamed. Woo, I was wrong about you. You are a good lad. Bang. So powerful. Amauri was in awe. There were not many people who could say so much. All kinds of martial techniques belonged to different systems. To be able to be so familiar with so many martial techniques, it showed that Shen Yuan was immersed in martial arts. Tang Tian's feet landed on the ground. Fundamental Tang, didn't he admit defeat? Amauri's weak voice came from behind. But his face pretended to be indifferent. Close quarters combat expert, have you heard of him? Yang Yong did not know why, but his heart suddenly turned cold. We are all martial artists, so let's use the spirit cards. Tang Tian put on an act and coughed lightly. But, you have to think it through. With your status and position, what kind of spirit card would not be a disgrace to your status? Oh, of course, the most important thing is the anger in my heart. Before he fainted, his last thought, didn't he admit defeat? How could he be so vicious? Shen Yuan quivered, flipped his palm, and wanted to block Tang Tian's fist. Spirit cards are not a problem, even the martial techniques I helped him choose are the most reasonable. Shen Yuan sneered. Close quarters combat expert. Shen Yuan's eyes suddenly stared straight. He stared at Tang Tian's face, not saying a word. Tang Tian was stared at until he thought something was growing on his face. Shen Yuan groaned. He felt a pain in his shoulder, the true power in his body dissipated, and his entire body flew out like a sandbag. Shen Yuan's mouth was wide open, his face lifeless. Tang Tian, on the other hand, had a pained expression. That's even worse. Crystal Sky Academy students, When did they fall to the point where they can't even afford to pay for their spoils of war? This is an insult to the noble crystal sky. Until a hand reached out to his body and started to strip his clothes, Shen Yuan finally reacted and hurriedly said, "Wait a minute. I am willing to redeem myself. I will redeem myself." Bang! When Tang Tian saw Shen Yuan's expression, he gritted his teeth and secretly rejoiced in his heart. A fat sheep. But the kind-hearted Amauri wanted to say something but hesitated. Shen Yuan was right. Even if they were to defeat Amauri and Tang Tian again, with their status, victory was a matter of course, and defeat was a disgrace. Any defeat was a disgrace. The flash fist that was enveloped in fist aura disappeared in the air. Almost at the same time, it appeared in front of Shen Yuan's eyes. Tang Tian put on a fierce face and glared at him. Vicious. A man must be ruthless. No one noticed that in the chaotic airflow, a figure was moving against the flow. The more Yang Yong listened, the more confused he became. Fundamental Tang, he's really from Sky Crystal. I know him. Amauri advised from the side. Shen Yuan secretly cursed. Yang Yong's face turned snow white. When the scene that Shen Yuan had described appeared in his mind, his entire body trembled and he could not help but shout angrily, how could they be so vicious? Tang Tian took the 3 cards and left with Amauri in high spirits. These 3 spirit cards, please accept them. Shen Yuan solemnly presented the 3 cards. Yang Yong, who was at the side, had a face full of hatred. My heart is burning with anger. Young lad, how do you plan to pacify the anger in my heart? Tang Tian squatted down. With a black face, he asked condescendingly. The true power clashed violently. Countless of tiny airflows suddenly swept out in all directions. Shen Yuan's eyes blurred. Without any warning, a figure appeared in front of him. His pupils constricted. Tang Tian. A few tiny airflows cut a few wounds on Tang Tian's cheeks, but Tang Tian did not seem to feel it. Shen Yuan opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Tang Tian's movements were even faster. He flew out at the same time as Shen Yuan. In mid-air, his fists once again flew out like lightning. Amauri quietly shifted to the side. His face was full of sympathy. Shen Yuan, Crystal Sky's famous Iron Man, was tormented by fundamental Tang to such a pitiful state. So pitiful. Shen Yuan felt a sharp pain on his face. His mind went blank. It was as though he was nailed to the ground by a heavy hammer. His face turned cold. Shen Yuan slowly woke up. What entered his eyes were 2 faces. Amauri's face was full of sympathy and pity. Tang Tian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had an unkind look on his face. Shen Yuan shook his head. You don't understand the occupation of a close-quarters combat expert. This occupation is an extremely complicated and difficult occupation. Without astonishing talent, it is impossible to walk down this path. These few martial techniques have completely different characteristics. In theory, it is a perfect match. If one can master it, there is no way out. Only the truly talented and strong martial artists can train in the close-quarters combat expert. The reason for that was because they only needed a very short period of time to be able to master each martial skill. With Tang Tian's talent, and with 5 completely different martial techniques, he will only be more mediocre. Amauri was flabbergasted. He stammered, Fundamental Tang, this is too vicious, I admit defeat. Oh, these 2 light body technique cards are not a problem. The 5 elements are evenly distributed. Iron Clay Finger can be exchanged for Eagle Claw. The 2 cards are of equal value. The rank 3 Eagle Claw S power is not bad. As for palm techniques, I have Broken Shadow Palm. This palm technique is very particular about variations. It is very suitable for close-quarters combat. Your Flash Fist is not bad, but its power is slightly weaker. As for rank 3, you can train Minute Collapsing Fist. I have a rank 3 consecutive loop technique. So professional. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Yang Yong did not speak anymore. He suddenly felt lucky. That's right. A few spirit cards were nothing. I have decided to strip the two of them and hang them at the entrance of Crystal Sky Academy to vent the anger in my heart. Tang Tian said gloomily. Yang Yong could not help but say, Old Shun, why did you really give them the cards? If we make a move now, we can definitely turn defeat into victory. This combination is very comprehensive. Aerial wooden stake emphasizes on footwork. 8 steps overtaking cicada is known for its speed. Eagle claw uses speed to fight slow. 10 fingers like hooks. Broken shadow palm uses fake to confuse the enemy. The minute collapsing fist's power was like a collapsing thunder, a hammer that determined the outcome. Consecutive loop technique is extremely powerful in close quarters combat. The entire body's knees and elbows are all weapons to destroy the enemy. Tang Tian flew into a rage. You still want to lie to me? Which Crystal Sky student would be as poor as you? You don't even have a single coin on you. Shun Yuan patted Yang Yong's shoulder and comforted him. A few cards are nothing. Spend money to avoid disaster. Tang Tian saw that Shun Yuan was even more agitated than him. His heart felt a little weak. He took out the 3 cards that he took from Yang Yong. Here, these 3 cards. But I plan to change. Iron Clay Finger. My 5 elements are evenly distributed. I can't train it. Shun Yuan said indifferently. And then? Can we just kill them? This kind of failure, as long as we fail even once, we will never be able to wash away the shame. Shun Yuan's gaze met Tang Tian's calm eyes. His heart could not help but tremble. What a terrifying opponent. Bang! Don't tell me there's something wrong with these spirit cards. Yang Yong asked curiously. Luckily he and Fundamental Tang were on the same side. A Maori's, Fine Abyss Chop, and Shun Yuan's, Crushing Iron Door, clashed. Shun Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. Although his true power had not recovered, he still used his right palm to seal Tang Tian's position. Sounds like a close quarters combat expert is very powerful. Tang Tian muttered in his heart. Seems like old fart Wei did not lie to me. But, no one will do that. For example, I specialize in the iron palm. If I were to train in fist arts, I would definitely train in the iron fist, which has some similarities with the iron palm. Like this, my training time can be greatly reduced. If I were to learn a fist art that is completely different from the iron palm, the training time would definitely increase. But what if I increase it to 5 martial techniques? That would require a lot more time. Shun Yuan was really panicking. When he thought of himself being stripped naked and hung at the entrance of Crystal Sky Academy, he could not help but shiver. Shun Yuan's house. Tang Tian's breathing finally stabilized. He stood up straight and revealed a bright smile. If I let him admit defeat, how can I plunder the spoils of war? Only those with spoils of war can be called the victor. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, he saw Tang Tian's fist. What do you want? Shun Yuan pretended to be calm, but his trembling voice revealed the fear in his heart. I'm not pretending. Shun Yuan, who was still not fully awake, replied subconsciously. Unfortunately, Tang Tian did not give him any time to react. The second fist drilled in through the opening, and fiercely struck Shun Yuan's shoulder. Shun Yuan was slightly agitated. If you are a close-quarters combat expert, the most basic framework is 5 martial techniques, light body arts, finger arts, palm arts, fist arts, and joint techniques. What cards do you have? In that moment, Amari's heart was filled with joy. Shun Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. So this rascal did not manage to find any spoils of war from his body. Shun Yuan usually trained hard, and maintained a frugal and low-profile style. Naturally, he would not bring anything with him. You actually want to walk the path of a close-quarters combat expert. Shun Yuan's tone had a tinge of respect. I did not lose unjustly. Shun Yuan, who lost his balance, watched as Tang Tian's fist whistled through the air like a shooting star. Seeing that it was about to hit his face, he closed his eyes. Yang Yong was speechless. No buts, quickly help me find a rope. Tang Tian immediately said. Yang Yong did not understand, then why is he in such a miserable state? The fist was enveloped in a layer of faint white aura. Shun Yuan was momentarily stunned. Fist aura. The 2 people who bore the brunt of the attack felt the blood in their bodies churning, and their bodies uncontrollably retreated. Who exactly are you? How dare you impersonate a crystal sky student? Tang Tian bellowed. Also, if he really trained in these spirit cards, hey. Shun Yuan laughed sinisterly. Then he will be in deep trouble. Shun Yuan squinted his eyes and said indifferently. Luckily he only knew Flash Fist. How could Flash Fist use Fist Aura? Hoo. His panting sounded like bellows, and his entire body was drenched. The fist and palm intersected. Shun Yuan felt a sharp pain in his palm. A sharp true power, from Tang Tian's fist, drilled into his palm. Shun Yuan's defense immediately collapsed. Spirit cards. Shun Yuan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was a martial fanatic. He did not have much else, but he had collected quite a few spirit cards. What spirit card do you want? I never thought that you would actually have the courage to challenge the difficult path of a close-quarters combat expert. This is truly admirable. Shun Yuan's face was full of admiration, and solemnly said, Broken Shadow Palm, Minute Collapsing Fist, and Minute Collapsing Fist. I happen to have all 3 spirit cards. I'll give them to you. Don't worry, they are all silver cards. Chapter 23. Tang Tian and a Maori nodded tactfully. Stonehead was too oppressive. This incident, all the students involved will be severely punished. The principal was expressionless. From today onwards, until the Star Wind Martial meet, if there are any students who play truant, they will be expelled. Yang Yong and Shun Yuan will be punished with 2 months of closed-door training. Tang Tian held his chin. Which one should I learn? After a burst of good-natured laughter, everyone turned and left. Tang Tian and a Maori squeezed a smile on their faces, looking bashful. Old Wei, how come you have time to come over today? The sturdy man asked. These people were tall and strong, their waists were thicker than a water bucket. Their entire bodies were bulging with muscles, as though they were cast from copper and iron. The hammers in their hands were unusually big, and in their hands, it was as light as a feather. Stonehead casually wiped the stone cake, and a pile of crushed stones appeared in front of Tang Tian. These crushed stones were of the same size, almost the size of a soybean. What did you learn? Shun Yuan could not help but ask curiously. Minute Collapsing Fist Crushed Stones, it's pretty useful. The steel blade had no edge, the blade was thick, and weighed more than 50 kilograms, but in Stonehead's hands, it was as light as a feather. Stonehead casually picked up a stone the size of a door from the pile. I brought 2 brats over to you to train. How is it? It won't be a problem, right? Old Fart Wei casually asked. Shun Yuan knew he asked something he should not have, and hurriedly replied, Tang Tian is very brave, his fighting style is fierce, and he is not afraid of getting hurt. If their strengths are close, I think very few people can defeat him. The principal waved his hand, and when Shun Yuan left, he muttered to himself. Then, Tang Tian and a Maori felt inferior. Assistant Shu, who was in the corner, secretly cursed. It was rare for the principal to be so angry, and his heart was in his throat. What's wrong with that? Other than stones, there's only stones here. The burly man laughed heartily and looked up and down at Tang Tian and a Maori. He smiled kindly at them and praised, you two are good. Tang Tian and a Maori usually boasted about their outstanding physiques, but when they stood among this group of fellows, they were like little bean sprouts. All of you, get out. Shun Yuan, stay. The principal said coldly. The 2 of them hurriedly followed Stone into the quarry. This was an open-air quarry. Piles of large rocks could be seen everywhere. The rocks here were mainly granite. Fallen. Tang Tian turned around and said righteously, Housefly Cow, you underestimate this godlike young man. Just 6 silver cards and you want to make this godlike young man fall? Go into seclusion. The principal looked at Shun Yuan and said in a low voice, your talent in Crystal Sky is not the best, but your personality is not bad. You can keep your composure and guard your heart. I have always thought highly of you, do not disappoint me. Old Fart Wei beamed with joy, to the point that his eyes could not be seen. But Tang Tian and a Maori had goosebumps. To be judged by a group of half-naked, tower-like men, that feeling was too terrifying. The principal suddenly turned his face and stared at Assistant Shu. Go and tell the school discipline office, If they do not do well, they can forget about it. When the burly man turned his body, Tang Tien and Amauri both sucked in a breath of cold air. In truth, Amauri's physique was already very strong, but compared to the burly man in front of him, Amauri was like a child. The burly man heard the call and turned to see old Fat Wei. He could not help but laugh and walked over. "What are you training now?" Stonehead asked Tang Tien. Assistant Shu hurriedly replied, "Yes." The principal's expression was stiff. "Continue." Tang Tien and Amauri's faces turned white. Sure enough, there was always a higher mountain. A mad bull like Amauri was like a grasshopper in front of Stonehead. Just at this time, old Fat Wei's voice came out from behind the two of them. "Yo yo yo, this young man is rich. This silver light, it dazzled my eyes from so far away." Amauri's words stopped abruptly. Tang Tien and Amauri's hearts jumped. This is what life is like. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have said those harsh words. That guy is serious. Oh, seems like I have to give you guys some special training. Go." Surprisingly, when the principal heard that the two of them had lost, he was not too angry. He only said blandly, "Tell me." Amauri vividly described the battle that happened today to old Fat Wei. Every muscle on the sturdy man's body was angular, dark and full of luster, as though he had gone through thousands of tempering. His arms were even thicker. Tang Tien looked at them and concluded that they were thicker than his thighs. Yes, after some training, they are two good seedlings. The other people in the quarry heard the commotion and came over. Seeing the rumbling quarry in front of them, Tang Tien and Amauri were stunned. Yang Yong and Assistant Shu immediately retreated. "Oh, a close-quarters combat expert." Stonehead's eyes flashed a strange look. He looked at Tang Tien from head to toe and praised, "Ambitious." Tang Tien's face turned pale. Tang Tien then carefully explained the spirit card in his hand to Stonehead. After listening, Stonehead nodded his head, "Then let's practice minute collapsing fist." There are many who practice minute collapsing fist here. Assistant Shu jumped in fright. This time, the principal was truly angry. He looked at Shen Yuan and Yang Yong sympathetically. Shen Yuan was still considered calm, but Yang Yong's face was ashen. "Oh, it's just the beginning. I won't ask for much from you. Every piece of crushed stone must not exceed the size of a chestnut. Every day, you will need 500 catties of crushed stones." Tang Tien raised both his arms and looked up at the sky, his face solemn. "I need at least 6 gold spirit cards to make this godlike young man fall. Fundamental Tang, you've fallen." Amauri had a look of disdain. "I lost." Shen Yuan lowered his head. "Tang Tien disguised himself as a pedestrian and led the way for us. Yang Yong was ambushed first, then he and Amauri joined hands, and I lost." Old Fat Wei turned his face and laughed. "You guys will miss these 2 months. Stonehead waved his hand. Disperse, don't scare these two brats." "Is that so?" Tang Tien felt his expression was somewhat stiff, and his heart was palpitating with fear. Stonehead placed Stonehead in front of him, and said to Amauri, "Your daily task is to chop the stone bricks, like this." Iron Clay Finger had already been changed to Eagle Claw Technique, Aerial Wood Stake, 8 Steps Overtaking Cicada, Broken Shadow Palm, Minute Collapsing Fist, Consecutive Technique, 6 silver grade spirit cards, were placed in front of him, shining with silver light, dazzling him. "These two brats are not bad." Stonehead raised his hand and chopped down, easily cutting a piece of stone the size of a bamboo basket. Swish swish swish, he chopped down a few times, and a square stone brick appeared in front of the two of them. Every surface of the stone brick was as smooth as a mirror, and square, as though it had been measured by a ruler. "I'll leave it to you," Old Fat Wei said irresponsibly. Old Fat Wei said, "You two joined hands, and barely won against Shen Yuan?" Arriving at a place where the stones were piled up, Stonehead found a steel blade. Old Fat Wei turned his face to Tang Tien and Amauri and instructed, "From today onwards, Stonehead will be your special training teacher. No matter what he asks you to do, you have to do it." Old Fat Wei immediately became pleased. "Haha, that's right, my foresight is absolutely accurate." Tang Tien and Amauri were dumbstruck. This was granite, so hard that it could break a steel blade. Shun Yuan and Yang Yong lowered their heads, standing in front of the principal, their faces pale. Amauri's face was full of smiles. That's right, fundamental Tang, you cannot let down your martial artist's heart, and become the strongest man, only then will you be worthy of your dreams. Tang Tian, who was intoxicated for a long time, looked up to the sky and sighed. Yes, Tang Tian's main training is the flash fist, but he can use the flash fist, and release the fist aura, Shun Yuan said. Yes. Shun Yuan said respectfully. Tang Tian and Amauri looked at each other, suddenly having a bad premonition. Then I'll be leaving. Old Fart Wei waved his hand, and very confidently swaggered off. Follow me. Stonehead said to Tang Tian and Amauri. The sturdy man was carrying a steel hammer, which made Tang Tian and Amauri swallow their saliva. Old Fart Wei ignored him, and walked straight towards the sturdy man, shouting from afar, Hey, Old Fart Wei, why did you bring us here? Don't tell me your real identity is a child labor trafficker. Tang Tian pointed at Old Fart Wei, with an expression of I've seen through you. The principal's face turned green. Very good. Very good. Seems like my orders are not enough. You guys still have the energy to secretly skip classes to find trouble with others. Old Fart Wei said to Stonehead, he is called Amauri, my successor, and he is called Tang Tian. Oh, he wants to walk the path of a close-quarters combat expert. With that, he left Amauri with a pale face, and brought Tang Tian to another corner. Tang Tian looked at the stone dregs on the floor, dumbstruck. All right. Stonehead did not speak nonsense, and straightforwardly nodded his head. Stonehead brought Tang Tian to a pile of stones, and once again picked up a stone the size of a bamboo basket, and smashed it with his fist. Stonehead casually threw the big steel blade to Amauri. Here, these square bricks, for these 10 days, you just have to give me 100 pieces every day. Old Wei, not bad, this time it seems like it. Tang Tian finally experienced the feeling of getting rich overnight. Tang Tian? The principal was surprised. The stone was flattened like tofu, and turned into a stone cake. Shun Yuan revealed a pondering expression. At the start, Amauri's performance was a little not determined enough. But after that, he suddenly became very determined, and the impact was very strong. But what is worth paying attention to is Tang Tian. Crane-style Qi manual. He actually mastered it. The principal stared at Shun Yuan, and snorted, did you lose or win? Flash fist can produce fist aura. The principal's eyes suddenly widened, and muttered to himself, he actually gave that spirit card to Tang Tian. Tang Tian actually mastered it. Old Fart Wei jumped in front of the two of them, and circled around the 6 silver grade cards, with a face full of curiosity. Where did you guys rob from? Chapter 24. His minute collapsing fist was still weak, and his strength could not be compared to Big Brother Stonehead, so he needed many punches to be able to shatter the rocks. And the size of the shattered rocks were different. Tang Tian gradually grasped the rules of the cross door. He did not know if it was because of Southern Cross constellation, but the cross door and the number 10 had a miraculous relationship. The cross door would open once every 10 days, and this time it would be 10 days. If the hardship training was completed well, then the next time the hardship training was opened, Tang Tian would be able to set it himself. Amauri was already drunk to the point that he could not differentiate between north, south, east and west. He looked rough, and suited the appetite of these strong men. Tang Tian, who was a maniac in physical strength, could only be considered as a weak little bean sprout here. Yes, he was very powerful in the past. Stonehead revealed a look of reminiscence, full of emotion, but he got injured later on, adding on his old age, he could not do it anymore. People like us can't do it either. Once we pass 50 years old, we will go downhill. And after a session of hardship training, Tang Tian needed roughly 10 days to recover his physical strength and spirit. And this session of hardship training was just about Tang Tian's limit. Flash Fist's killing technique, slaying lightning bolt. Stonehead retracted his smile and said seriously, but close quarters combat expert is very hard to train. Wrong, it is extremely hard to train. After witnessing Stonehead's minute collapsing fist, every rock was of the same size. That was the true standard. His sweat flowed, his heavy breathing mixed with the wind from his fists, and the number behind the cross door kept on jumping. Tang Tian took out all the rocks that were bigger than a chestnut, and threw them to the side. After an unknown period of time, when Tang Tian slowly woke up, he looked at the cross door, and was immediately shocked. The hardship training was about to end. Humph, if he dares to lie to me, he's dead, Tang Tian said fiercely. He was extremely tired, his eyelids became heavier, and he immediately fell asleep. Impossible, Big Brother Stone is so powerful. Tang Tian's face was full of disbelief. Big Brother Stone's strength, in Tang Tian's eyes, was truly astonishing. When the minute collapsing fist was trained to a high level, it could even injure people through the air. Because when the vibrations of true power reached a certain level, it would cause vibrations in the air, which could similarly injure people. Don't tell me old fart Wei lied to me. Tang Tian's eyes widened. Old fart Wei said it. He said that I am more ferocious, and suitable for close combat. You also said that my woman would also like to fight hand-to-hand. Tang Tian scratched his head. Before he could react, he was sent flying by the blast. Bang, he crashed into the fog wall on the other side, and then bounced back to the ground. The strength that Big Brother Stonehead and the rest had displayed was too tyrannical. Tang Tian dared to confirm that if Shen Yuan had met Big Brother Stonehead that day, he would not have lasted more than 10 moves. Tang Tian didn't believe it. That can't be. Brother Shatu, you guys are so strong. I think you guys can kill a cow with one punch even if you're 80 years old. The beginning of the day. Fifth order. Tang Tian was stunned for a moment, but he quickly nodded. Yes, I'll remember it. Every round of hardship training lasted for 10 days. In the 10 days, no one spoke, only punching non-stop. Even the time to rest was extremely tight. In the last few days of hardship training, one's entire body and spirit would be exhausted to the point of death. Big Brother Stonehead laughed. With my bit of strength, it's still alright here. Actually, it's not enough. Old Fart Wei's strength in the past was not bad, but now it's not enough. The power of Minute Collapsing Fist was much stronger than the Flash Fist. The third rank Minute Collapsing Fist contained the technique of instigating true power, while the second rank Flash Fist only had the basic technique of exerting force. A ray of silver fist mark that was as bright as lightning tore through the air. Tang Tian's expression was focused, his fist was suffused with a faint white aura, and he punched the stone material. I'm coming. Tang Tian hurriedly climbed up, and without bothering to wash his face, he rushed out of the door. Tang Tian's fists were like rain, continuously punching the stone material. The cracks on the surface of the stone material increased, each crack was as straight as a knife, and with a bang, it turned into a pile of crushed stones. The training of the Flash Fist was done behind the crosslight door. Stonehead laughed straightforwardly. I used to do odd jobs and whatnot. After interacting for a while, Tang Tian and Amauri realized, all the strong men looked fierce, but in truth, they were all kind-hearted. The two of them shamelessly came over to eat and drink. The two of them were passionate and extroverted, and very quickly, they became one with the group of strong men. After training the Flash Fist to perfection, 200,000 Flash Fist times, to him, was not a difficult thing to do. It was just that the process was extremely tedious and arduous. The first time, he fell asleep behind the crosslight door. Life in the quarry was monotonous but fulfilling. Time passed day by day, and Tang Tian became more and more vigorous. He learned from the others, and bared his upper body. The muscles all over his body became even more defined, suffused with a dark luster, as though it contained limitless power. 399999. Fundamental Tang, get up quickly, it's time to start working. The thin wooden door, in front of Amauri's loud voice, did not have any effect. Through the instantaneous vibration of true power, to achieve the goal of destruction, was the so-called collapse. Bang! Stonehead's expression froze on his face. In a moment, he sighed, he put down the wine bottle in his hand. Little Tian, I don't object to you going to Immortal Constellation Mountain, but if you want to go to Heaven's Road, I suggest that you have the power of the 5th level or above. Tang Tian's Minute Collapsing Fist improved rapidly, but he did not give up on training the Flash Fist. Every day, he lived his life to the fullest. The sound of breathing stopped abruptly. Tang Tian's figure disappeared like a ghost. He suspected that Big Brother Stone had the power of at least the 4th level or above. Even if it was the 5th level, he would not be surprised. In Starwind City, ordinary jobs only required the 2nd level, and 3rd level could find a relatively good job. 4th level power. Oh, it was said that Starwind City's security captain had the power of the 4th level. The stone material exploded, forming a fine straight crack. Tang Tian envied, and was full of energy. Like lightning, in an instant, the light aura lit up, illuminating everything in his field of vision. An unstoppable aura caused people's scalps to go numb. Tang Tian's punching speed was extremely fast, his fists flickering in the air, erratic and unpredictable. Tang Tian shook his head and said seriously, "I'm not afraid. As long as I can become stronger, no matter how hard or tiring it is, I'm not afraid. Because I promised Qi, I will go to Immortal Constellation Mountain to find her, and then we will go to Heaven's Road together." These few days, he had been using Minute Collapsing Fist to break the stone material, and Tang Tian felt that he had improved. Especially his arm strength, compared to before, it was stronger. Minute Collapsing Fist's fist technique was simple and unadorned, the force released was firm and fierce. Gradually, Tang Tian's flash fist had an additional fierce taste. Because of the bitter training, Tang Tian's Minute Collapsing Fist improved rapidly, but the biggest improvement was the crane-style Qi manual. The outline of Tang Tian's crane body became clearer, those fine meridians, as compared to when the crane body was first cultivated, expanded by at least 2 times. Was old fart Wei very powerful back then? Tang Tian's attention was immediately attracted. Finally mastered. Stonehead's face became even redder. After a long while, he held his stomach, sat up straight. His expression was extremely weird. "I can guarantee, old fart Wei did not lie to you." Fleeting and fierce, 2 completely different styles, quietly integrated. The night was like water, everyone gathered around a pile, roasting meat, drinking wine. The work of quarrying stones was boring and tiring, and the night was a rare time for everyone to relax. Those who had the strength of the 4th level would choose to go to bigger places to earn money. And those genius students who had reached the 4th level at such a young age would not stay in such a small place for the rest of their lives. If they did not go out to explore, they would choose to go to a bigger constellation and enter a higher school to further their studies. The silver lightning heavily struck the fog outside the open space. He did not have time to climb up, only felt his vision blur, and returned to reality. Other than him, only a few of the higher-ranked academies had experts of the 4th level and above. In Starwind City, any student, if they had the strength of the 4th level, then the treatment they received was much better than the majority of the teachers. The number of 4th level teachers in Starwind City was pitifully few. It was not only Starwind City, the entire Wuan Star was the same. Tang Tian's true power was instantly emptied, his eyes were wide open, facing the whistling wave of Qi. In a blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. The coarse panting and the wind from the fists disappeared without any warning. In the silence, suddenly a long and drawn-out inhaling sound came out. It was obviously just an inhaling sound, but it actually gave birth to a sharp intent. The bonfire reflected on everyone's faces, flickering. Tang Tian did not think that the crane-style Qi manual would actually be so suitable for Minute Collapsing Fist. Ha ha. Stonehead laughed out loud, ferociously gulping down a mouthful of wine. A hint of drunkenness surfaced in his eyes. "I hope to borrow Little Tien's auspicious words." "Oh right, Little Tien, why did you want to walk the path of a close-quarters combat expert? Big Brother Stone, what did you do in the past?" Tang Tian asked curiously. Tang Tian, who was silent and motionless, a biting cold aura flashed past his eyes. His entire person was like a wild beast waiting to pounce. Strength of the 5th level and above, Tang Tian had never seen it before. Stonehead choked on the wine, his entire face flushed red. The crane body expanded to twice its original size, and Tang Tian discovered another benefit: the efficiency of refining true power had greatly increased. The refined true power, along the outer walls of the 3rd-tier Dantian pool, slowly crystallized, growing into the walls of the Dantian pool. Minute Collapsing Fist's moves were simple and plain, but that did not mean its power was small. Minute Collapsing Fist style was like Shen Yuan's iron palm, heavy on power and not on technique. its destructive power was astonishing. Tang Tian, who was asleep, did not notice that when he used Slaying Lightning Bolt, a palm-sized gold card appeared on the light door. On the card, Tang Tian stood with his fists empty, his expression austere. Below his feet, 2 words were written, Flash Fist. Tang Tian sprawled out on the ground, battered and exhausted. His entire body did not have an ounce of strength, not even willing to move a finger. He just laid there, staring blankly at the top of his head, perspiration dripping down. Not long after, his body formed a pool of sweat. 400,000. The third-tier Dantian pool's capacity was slowly expanding. When the crane body activated Minute Collapsing Fist, the vibration of true power had the sharpness of a vibrating blade. Tang Tian's Minute Collapsing Fist formed cracks on the rocks, which were completely different from others. Ordinary people's Minute Collapsing Fist would have irregular cracks, but Tang Tian's cracks were as straight as a knife. Tang Tian once again entered the light door. Without resting, he started to train. Chapter 25. Once the gloves were in his hands, Tang Tian's hands subconsciously sank. So heavy. The ordinary-looking black gloves actually weighed more than 15 kilograms, causing Tang Tian to be shocked. He tried to wear the gloves, but he did not expect that although the gloves were heavy, they fit his palms very well. Oh, I better train in the aerial wood stake first. On the way, Tang Tian could not help but ask Old Fart Wei, "Hey, Old Fart, where did Brother Stonehead and the rest come from? Why do they seem so powerful?" Tang Tian's expression was solemn, as he punched the stone in front of him. All the laughter stopped abruptly, and the rest looked at Stonehead in astonishment. "Powerful? I really couldn't tell. This kid is a genius." With this kind of training, he could feel that his own blade techniques had obvious improvements. He walked to a huge granite that was as tall as 2 people. The surrounding workers all gasped in surprise. Although Tang Tian's fist could shatter the stone, it was only slightly bigger than his fist, but that was because his true power was too weak. The thorns and wings of the bamboo leaf bee had many uses, so there were specialized traders who bought them from outside the bamboo sea. Tang Tian looked at the vast bamboo sea, and a surge of pride rose in his heart. Although it was only 20 days, but after spending time together, everyone had a good relationship. Tang Tian immediately stared at him angrily. "Old Fart, who are you calling a brat?" Stonehead was afraid that Tang Tian would be affected, and comforted him. "I have been training in the collapsing energy for more than 10 years. As long as you continue to train, you will definitely surpass me in the future." Tang Tian secretly cursed in his heart. The blade rose again, and the blade fell again. The earthy yellow blade aura flashed once again. The heart of earth sounded like a mysterious thing. A Maori held the big steel blade in his hand. The blade's body emitted a faint aura, all the muscles in his body tensed up, and his eyes were wide open. Tang Tian raised both of his arms, and cheered, "Wow, godlike young lad, go go go." This special training, at the start, a Maori was not used to it. How could he be so precise when he was practicing his saber techniques? Furthermore, the granite was extremely hard, and required true power to be poured into it, to be able to cut the stone bricks. The requirement for the fineness of true power was also extremely shocking. Very quickly, they reached a mine, and a Maori was thrown down by Old Fart Wei. Big Brother Stone waved his hand. "Let's go. Don't waste time. Come and play when you're free." Tang Tian stared blankly at the pile of rubble, his heart indescribably horrified. If this punch had landed on a human body, how terrifying would it have been? A Maori had a silly smile on his face. He had suffered a lot these days. Cutting bricks with an iron knife seemed simple, but in reality, it was not simple at all. The quarry had very high requirements for the finesse of the stone bricks, so the demand for knife skills was very high. Stone turned his face towards Tang Tian and said, "Little Tian, remember, the killing move of Minute Collapsing Fist is called Great Avalanche." Tang Tian didn't really understand, but he couldn't help but caress the cold gloves. The hard and cold gloves were trustworthy. Old Fart Wei was all smiles, and the others greeted him one after another. The stone trembled, and broke into countless of small stone grains. Every stone grain was the size of a chestnut. It was different from the irregular small stones formed by other people's Minute Collapsing Fist. These small stones were cut very smooth, as though they were cut by a knife. Is it very valuable? A Maori asked weakly, but both his hands were hugging the black iron knife tightly. Tang Tien and a Maori didn't really understand, but they felt that Big Brother Stone's last sentence was somewhat emotional. Long live! Tang Tien jumped up and cheered with his arms raised. This is definitely a precious place for you to train. Not only can you train your light body techniques, you can also train your broken shadow palm. Young lad, you must remember, when training martial techniques, you must not make a loss. Oh right, you don't have a rank 2 palm technique, so I'll give you this floating palm spirit card. It's a bronze rank card, don't look down on it. If they could train for half a year, their improvement would be even greater. Stone said with some regret. A Maori, your blade technique, for your age, is already very outstanding. What you lack is not in terms of technique, but in a deeper level of comprehension. You train in earth-based blade techniques, and all earth-based blade techniques is to comprehend the heart of Gaia. Only by comprehending the heart of Gaia can you truly start training in the wild earth blade. Stone did not know whether to laugh or cry. I'm not good with words, I can't explain it clearly. As long as you stay here for 10 years, breaking stones every day, you will definitely be stronger than me. Under Old Fart Wei's urging, they reluctantly left the quarry. Old Fart Wei suddenly sighed. You must remember, they are a group of people worthy of respect. In this world, there will always be many sinister, bad people, but there will always be people who will remember their own beliefs and vows. This kind of person is worthy of respect. Tang Tien was puzzled. Tang Tien nodded and said seriously, Big Brother Stone, I will master it. It's a very distant constellation that produces excellent weapons. Don't lose it, we can't buy it here. Old Fart Wei stared. Young man Tang, your light body technique is terrible, this is your biggest shortcoming. You should have heard of this jade-green swamp sea of bamboos. There are many bamboo leaf bees here, these are good stuff, their sting and wings are all good stuff, they are worth a lot of money. But something seems wrong. A Maori's expression was focused, the big steel blade in his hand had a sense of determination. After a few consecutive slashes, a square stone brick appeared in front of everyone. Actually, it was mining. The jade-green swamp sea of bamboos was very special. The sea of bamboos lived on top of a swamp. To enter the sea of bamboos, one had to step on the bamboo branches. Without good light body technique, it was difficult to move an inch. The bamboo leaf bee was a special product of the jade-green swamp sea of bamboos. Its body was bigger than the average bee, its body was emerald green, and its wings were the same shape as the bamboo leaves. You will know when the time comes. Old Fart Wei said without turning his head. With that, Old Fart Wei's figure flashed and disappeared. Every knuckle was extremely flexible and did not affect the movement of the fingers. Old Fart Wei muttered, You guys have earned big. These two are Fornax Constellation's Black Iron Series weapons. The wrinkles on Old Fart Wei's face smoothed out, and he said proudly, You must be jealous. Let's go, youngsters, your special training is over. Of course, when Old Fart Wei brought him to the destination, Tang Tien did not even have the urge to curse. Stonehead did not laugh, his large hands rubbed Tang Tien's head, and said seriously, Yes. I believe you. Yes, qualified. Stonehead inspected the stone brick, and revealed a satisfied look. Just at this time, a shocking scene happened, only to see the 2-man-tall granite, suddenly like an avalanche, suddenly broke into countless small pieces, crashing down, dust flying everywhere. The 2 wooden boxes were opened, inside were a pair of black metal gloves, and a black long blade. But he immediately raised his arm and clenched his fist, and said seriously, Big Brother Stonehead, don't worry, I will definitely surpass you in the future. Everyone was amused by Tang Tien's expression and laughed. Exhaling, he punched out with his right fist. Hey, old fart, what's our next special training? Tang Tien asked. Tang Tien scratched his head. Stonehead turned to Old Fart Wei and said, although it's still lacking in maturity, but it can be considered as a pass. These 2 youngsters are not bad, they can endure hardship. Old Fart Wei, you've picked up a treasure. A Maori raised his hand. Old Fart, I can prove, fundamental tangs but is not small at all. The blade in his hand rose, and the earth-yellow blade aura flashed and disappeared. Bang! Old Fart Wei appeared out of nowhere. Out of Tang Tian's expectation, the ferocious punch landed on the hard granite and actually only produced a slight sound. Stonehead nodded. That's true. To be able to endure such hardship, of course he's a genius. This was, but, when Tang Tian familiarized himself with the surroundings, he had to admit, the jaded swamp bamboo sea was indeed a good place to train in light body techniques and broken shadow palm. Stonehead passed the gloves and blade to the two of them. In the vast sea of bamboo, the shadows of the bamboos danced. Occasionally, one could see a silhouette wearing a veil, shuttling back and forth in the sea of bamboos. Fornax constellation? Tang Tian asked curiously. A Maori caressed the black blade, and could not bear to let it go. He had trained in blade techniques for many years, and with one look, he could tell that the black blade was of excellent quality. Pu. Old Fart Wei has picked up a treasure this time. Stonehead revealed a smile, and suddenly waved his hand behind him, only to see a sturdy man, carrying two old wooden chests, laughing as he walked in front of the two of them. When Old Fart Wei talked about money, his eyes shone with a golden light. A burly man nearby waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew the dust away. Old Fart Wei encouraged, "Godlike young lad, do your best. Yo, young lads, seems like you've done well." A small mountain of crushed stones appeared in front of Tang Tian. Old Fart Wei stared at Tang Tian. What's a little brat asking so much for? Old Fart Wei was silent. Lowering his waist into a horse stance, his fists retracted to the side of his waist, Stonehead's expression was solemn. Tang Tian and a Maori looked at each other. Could there be other special training? There was a group of beekeepers living here. Not bad. Stonehead's face revealed a smile, and said to Tang Tian, although the minute collapsing fist is only at the 3rd level, but its power is not bad. And in the future, you will realize, many martial techniques will use collapsing energy. If you can completely grasp collapsing energy, in the future, many higher-level martial techniques will be easy for you to learn. Look carefully. The blade pierced into the stone material. Ha ha. Stonehead laughed out loud. It's a waste to leave it here, you two little brothers don't mind. They're probably unwilling to stay in the dust and sleep. There's not much time left. Old Fart Wei said helplessly, the martial meet is about to begin, these two rascals have other special training. Let them go through it first, and in the future, they will have to go through it by themselves. They just need to be initiated. Stonehead did not explain, only smiled warmly, and encouraged, do your best, godlike young lad. Tang Tian scratched his head, no way, I have to find Qi. This is a gift for you, I hope you like it. Tang Tian stared blankly at the direction where Old Fart Wei disappeared, and only reacted after a long time. This guy was really a child abductor. In terms of attainments in the minute collapsing fist, Tang Tian had already reached a relatively proficient level. The big men in the quarry were extremely fond of these two rascals. They all clapped, and some even whistled. Tang Tian jumped to Big Brother Stonehead's side, raised his little face full of reverence, his eyes filled with stars. Big Brother Stonehead, teach me, teach me. Big Stonehead did not move an inch. Chapter 26. Han Bingning came to the jaded swamp sea of bamboos as usual. The Star Wind martial meet was nearing, and she was making the best use of her time to train her light body technique. Her main training was sword arts. Her beautiful water element sword technique, Rainbell, made her the #1 expert of the Northern Yang Academy. He did not spend too much time on floating palm. He only trained in floating palm, so that he could train in the rank 3, broken shadow palm. Han Bingning bent down and prepared to rush down. At this time, a huge black object suddenly rushed out from the bamboo forest. I want to run too. Suddenly, a graceful figure flew down from the sky and caught the little girl. With a turn of her body, she flew back to another bamboo branch. Han Bingning could not understand why the perfect Miss Qi would like this useless man in front of her. Not good. For the first time, Tang Tian had such a strong desire for a martial technique. That was power, true power. If he could learn Mega Avalanche, he would definitely be extremely handsome. Crystal Sky Sima Xiangshan, Northern Yang Han Bingning, Beast of the Liang Qiu, They were the top 3 of the hundreds of academies in Starwind City. After Qi Shanghai left, their positions were unshakable. But there was one thing that Han Bingning could not understand, and that was Tang Tian. Without saying a word, Tang Tian suddenly grabbed onto the little girl. He took a deep breath, his eyes opened wide, the muscles on his arms instantly tensed up, he exhaled, and with a burst of strength, he threw the little girl out like a sandbag. At the edge of the jaded swamp sea of bamboos, a man was training in light body technique. Han Bingning could tell with one look that he was training in the rank 2, aerial wood stake. His steps were a little jerky, and from her point of view, his figure could be considered clumsy. Since he could not run, then he would fight. Ink Black Iron Rhino. With this kind of strength, even if Han Bingning was in her best condition, it would still be difficult for her to win easily. What was worse was that she did not bring her sword with her today. Almost at the same time, a huge black shadow suddenly rushed out of the sea of bamboos. The bamboos that were as thick as an arm were as fragile as paper. They instantly shattered and scattered in all directions. The difficulty of practicing minute collapsing fist was much higher than the flash fist technique. To practice it to perfection, one would need to complete 400,000 repetitions of minute collapsing fist technique. This number was twice that of the flash fist technique. And to train to the Great Avalanche, it required 1,000,000 repetitions of minute collapsing fist. That punch was too powerful. Suddenly, the branch under her feet trembled. Han Bingning immediately woke up with a look of alertness. The branches under his feet trembled continuously, and a faint rumbling sound could be heard. Tang Tian was very diligent in practicing aerial wood stake. Footwork was his weakness, but for close combat, the importance of footwork was self-evident. He cultivated with all his might, and all his bitter cultivation time was spent on cultivating the minute collapsing fist. Suddenly, the trembling of the ground came from behind her. But she immediately had a trace of suspicion. There were very few large wild beasts in the jaded swamp sea of bamboos, because this was a swamp. Han Bingning's calm gaze slowly searched within the dense sea of bamboos. The silver lightning landed solidly on the ink black iron rhino's body. So the fog could be destroyed. His retreating right leg was like an iron plow, carving out a deep groove in the ground. Lowering his waist into a horse stance, he opened up his arms, all 10 fingers spread out, pointing at the ink black iron rhino, his face without a trace of fear. He was like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. His strong explosive power was displayed to its fullest. The distance between the two was extremely close. Adding on the fact that Tang Tian's reaction was extremely fast, he instantly rushed to the side of the ink black iron rhino. Tang Tian saw it. It was a female, but he did not recognize her. But he could finally relax. Turning his body, facing the ink black iron rhino, his expression instantly became fierce. He casually tore off his clothes, revealing a body full of muscles. Tang Tian. The pupils of Tang Tian's eyes suddenly contracted. The little girl wanted to lead the wild beast away, running in another direction. But with such a delay, the wild beast had closed the distance between them. After 20 days of training, as well as bitter training, Tang Tian's minute collapsing fist had reached 80,000 repetitions. Big brother, quickly run. The Tang Tian, who was in midair, took the chance to leap like a fish, grabbing the little girl with one hand and rolling on the ground. Amongst them, the Northern Yang Academy could be counted as the most unique academy. Because it was a female academy, the students inside were all females. Suddenly, her gaze froze. Tang Tian was surprised for a moment, then he threw himself into the frenzied training of the minute collapsing fist. Perhaps it had many mysteries, but in Tang Tian's eyes, it was not as attractive as the Great Avalanche. Come, stupid ox. Han Bingning bit her teeth, charging down. The little girl's tears flowed even faster, but she was extremely sensible. She did not cry, and only ran with all her might. Her gaze casually swept across the area below. There were people who specialized in catching bees here. She did not like to interact with other people, and would often quietly avoid them. Hey, are you all right? Han Bingning stood on the bamboo branch, lost in thought. But the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Rumble. Tang Tian was stunned. The little girl's crying also stopped. Tang Tian saw the little girl staring at him. Oh, if he were to explain it like this, he would lose face. Han Bingning was a famous ice beauty. Countless young men who boasted of themselves as romantic had met with her. The way she did things was extremely similar to the previous Qi Shangguan, so there were people who called her Little Qi. And Han Bingning also said that Qi Shangguan was her idol. Killing lightning bolt. In the entire Star Wind City, he was the only guy who could make Miss Qi smile. When Qi Shangguan was in Star Wind City, Han Bingning had just entered the school. At that time, she was full of respect for Qi Shangguan. Killing lightning bolt could even blast open the fog wall behind the light door, but this animal was actually fine after being hit by it. Tang Tian hurriedly put the little girl behind him, and whispered, "Quickly run." Tang Tian's roar echoed in the bamboo forest. Such a kind-hearted little girl. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. Tang Tian was training the aerial wooden stake, practicing bursting fist, and practicing qinggong during the day. This kind of life was very fulfilling. In her heart, Qi Shangguan was the embodiment of perfection. She did not even notice that many of her ways of doing things were subconsciously imitating Qi Shangguan. She did not leave. She recognized this man. The little girl in the air anxiously waved her arms and legs, her voice was filled with a deep sobbing sound. Han Bingning's expression changed. How could there be such a high-level beast in the jaded swamp sea of bamboos? Damn it. That was killing lightning bolt. Han Bingning walked empty-handed, lightly flying in the sea of bamboos, her figure graceful. The immature and anxious voice entered Tang Tian's ears. Tang Tian turned his head. When he saw the ink-black iron rhinoceros crawling back up as if nothing had happened, Tang Tian sucked in a breath of cold air, his scalp tingling. Big brother. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet violently shook. So dangerous. There must be some wild beast behind me. It was so strong that when Tang Tian thought about it, he could not help but tremble from the bottom of his heart. The ink-black iron rhinoceros fiercely stomped on the ground, pouncing towards the little girl. He had seen the golden card on the light door. He had also seen the corner of the fog wall that had been destroyed by the killing lightning bolt. But right now, Tang Tian's mind was filled with the great avalanche. Tang Tian stopped with some suspicions. At this time, he saw a petite figure charging out from the sea of bamboos. A panic-stricken and petite figure quickly shuttled back and forth between the bamboos. The little girl was only 7 or 8 years old. Her hair was combed into a ponytail, and there were 2 streaks of tears on her chubby face. Her face was deathly white, and her little mouth was tightly clenched. She used her hands and feet to run as fast as she could. The ink-black iron rhinoceros's body was huge, like a small mountain. Its entire body was covered with dark green scales, making it hard for blades and swords to injure it. Its temperament was extremely violent. The ink-black iron rhinoceros's body was huge, but it was not clumsy at all. The sound it made when it ran was even more shocking. It did not care about the bamboos at all, directly crushing them in its path. Rumble, rumble. Even such a simple second-rank, aerial wood stake, was so terrible. How could he obtain the favor of Miss Qi? Tang Tian's heart was incomparably bitter. He thought of his shoddy light body technique, and knew that he would definitely not be able to outrun this beast. Every time he trained bitterly before, although he did not slack off in the slightest, he clenched his teeth and persevered. But this time, within his body, it was as if there was a ball of flame, burning fiercely. Tang Tian's aerial wood stake improved very quickly. The second rank of aerial wood stake was mostly footwork, and only had the most basic technique to raise qi. The difficulty of training it was not high, and it was the same as floating palm. Killing lightning bolt. Wasn't it just 1,000,000 times? 1,000,000 times of minute collapsing fist, to be able to exchange for such a powerful killing technique, it was too worth it. But right now, Tang Tian felt that he was filled with energy. Big brother, let's run together. The little girl pulled on Tang Tian's clothes. It was a little girl. The little girl's face was filled with panic. The moment she rushed out, she saw Tang Tian. Huff, huff, huff. Tang Tian gasped for breath, using all his strength to climb up from the ground. He lowered his head to look at the little girl in his arms. The little girl's eyes were tightly shut, her face filled with fear. Almost at the same time, Tang Tian's figure leapt out without hesitation. A wild beast that Tang Tian had never seen before, so fierce. A piece of the fog was blown away, revealing a small piece of the ground. The experienced Han Bingning immediately realized that there was a huge wild beast approaching. Tang Tian shook the little girl in his arms. The little girl's tightly pursed lips could not hold it in any longer, and began to cry loudly. Tang Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. A dazzling silver fist aura, like a bolt of lightning, tore through the sky. If he had not personally seen the power of Mega Avalanche, Tang Tian might have directly ignored it. 1,000,000 times, how long would he need to train for? The bamboo under Han Bingning's feet shook, and she nearly lost her balance. She quickly stabilized her figure. Tang Tian's bitter training time was all spent on the minute collapsing fist. Big Brother Stone's Mega Avalanche left a deep impression on him. The huge body of the ink-black iron rhino was directly sent flying. Tang Tian was at a loss of what to do. Hey, don't cry, are you injured anywhere? Han Bingning recognized the little girl. She was from the local bee-catcher clan. In this period of time, she had been training in the bamboo sea every day, and had seen her several times. Chapter 27. The last worry in Han Bingning's heart disappeared. She raised her arm and pointed her sword at the ink-black iron rhino. The ink-black iron rhino's eyes turned a deep dark green, like two pieces of black jade. Its entire body emitted an extremely dangerous and tyrannical aura. Roar! Suddenly, the ink-black iron rhino's horn emitted a layer of dark green light. Han Bingning never thought that she would see such an imposing aura from a wild beast. At the same time, Tang Tian's waist also lowered. The man and beast's roars mixed together. The ink-black iron rhino's body trembled and retreated a step. Ink-black iron rhino! A lady exclaimed from the bamboo forest, "Darling!" Suddenly, the ink-black iron rhino's four limbs bent down slightly. Middle-stage fourth-level wild beasts had already produced spirit nuclei. They had the power similar to true power. This was their innate ability. The higher the level of the wild beast, the stronger this ability would be. Tang Tian stared with his eyes wide open and roared like thunder. Tang Tian clenched his teeth and laughed sinisterly. He grabbed the rhino's horn and suddenly exerted strength. With a flip, he sat on the ink-black iron rhino's back. Did it not sense that he was near? Tang Tian was struck by lightning. Pa! His body flew out. Idiot! Han Bingning seemed to have awoken from a dream. With a wave of her hand, she unsheathed her sword. The ink-black iron rhino stared at Tang Tian. The most barbaric clash of strength. Just now, Tang Tian's lightning-like fist had shocked her. But against a middle-stage fourth-level wild beast, a rank 2 martial technique killing technique was far from enough. The little girl's face immediately revealed joy. She shouted loudly, "Mummy! Sword! Throw the sword over! Rumble, rumble! If only there was a sword!" The hard and tough green bamboo struck onto Tang Tian's body. The broken bamboo flew out like arrows, piercing into Tang Tian's flesh. The bamboo branches struck onto Tang Tian's body, causing streaks of blood to intertwine. Tang Tian grinned. His sparkling red eyes made his smile look extremely bewitching. The devilish smile seemed to have not dissipated in the air when Tang Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. The ink-black iron rhino frantically twisted its body, but no matter how it twisted, Tang Tian was like a piece of sticky candy, tightly glued to its back, as if he had gone mad, punching after punching at the ink-black iron rhino. Sword! Han Bingning stared blankly at Tang Tian, to actually be able to stand up after receiving the ink-black iron rhino's true power attack. Just how strong was this guy's physique? Hee. Tang Tian let out an involuntary roar. His face was completely distorted, and his body was like an inflated balloon. Every bit of strength was exploding. The ink-black iron rhino let out an angry roar, its slightly squatting limbs suddenly exerting force. All of her strength was in her sword. If he had a sword in hand, he might be able to contend with this ink-black iron rhino. Tang Tian, its murky pupils overflowed with an ominous glint. Its dark green scales made it look like an ancient heavy-armored knight, full of pressure. The horn on its forehead was not considered sharp, but thick and coarse. However, it had pierced through countless enemies that dared to violate its dignity. Her face was slightly pale. Tang Tian's eyes were wide open in anger. His horse stance was still intact, but his legs were nailed even deeper, to his knees. Both his hands were tightly grabbing onto the ink-black iron rhino's forehead. His body that was like cast iron, was extremely low, and his muscles were all tensed up. Her jade-like feet lightly stepped on the ground. The ground was a mess. Although the man and the beast had collided for a short period of time, but there were cracks everywhere. Exclamations came from behind. No one would have thought that the ink-black iron rhino would actually drill into the bamboo forest. Tang Tian forgot everything else. In his eyes, there was only the ink-black iron rhino in front of him. Tang Tian did not feel anything. Like a crazy demon, his fists rained down on the ink-black iron rhino's back. Pa! The ink-black iron rhino let out a low growl. Han Bingning, who was on top of the bamboo, was dumbstruck. The man and beast's contest of strength completely subverted her common sense. The impact it brought was incomparable. The sound of heavy breathing was mixed with a low growl. The ink-black iron rhino plunged into the bamboo forest. The bamboo that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl was instantly broken into pieces. Possessed. Was it possessed? Han Bingning bit her lips. If she had a sword, she could go down and fight with the ink-black iron rhino for a while. Tang Tian could take the opportunity to escape the battlefield, and then she could use her Qinggong to escape. One man and one beast, facing each other. The ink-black iron rhino suddenly let out a deafening roar. It spread out its 4 limbs and rushed into the bamboo forest. The little girl's face became even paler. Hey! Hey! You're dead! Bang! Upon seeing that, Tang Tian desperately hammered towards the broken parts of the scales. The sharp crane energy minute collapsing fist very quickly cut out many small wounds. Nan Nan's mother's reaction was extremely fast. Xiao, a sword with a scabbard, flew out from the bamboo forest. Without saying a word, Tang Tian's fists rained down on the ink-black iron rhino's body. Han Bingning quickly calculated in her heart. If she were to escape with Tang Tian, would she have a chance of winning? The little girl's eyes lit up. She picked up the bamboo whistle on her neck and blew it with force. Bang! The dark green light once again shone from the rhino's horn, but this time Tang Tian did not seem to feel it. What a strong aura! Han Bingning's face changed. Tang Tian was in danger. Xiao Nan, where are you? An anxious voice came from the bamboo forest. Time seemed to stop at this moment. One man and one beast, every muscle in their body, were exerting all their strength. Tang Tian's pupils were blood red, but in a moment, she understood that this idea would not work. Her Qinggong was light and graceful, but it was not known for its speed. If she were to bring another person, she would definitely not be able to escape from the ink-black iron rhino. Han Bingning's pupils suddenly contracted. The hand that was holding the sword subconsciously tightened, and her face was filled with shock. The sharp sound of the bamboo whistle spread far and wide. Han Bingning stared at the man and beast on the ground. Her emotions were very complicated at this moment. Tang Tian's act of sacrificing himself to save the little girl made her see his bravery and kindness. But he still tried in vain to fight the ink-black iron rhino head-on. He was overestimating himself. It slowly closed in on Tang Tian, its short but powerful limbs, every step it took, caused dust to fly up, and created a rumbling sound. A middle-stage 4th-rank ink-black iron rhino's strength was tyrannical. It was not something a martial artist could match up to. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes. His 2 legs seemed to be nailed into the ground, and his body did not move an inch. The ink-black iron rhino was firmly pressed down. Its mouth had sunk into the soil. It was completely enraged. When had it ever been humiliated like this? When had it ever been suppressed by someone in terms of strength that it had always been proud of? But what surprised her was that the ink-black iron rhino did not seem to feel anything. It suddenly stopped in its tracks and squatted down again. Its horn pointed straight at Tang Tian, who was lying on the ground not far away. On the tip of the bamboo, the little girl's face was pale. She anxiously raised her head. "Big sister, can you save big brother?" Roar, roar, roar. Han Bingning's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Could it be? He did not care at all. He just punched one after another, crazily striking on the back of the ink-black iron rhino. Wild, savage. The two figures collided again. On the ground, the ink-black iron rhino slowly approached Tang Tien. How could a human's strength be so strong? Big brother. Tang Tien, who was in a berserk state, the power of his minute-collapsing fist rose sharply. Every punch had an extremely strong collapsing force, drilling into the ink-black iron rhino's body. The crane's body revolved with all its might. Every burst of true power was as sharp as a beak. On the scales that were comparable to fine steel, very quickly, many fine straight scars appeared. The trembling of the ground was not as rapid as before. Every sound seemed to be knocking on people's hearts. Its head slowly but firmly raised up, and its four limbs slowly straightened up. Tang Tien tried his best to suppress it, but the power coming from his hands was getting stronger and stronger, each wave stronger than the one before. It slowly walked towards Tang Tien, who was on the ground. It was like a deep and dignified king of beasts, bringing along supreme arrogance and aggressiveness. Tang Tien struggled to stand up. His naked upper body was covered in mud. He spat out the mud from his mouth and slowly raised his head. Her heart suddenly gave birth to a sense of helplessness. Even if she had a sword in her hand, she did not know if she had the courage to challenge the king of beasts in front of her. What a strong brute force! The little girl immediately used her hands and feet to hug the bamboo. Tang Tien, one palm pressed on the ground, the other also pressed on the ground. Both palms were covered in mud. Countless of mud flew everywhere. One man and one beast collided violently, instantly forming a shallow pit. The ink-black iron rhino suddenly let out an angry roar. It squatted down with its four limbs, exerting force at the same time. Its huge and heavy body disappeared in the air. Han Bingning was bewildered. It was not the first time she had seen someone bedeviled. But the Tang Tien in front of her, for some reason, was emitting a dangerous aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate. Han Bingning's gaze turned solemn. Bending down, her sleeves fluttering in the wind, she was like a big bird, flying downwards. "Mummy!" The little girl finally could not hold it in any longer. Her mouth flattened, and she burst into tears. With the sword in her hand, Han Bingning's heart settled down. All the hesitation and lack of confidence was swept away. She whispered to the little girl, "Hug the bamboo." Tang Tien's body was slowly propped up. Tang Tien suddenly let out an angry roar. His two legs, which were deeply nailed into the ground, suddenly exerted force, and he also disappeared in an instant. A vigorous and ruthless strange force, like a heavy hammer, fiercely collided with Tang Tien's hands, which were tightly holding onto the rhino's horn, and directly entered his body. The ink-black iron rhino walked until it was 3 jong away from Tang Tien, and stopped. Just as Han Bingning was puzzled, Tang Tien, who was lying motionless on the ground, suddenly moved. The current Tang Tien was like a real wild beast. Hoo. 2 after-images flashed in the air and collided with a loud bang. Tang Tien seemed to see an ancient knight, wearing heavy armor, slowly approaching. A savage and wild aura pounced on him. That punch just now made him feel pain, and this feeling was very unfamiliar. Han Bingning lightly bit her lips and helplessly shook her head. "I didn't bring my sword." Tang Tien's body lowered, and he lowered his waist into a horse stance, adopting the exact same posture as before. The most direct collision of strength. Its 4 limbs frantically moved, and its entire body was struggling. Tang Tien instantly understood what the ink-black iron rhino was trying to do. This fellow had thick skin and thick flesh, and those bamboos were like tickles to it. But to Tang Tien, those bamboos were dangerous. Bang! Han Bingning was very clear on how terrifying a middle-stage 4th-level wild beast was. A small piece of scale cracked and flew into the air. Tang Tien also heard the bamboo whistle, but he was not distracted at all. He focused all of his attention on the ink-black iron rhino in front of him. From the looks of it, it was not easy to deal with. Minute collapsing fists. Wild beasts that were 4th level and above should have a very strong intuition towards danger. 4th level wild beasts already had some intelligence, and in this jaded swamp sea of bamboos, it was the true overlord. Its prestige had never been challenged, and this was its territory. Chapter 28. Did I kill it? Tang Tian was stunned. He looked down and jumped up. He exclaimed, why is it under my butt? That's not right. Why isn't it moving? It looks like it's dead. Impossible. That's right. Han Bingning nodded her head. There are no traces of anyone else at the scene. Really? Tang Tian's gaze did not waver. His expression was serious. She calmed herself down and said indifferently, he hunted a ink black iron rhino. He couldn't find a buyer. You guys take a look. If there's anything useful, then buy it. He tried hard to recall, but he only remembered that the big stupid bull rushed into the sea of bamboos with all his might. He used his fists and punched it with all his might. After that, he could not remember anything. In the next moment, the serious expression on his face melted and turned into a radiant smile, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Tang Tian jumped down from the ink black iron rhino's corpse. He looked around and asked curiously, why would there be such a heavy and big fellow in the jaded swamp sea of bamboos? Wouldn't it sink into the swamp? But the ink black iron rhino's corpse was right in front of her. Even the wounds on the ink black iron rhino's body showed that it was Tang Tian's doing. Tang Tian's entire body was covered in wounds. They had followed the tracks left by the ink black iron rhino to find it. How could he have killed such a ferocious guy? Wow. So powerful. Tang Tian was surprised. Han Bingning looked at Tang Tian. Tang Tian's blank expression was unfathomable to her. Was he pretending? Did he really not know? You've never heard of it? Han Bingning suddenly asked. Big brother, young lad, the ink black iron rhino's most valuable part is its spirit nucleus. It can be used to make spirit cards. But I suggest that you don't sell it. Use it to nurture your martial spirit. There are 621 complete ink scales. Just enough to weave a water element armor. Other than that, this rhino horn is worth quite a lot. The appraiser was very familiar with it. Tang Tian suddenly held his chin and fell into deep thought. His expression was serious, as if he was thinking about a very serious problem. Han Bingning came back to her senses. She felt that her thoughts just now were a little ridiculous. The key was that she still hadn't figured out what kind of person Tang Tian was. Tang Tian shook his head. No. Yes. The appraiser walked to the side of the ink black iron rhino's corpse, circling it once, clicking his tongue in wonder. I didn't expect it to really be the ink black iron rhino. Lad, your strength isn't bad. To be able to hunt an ink black iron rhino, that's true ability. Han Bingning sighed in her heart. This was the first time she had such a feeling. Usually, those young talents around her, they had outstanding talent, elegant manners, they knew how to be romantic, they knew how to enjoy life, everyone thought that they were brimming with talent. Han Bingning nodded. Go ahead. Follow the market price. Little Nan Nan raised her tender palm again and shouted in a childish voice, Big brother is more powerful. Han Bingning resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Ien, that was ruthless enough. I almost couldn't get up. Tang Tian had a lingering fear in his heart. Han Bingning's first reaction was to reject this judgment. Tang Tian patted little Nan Nan's head. He was extremely fond of this kind and cute little girl. Little Nan Nan narrowed her eyes, her face full of enjoyment. It seemed to be a girl, very unfamiliar, but it was this voice that pulled him back from his muddle-headedness, causing him to slowly wake up. Suddenly, Han Bingning found it hard to define this seemingly simple fellow in front of her. This was the first time Han Bingning had seen a completely different kind of person from these people. If one were to say that these people were flowers in a greenhouse, then Tang Tian was like weeds in the wild. As long as there was a bit of sunlight and a bit of fertilizer, he would be able to grow crazily, regardless of wind or rain. Tang Tian turned his head in all directions, looking left and right as he muttered, That stupid cow brought me here. What is this place? Where's that stupid cow? Yes. When the master heard this, he hurriedly nodded his head. Tang Tian nodded his head heavily, his expression becoming more and more solemn. Very good. Tang Tian ran in front of Han Bingning, his face full of enthusiasm as he asked, cultivating a martial spirit, what is it for? Young girl, tell me. Little Nan Nan tried hard to puff out her chest, her little face full of pride. Nan Nan is the best. Under the buttocks, it was killed by me. Tang Tian blankly pointed at himself, his face full of disbelief. Han Bingning did not say anything, but when she heard this, she could not help but roll her eyes. If it was someone else, they would not be able to get up. But Nan Nan did not have such complicated thoughts. She raised her chubby palm. It was killed by Big Brother. Han Bingning secretly remembered these characteristics in her heart. When the time comes, she will go to school and ask the principal. In Han Bingning's mind, the other experts appeared, each of their tall and confident figures. If placed beside Tang Tian, they would really be bean sprouts. When we found you, you were already like this. Han Bingning lightly said, we guarded you for 3 days. Han Bingning's eyes slightly narrowed. There was indeed a problem. The reason why she stayed here was to listen to what the master could see. Tang Tian scratched his head, grinning foolishly. I also do not know how I hunted it. Brave but not astute. Inflexible. Abnormal physical qualities. Wild. But now, the image of Tang Tian in her heart had been completely changed. Very quickly, the master opened the curtain and entered. Seeing Han Bingning, he stepped forward and bowed, miscultivating a martial spirit. Tang Tian's face was blank. Shua, a little head with braids appeared, her face full of surprise. Big brother, you finally woke up. This guy is the real beast. Yo, young lady, you are very powerful. Tang Tian moved his head over, his face full of praise. We're here. Han Bingning's voice was cold, her face expressionless. Guarded me for 3 days. Tang Tian immediately reacted, hurriedly said, thank you so much. Suddenly remembering that he had suffered many injuries on the body of the stupid cow, Tang Tian looked down, only to discover that the wounds on his body had already scabbed. It was killed by Big Brother. Little Nan Nan tried to loudly show her existence. Tang Tian asked in a daze. He subconsciously struggled to sit up, looking around, an unfamiliar environment. Where is this? After a while, the master shook his head. I can't tell. Han Bingning had been secretly observing Tang Tian. Before today, her heart was only filled with disdain, contempt, and confusion. Disdain and contempt were towards Tang Tian, confusion towards Qi Shanghai. In the entire Star Wind City, the number of experts with such strength could be counted on one's fingers. Hoo, we're finally here. I'm so tired. If only the housefly cow was here. Tang Tian wiped his sweat as he muttered to himself. Tang Tian actually dragged it, walking for dozens of miles, and still had the appearance of a dragon and a tiger. You are, I don't know. Han Bingning explained, the scales on its body, also known as ink scales, are very good water scales. Not only can it live in swamps, it can also live in large rivers. Truly a flower in a greenhouse. The shopkeeper and the master secretly looked at each other, their eyes frequently looking at Tang Tian. Yes. The shopkeeper did not dare to ask any more, and hurriedly urged the waiter to go to the backyard to call the master to take a look. This time I really have to thank you. At this time, Nan Nan's mother also opened her mouth to express her gratitude, her face full of gratitude. Nan Nan is very naughty. I did not think that she would cause such a big trouble. If not for you, I do not dare to imagine the consequences. What kind of person was he? Where can we sell this thing? It can be sold for a lot of money. The master stared blankly, and immediately said disapprovingly, too modest. This kind of thing cannot be guess. Oh. It has a spirit core. It should be middle stage 4th level. The master looked very carefully. The grade is very good, but it's a pity that the ink scales are too damaged. Every piece is a loss. It looks like Minute Collapsing Fist, but the cracks of Minute Collapsing Fist are not so smooth, and Minute Collapsing Fist has no way to break the ink scales. Strange, really strange. Tang Tian looked at the little girl, and suddenly remembered. You are that little fellow that was chased that day. Oh, wait, how did I run here? How did it become him who killed it? Han Bingning turned her face to the master and said, keep the spirit core for him, sell the rest. This person was too strange. Suddenly Tang Tian thought of a question, and pointed to the ink armor iron rhino below him, asking, "What kind of monster is this?" "Big brother, the big stupid cow is under your butt," the little girl said cheerfully. "Huh." Tang Tian followed the voice and lowered his head, then discovered a little hand was trying its best to climb up. A middle-aged lady chased and shouted from behind, "Nan Nan, be careful, don't fall." "Yi, how did the injuries on my body heal?" Tang Tian was greatly surprised. Little Nan Nan raised her little palm. "It's bamboo queen bee glue." Little Nan Nan applied bamboo queen bee glue on Big Brother. "It's very useful." A cheerful voice came out from below. Han Bingning's heart moved, but still insisted on nodding her head. "You killed it." Ink armor iron rhino. Han Bingning suddenly opened her mouth. Middle stage 4th level wild beast, valiant power, vicious temperament, extraordinary strength. It has already formed a spirit core, and can use true power. You should have experienced its power. Han Bingning was already completely shocked by Tang Tian's valiant body quality. She tested it. This ink armor iron rhino's weight exceeded 900 kilograms. It was simply a mountain of meat. She suddenly thought, "Don't tell me Qi Shangguan was moved by these things of his." After a while, Tang Tian still did not move. Han Bingning could not restrain herself. Her beautiful eyes stirred. "What are you thinking about, miss? Don't tell me there's some secret." Tang Tian scratched his head and laughed. "I still don't understand the situation." This was ink armor iron rhino, a middle stage 4th level wild beast. Its strength in this region was definitely at the king level. Even if she were to face it, she would only be able to contend with it for a period of time. To kill such a valiant wild beast, it required at least the strength of a 4th level upper stage. "Tang Tian! Tang Tian!" In a daze, Tang Tian faintly heard someone calling him. Hearing that, Tang Tian raised his head, looked at Han Bingning, and asked seriously, "Did I really kill it?" Tang Tian struggled to open his eyes. The glaring sunlight made him subconsciously shrink his eyes. After a while he adapted. He opened his eyes again, and an unfamiliar face entered his eyes. A shopkeeper saw Han Bingning, and immediately dropped his work and ran over. Chapter 29. Old Fart Wei still had some private goods. Interesting. As expected, there was a weapon cabinet in the void, and he could open it whenever he wanted. Father Han coughed lightly. "Bing Ning, I heard that you made a new friend today?" He tried to put the black iron gloves in his hand into the weapon cabinet. As soon as he willed it, the black iron gloves in his hand disappeared. The explosive power within 8 steps was astonishing. "That's right." Han Bingning nodded. Every spirit card requires a martial spirit imprint. As such, the person's martial spirit will be weakened. To nurture and strengthen the martial spirit is something that every martial artist must do. The spirit nucleus is used for that. There are many other uses for the martial spirit, and the more solid the martial spirit is, the less you will be affected by the surrounding environment. How could she like such a man, who was boorish, crazy, and always had a confused look on his face? "Hey, young lady Han, let's go. This young man is going to train." "Yes, very good." The shopkeeper nodded. Although compared to Aries constellation and Sagittarius constellation, Fornax constellation is a small constellation, but Fornax constellation has always been known to produce superior weapons. The real Fornax weapons are split into 4 series: the Black Metal series, Bronze series, Silver series, and Gold series. The Black Metal series is extremely durable, and its defense is amazing. Strictly speaking, the 4 series of Fornax weapons are already considered as star treasures, and their value is not low. Father Han and Mother Han looked at each other. The woman's face was full of worries, and the two of them were already worried, but now they were even more worried. Unprecedented. Tang Tian was overjoyed. 8 steps overtaking Cicada was a rank 3 light body technique, and it involved more techniques to use true power. Among the rank 3 light body techniques, the explosive power of 8 steps overtaking Cicada could be ranked in the top 3. Big brother. Han Bingning regained her senses from her thoughts, and subconsciously said, "Yes, he is quite an interesting person." The Crane-style Qi manual was indeed the true inheritance of the Crane sect. Tang Tian immediately felt that there was something else in his body. Han Bingning's expression froze, and she frowned. "Why would I like him?" As usual, Han Bingning returned home. Even so, Tang Tian, who was still in a state of shock, glared and roared, "Powerful my ass." Tang Tian had finally mastered the aerial wood stake, so he began to practice the 8 steps overtaking cicada. Tang Tian looked up at the sky with a puzzled expression. Could it be that something wasn't right? Tang Tian was full of ambition. Han Bingning didn't know what to say for a while, so she simply changed the topic. "Do you want money or something else? I have a weapon." Tang Tian shook his head and took it out of his backpack. "What?" Tang Tian quickly asked. Behind her, Father Han and Mother Han were having a heated discussion. Only a hearty victory was worthy of a godlike man. His true power could be used more freely. Han Bingning didn't know what to say. She looked at her parents speechlessly. After a few days, the scabs on Tang Tian's body fell off completely, revealing new skin without any scars. Tang Tian extended his hand without hesitation. "I want this, daughter." Mother Han couldn't help but say, "Although I know you like Qi Shangguan, but don't you like her man too?" Whoosh, little Nan Nan borrowed the force and flew in a high parabola in the air, pouncing towards Tang Tian from afar. Little Nan Nan's cheers came out from the sea of bamboos. A pink figure, borrowing the elasticity of the bamboos, was like a little meatball, bouncing around the sea of bamboos at lightning speed. Tang Tian was enlightened. No wonder only 4th level and above can create spirit cards. Little Nan Nan's mouth flattened, her eyes filled with tears. Nan Nan just learned light body techniques. Every day, Tang Tian would be drenched in sweat. Not far from him, Nan Nan would be hugging snacks and eating happily. Dried meat, candied fruits, nuts, her little pocket seemed to be endless. Father Han and Mother Han looked at each other again. This time, the worry in their eyes spread to their faces. Interesting. Since when did their daughter praise someone interesting? Their daughter had been in school for so many years, but she had never praised any boy interesting in front of them. Tang Tian returned to the jaded swamp sea of bamboos and started to train his shoddy light body techniques. He did not even know how he won against the ink-black iron rhino the last time. The scabs on his body were almost all over his body. If not for little Nan Nan's bamboo queen bee wax, he would probably be on his last breath. First time. If it's something used for training, like Star Rocks, it can increase the speed of your true power training. But it's not recommended for those below the 4th level. If you use Star Rocks too early, your foundation will not be good, and it will not be good for your future. The shopkeeper quickly said. If it's a weapon, Aries Constellation's standard little white goat sword, Sagittarius Constellation's small Sagittarius bow, are both very good. The black metal gloves kept disappearing and reappearing on his hands. He was playing with them happily, like a child. Other things? Tang Tian was immediately interested. What can I exchange for? Tang Tian shook his head, with a face of confusion. I don't know. You don't know about cultivating martial spirits? Han Bingning looked at Tang Tian. The Aquarius Martial Cabinet can store 6 weapons, and can also store some miscellaneous items, but the capacity is limited. This is the Aquarius Constellation's entry-level star treasure, which is also known as the Small Martial Cabinet. The shopkeeper's tongue was glib. With it, you can say goodbye to your luggage, and travel is convenient. If you are an all-rounder, then you should have such a weapon cabinet. It will not be stolen, it will not be lost. With just a thought, the weapon will fly into your hands. Any young man with ambition should have an Aquarius Martial Cabinet. Really? Really? Little Nan Nan's face lit up, and the tears disappeared without a trace. Completely from the bottom of my heart. Tang Tian saw that the situation was not good, and his face was full of smiles. Why, I say, no wonder the young lady flying through the sky is so heroic and graceful. Sounds powerful. Tang Tian nodded his head as if he understood. Han Bingning's expression was sluggish, she was already regretting it. But to the crane body, it was not a difficult matter. Although he could not recall the fierce battle, Tang Tian quickly realized, the crane body in his body had become more solid. Although his true power did not increase by much, but after the crane body became stronger, Tang Tian realized, with just a thought, his true power would gather like 1,000 tides, surging endlessly. Han Bingning's father stared. Qi Shangguan? What's wrong with Qi Shangguan? Our family's Bing Ning, compared to Qi Shangguan, is not one bit inferior. At most, we will compete. Compete? Why are you talking about competition? How can Tang Tian, that kind of rascal, be worthy of our daughter? There's a problem. You have the Fornax black metal gloves, you will definitely not be interested in ordinary goods. The shopkeeper laughed. But there is a very interesting star treasure here. Aquarius constellations, Aquarius Marshall cabinet. The shopkeeper took out a necklace. On the necklace, there was a small bottle the size of a pinky, sparkling and translucent, with a beautiful and warm luster. At the last step, Tang Tian fiercely stepped on the ground, his body pounced forward, like a fish, he dangerously grabbed onto little Nan Nan. But the weakness was obvious, the consumption of true power was high, not suitable for long-distance travel, it was a classic light body technique. Interesting, what made Tang Tian even more surprised was, with the crane body's strength, his true power was like a drum. After 8 continuous steps, his true power did not show any signs of exhaustion. Fornax black metal gloves. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Good weapon. The Fornax Constellation's black metal gloves are rare, there are not many produced every year, it is very difficult to buy, I did not expect you to have the means to get it. Han Bingning facepalmed, she could not bear to look, she suddenly regretted bringing this clown to her family's shop. Her mind was still recalling the past few days, the more she thought about it, the more she found it hard to understand. Makes sense. Makes sense. Old man, you are really far-sighted. Mother Han was enlightened, she slapped her thighs. No, we have to find a chance, we have to investigate. Tang Tian quivered, his right leg kicked, he ran, his eyes wide open, his cheeks puffed up, he used all his strength to run forward. More importantly, the shopkeeper stuck out a finger. Your item can be exchanged for one. Han Bingning's eyes flashed, when you reach the 4th level, you will have a martial spirit, which contains your understanding of various martial techniques. We will imprint a part of the martial spirit on the card, which is the current spirit card. What do you mean by the heart? Short-sighted. How many people can kill a middle stage 4th level ink black iron rhino? Looking at it now, Qi Shangguan is the best. Think about it, to be able to see Tang Tian's potential so early, it is really not easy. Is it very powerful? Tang Tian's eyes lit up. The small bottle was placed in his palm. When Tang Tian instigated his true power into the small bottle immediately turned into a ray of light and entered Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian was immediately energized. Don't be anxious. Father Han's eyes flashed with a deep and far-sighted light. Let's not beat the grass and scare the snake. Our daughter is thin-skinned, if we keep talking about her, she will definitely not be able to take it. After playing, Tang Tian placed Brother Stonehead's black iron gloves into the Aquarius Marshall cabinet contentedly. He clenched his fist and made an expression of determination. Yo, young man Tang, you are really strong. You still don't understand. Who else has our daughter praised? With her cold personality, she finally found someone she likes, and you still don't encourage her. Don't tell me you want our daughter to not marry for the rest of her life. Why don't you think about it? Is she someone who forced herself to marry? But what Tang Tian did not expect was that the aerial wooden stake training made him want to vomit blood, but the 8 steps overtaking cicada was extremely fast. After half a day, Tang Tian suddenly realized that the 8 steps overtaking cicada was a test of the usage of true power. Big brother is so powerful. Little Nan Nan happily clapped her meaty palms. The parabola swept past his head, without any intention of stopping. WA, big brother, quickly catch me. The satisfied Tang Tian waved his hand, not taking away a single cloud. It was better to have this kind of victory a few times less. She could not do anything to her parents, and could only say, I am going to train my sword. Chapter 30. Han Bingning was shocked. Principal, you don't have to, everyone is working hard. Star Wind Marshall meets preliminary competition. Although it was often hailed as a breeding ground for black horses, but it was actually a competition ground for low-leveled competitors. The real experts, with a bit of fame, would be selected as seeded competitors, and directly enter the main competition. The cold laughter made a Maori immediately become well-behaved like a good baby. Every generation of the crane sect, who knows how many people spend their entire lives searching for ways to train the crane body. The middle-aged lady said seriously, Crane's spiritual master was able to rely on his own strength to create the heavenly crane constellation. How valiant was he? In the past 300 years, other than Lion King Lei Ang, who subdued the raging lion heart sword and established the supreme hegemony of Leo constellation, who else could accomplish such a feat? To be able to rely on his own strength, in Heaven's Road, to create his own constellation, are all heaven-defying experts. Their true teachings are the world's top martial arts. She regretted bringing the ink scale armor today. Old Fart Wei shouted as though he was injected with chicken blood, young man, for the great revival of Caramel Academy, fight. There are so many people in the preliminary competition. Amauri was shocked. Tang Tian? The middle-aged lady shook her head. I have never heard of him, seems like he is really new. Bing Ning, you must be careful, against this person, you must not let your guard down. The crane body has a special characteristic that very few people know, and that is, its chi is long, and its endurance is astonishing. The crane chi is continuous, curling in spirals. When boss Liang Qiu said to watch the preliminary competition, Ming Guang felt that it was inconceivable. Preliminary competition? What did the preliminary competition have to do with them? They were all seeded competitors. Ming Guang was ranked 10th in the Beast Academy, so of course he did not need to go through the preliminary competition. Oh, Tang Tian replied, and subconsciously walked in the direction that little Nan Nan pointed. Old Fart Wei jumped up as though his tail was stepped on. Amauri, you actually don't have any other thoughts about the school's situation? Shouldn't your blood be boiling, and fight to change the school's predicament? Tang Tian's eyelids were extremely heavy, and as long as he found a place, he would be able to fall asleep. Last night, he had just gone through a round of bitter cultivation. After 10 days of bitter cultivation, he was completely exhausted. In the end, not long after he fell asleep, he was pulled up by old Fart Wei to participate in the preliminaries. What made them even more surprised was that Senior Wang Zhen actually had a face of approval. Tian Lin and Mingguang looked at each other. They couldn't figure out what went wrong with the two seniors. The Star Wind Martial Meet was Star Wind City's biggest festival. Not only did the various academies of Star Wind City participate in the martial meet, there were also many martial artists that came from other places. The Star Wind Martial Meet was not only limited to students, it was an open competition. The generous prizes attracted a large number of foreign martial artists. My God! Am I seeing things? Isn't that Liang Qiu? My idol. Tang Tian yawned and turned to leave. Amauri looked at old Fart Wei sympathetically, and turned to look for the competition grounds. The number of pedestrians on the streets was several times more than usual, and almost all the inns were overcrowded. The four of them went in two different directions. This change was out of everyone's expectations. Some of the students who were not participating in the competition followed behind. A beautiful middle-aged lady, with a small piece of ink scale in her hand, had a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. The opponent and the judge had not arrived yet. Without saying a word, Tang Tian fell asleep. His head had just touched the ground, and loud snoring sounds immediately rose and fell. Bang! A fist fell from the sky, and heavily smashed on his head. Liang Qiu turned a blind eye to these gazes, and said indifferently, I'm going to see Amauri. The students who participated in the preliminaries were all from ordinary academies. Seeing their idol, they were extremely excited. Suddenly, the middle-aged lady thought of a question that had been ignored for a long time. Bing Ning, who is this person? Could it be that I have not been out for a long time? When did Star Wind City have a new genius? Fundamental Tang, are you excited? Amauri turned to ask Tang Tian. Crane body energy? Han Bingning had never heard of this name before. Star Wind Martial Meet has preliminaries? Amauri was surprised. Why didn't I know about it? Practice minute collapsing fist. Tang Tian continued to yawn, his expression sluggish. Liang Qiu's weird suggestion made Tian Lin and Ming Guang feel weird. Senior Liang Qiu was the most popular candidate for the champion of Star Wind Martial Meet, and he actually came to watch the preliminaries. The Crane sect has lost its true inheritance, and has been in decline for many years. The position of the heavenly crane constellation in the past is something you can't imagine now. The middle-aged lady was full of emotions. She shook her head and sighed. Never did I expect to see the true inheritance of the crane sect here. No way. The middle-aged lady waved her hand, and straightforwardly interrupted Han Bingning's words. In this period of time, I have been too lax. I want to lead by example, and fight on the front lines. Wang Zhen nodded. I'm going to see Tang Tian. No matter what, she could not connect the rude and unruly fellow with the current world's strongest martial artists. Tian Lin and Ming Guang looked at each other. Tian Lin followed boss Liang Qiu, while Ming Guang followed boss Wang Zhen. The number of martial artists participating in this year's martial meet was the highest ever. On the light body technique ropeway outside the city, there were many figures, stepping on all kinds of light body techniques, shuttling back and forth. When the four of them arrived at the venue, they were immediately frightened by the terrifying flow of people. The densely packed human flow, bustling with activity, and the astonishing sound waves rumbled. Tang Tian and Amauri were dumbstruck. They wanted to see what kind of competition could actually attract the four-seeded participants. She passed the ink scale to Han Bingning and said, "The crane sect's mental cultivation technique is called Crane-style Qi Manual. Crane-style Qi Manual is cryptic and hard to understand. The difficulty of training is extremely high. The true inheritance of Crane-style Qi Manual is called the crane body. It is rumored, upon training the crane body, the true power will be as sharp as a crane's beak, the destructive power will be extremely strong, so it is also called the crane body energy. I don't know what happened in the crane sect, but they lost the true inheritance, and now no one knows how to train the crane body. I never thought I would actually see it here." Old Fart Wei's expression was not good. "Amauri, if you lose the competition today, hey, so powerful." Han Bingning's beautiful eyes widened. The principal's tone was filled with praise, which was extremely rare. "What's there to see in the preliminary competition?" Ming Guang mumbled. He did not dare to speak loudly. For these four experts to appear in the preliminary competition, it was such a strange thing. Oh, that's right, the third last ranked school should start fighting from the preliminary competition. Amauri's face was suddenly enlightened. Han Bingning's face was slightly pale. The principal was a real training maniac. Once he started training, it would be a nightmare for her to supervise the training. After a long time, she retracted her gaze. But since the two big bosses had spoken, they could only obediently obey. Time passed quickly. As the Starwind martial meet approached, Starwind City became lively. Heavenly Crane Constellation? Han Bingning was surprised. She had heard of this constellation before, but it was a very obscure constellation. Why would a Beast Academy student need to participate in the preliminary competition? Beast Academy is such a famous school, of course they don't need to participate in the preliminary competition. Old Fart Wei said, "Our recent situation is not too good, we have to start from the preliminary competition." "Hey, Old Fart, why did you pull us here so early? You're delaying our sleep time," Tang Tian complained as he walked. Little Nan Nan sat on his shoulder, her face full of satisfaction as she ate her snacks. The middle-aged lady muttered to herself, he should have only obtained the mental cultivation technique, if not, he would not have trained in the minute collapsing fist, although this minute collapsing fist is rather mature, but compared to the crane sect's martial techniques, it is still lacking. Hall 3897. A large number of martial artists participated, causing the Starwind martial meet to become even more lively and attractive. Many people specially came from faraway cities to Starwind City to observe the martial meet. "This is the crane body energy." The middle-aged lady put down the ink scale. "Yes, very few people know about it now." The middle-aged lady muttered, "The crane sect originated from the crane spiritual master. Today's heavenly crane constellation is the constellation he opened up in Heaven's Road. The crane spiritual master's background is unknown. It is highly possible that he is a descendant of the ancient Eastern sects. Non-seeded participants all have to start from the preliminary competition." Old Fart Wei was very calm. He took out a piece of paper from his bosom, lowered his head and looked through it carefully, his mouth muttering, "Oh, Amauri is at Hall 5267, young Tang is at Hall 3897. Hey, Do you see that sign? You guys go check your own venue location. This is your competition pass, keep it well. Idiot, participate in the preliminary competition. Old Fart Wei looked at him with disdain. Genius young man, in his eyes, the preliminary competition was just a competition between a few people who did not make the cut. The real experts competition were all carried out by the seeded participants. Nan Nan sat on Tang Tian's shoulder, looking around. Suddenly her eyes lit up, grabbing onto Tang Tian's hair with all her might. The other hand pointed to the right front, shouting, "Big brother, there, there." It was all because of that damned Tang Tian, but everyone did not understand. Such an expert, why would he come to watch the preliminary competition? There must be an inside story. Han Bingning's mouth twitched. She forcefully endured. It's Caramel Academy's Tang Tian. What did you do last night? Old Fart Wei asked curiously. Han Bingning did not reply. The middle-aged lady suddenly stood up, muttering to herself, "Seems like I have been too relaxed recently. From today onwards, I will personally supervise your training." Minute collapsing fist. That is too exciting. Fundamental Tang, let us fight to our heart's content. With chi. A Maori raised his blade and shouted. The students at the venue were all discussing. These 4 people were all-star Wind City's academies, all of them were famous experts. As for Liang Qiu and Wang Zhen, they were idol-level experts, with countless of admirers. Han Bingning's cherry lips slightly opened. She was flabbergasted. She felt that the principal was getting more and more ridiculous. "I want to sleep." Tang Tian yawned. Liang Qiu, Wang Zhen, Tian Lin, Ming Guang, hiss, what is the Beast Academy trying to do? Only 4 of the top 10 are here. Don't tell me the Beast Academy has some amazing people participating in the preliminary competition. The 4 of them lined up, appearing in the venue, and immediately caused a commotion. Liang Qiu had an indifferent temperament, Wang Zhen was deep and honest, Tian Lin was arrogant and cold, Ming Guang was lively and handsome. The 4 of them had different temperaments, but they formed a striking scene. Chapter 31. Cai Shui and He Xiaoqin quickly ran over. Her. The spectators who were originally blocking the stands immediately turned pale and turned their heads to look at Sima Xiangshan in fear. Why is she here? At the entrance of the stands, there was an impenetrable crowd. They could not squeeze in. The 5 of them did not expect that the stands for the preliminaries would be so small. It could only accommodate 200 to 300 people. Their competition venue could accommodate thousands of people. That was why they thought of disguising themselves, hoping to not attract attention. "Please make way." Sima Xiangshan's voice was soft, but it could be heard by everyone. Low profile, low profile. Sima Xiangshan lowered his voice. He was wearing a woman's mask with heavy makeup on his face. He was dressed gorgeously. Those who did not know would think that he was a woman. The rumbling came to an abrupt stop. The expressions of the excited crowd instantly froze on their faces. Sima Xiangshan. What kind of person was worth Brother Zhen making a trip here? Ming Guang suddenly lowered his voice. Brother Zhen, there seems to be a lot of people following behind. In the dead silence, Tang Tian opened his eyes in a daze. Shun Yuan had just come out from his closed-door training when he was dragged by Boss Sima. He. Behind the thick mask, there was a creepy laughter. Sima Xiangshan seemed to have discovered something interesting. A large group of people rushed in. When they saw Wang Zhen and Ming Guang, their eyes lit up. They surrounded them. The small stands were filled with people. To watch the preliminaries, such a lame excuse, how could the principal agree to it? Cai Shui and He Xiaoqin stared at the 2 people from Crystal Sky Academy. Crystal Sky and Northern Yang, the first and second place, naturally would not have a friendly relationship. Wang Zhen sensed something. He turned his face and looked at the entrance of the stands. Everyone was familiar with each other. They had fought against each other countless times. Wang Zhen was one of the big shots of Beast Academy. Everyone's status and experience were similar. Sima Xiangshan. Then, they saw Wang Zhen and Ming Guang. His strong strength and weird personality made him an existence that everyone feared. Big brother Sima, we don't have to be so sneaky, right? Shun Yuan touched the mask on his face and couldn't help but say. Let's go and see the guy who defeated you. Sima Xiangshan's voice came from behind the mask, revealing an indescribable hair-raising feeling, causing goosebumps to appear all over Shen Yuan's body. But no one would think so. However, in a venue that could only accommodate 200 people, these 5 people could no longer be described as eye-catching. They were like the bright moon in the dark night, so eye-catching that they couldn't be any more eye-catching. Suddenly, Sima Xiangshan stopped in his tracks and turned around. Why are there so many people? Shen Yuan's face was filled with astonishment. This was only the preliminary round, but the viewing platform was actually filled with people. This was too illogical. The 2 sides, who were at daggers drawn, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Senior Sister Han suddenly brought them to the principal, saying that they were going to watch the Star Wind Martial meet preliminaries. At that time, their hearts were filled with worry. If Senior Sister wanted to find an excuse to leave the school, she should have found a more reliable excuse. 3 mysterious veiled women and 2 mysterious masked men suddenly appeared on the small viewing platform, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Tang Tian drowsily looked at the viewing platform that was filled with people. Suddenly, he noticed Han Bingning on the viewing platform. Isn't Senior Sima here too? Han Bingning's voice was as cold as ice, without the slightest fluctuation. Da Zhen, you always make things difficult for me. Sima Xiangshan sighed helplessly and took off his mask. Han Bingning's face did not seem to have any fluctuations, but in a place where others couldn't see, the fingers that were holding the sword had turned white. Senior Sister, which competition are we going to watch? Cai Shui asked curiously. Shen Yuan's gaze landed on Boss Sima's mask, and he felt a wave of nausea. Boss Sima's hobby was always so strange. Luckily, his own mask was still relatively normal, just an ordinary clown mask. Shen Yuan's eyelids twitched, and his expression changed slightly. In the entire Starwind City, there were only 2 people who could contend against Boss Sima, Han Bingning and Liang Qiu. Shen Yuan had fought with Boss Sima many times before, and Boss Sima's strength made him unable to muster up the courage to resist. Tang Tian's spirit was roused, and he immediately raised his arm up high, waving it towards the viewing platform, and shouted loudly. Sima Xiangshan moved to the side, and made a please gesture. When the others on the viewing platform heard this, their ears immediately perked up. Wang Zhen's tone was so familiar, then these 5 people must not have simple backgrounds. Everyone's gaze turned towards Han Bingning. Cruel, ruthless, temperamental, neurotic, these 4 words, made that devilish mask, suddenly seem to have an additional frightening luster. What kind of preliminary competition was this? Boss Sima's strength was unfathomable. Even the always strict principal looked at him in a different light. No matter if it was Sima Xiangshan or Han Bingning, they were all speechless by Wang Zhen's words. Couldn't this guy just pretend not to know? Cai Shui and He Xiaoqin said at the same time. Sima Xiangshan's footsteps were extremely light, so light that there was no sound at all. His figure suddenly seemed to be covered with a layer of faint black halo, and an extremely dangerous aura instantly enveloped the entire audience. In the deafening sound, Han Bingning's expression was indifferent, and she did not move an inch. The viewing platform immediately exploded. Oh, probably not. Wang Zhen replied. Interesting. Behind the veil, Han Bingning's tone was like frost, and her beautiful eyes flashed a trace of playfulness. Miss Bingning, it has nothing to do with us. Ming Guang did not know where Brother Zhen's confidence came from. Ming Guang's heart was already very curious, although Brother Zhen's temper was quite good, but to specially come to the venue to watch a preliminary competition, this kind of thing had never happened before. Not far behind him, 3 women wearing veils and bamboo hats looked over from afar. Both sides just stared at each other from afar. But Starwind City, when did such a powerful person appear? Oh, it's okay. Wang Zhen casually replied. His gaze was fixed on Tang Tian, who was sleeping in the corner of the viewing platform. Cai Shui was like a little bird that escaped from its cage, extremely cheerful. Although she was wearing a veil on her face, her youthfulness and liveliness could not be concealed. Senior Sister is too powerful. The principal actually agreed to let us out. This is really unexpected. Wang Zhen recognized the 2 at a glance, and his face was puzzled. Why are you dressed like this? Seems like this. Wang Zhen casually said. Huala. Cai Shui and He Xiaoqin were confused, watching the battle. What was there to watch in the preliminary competition? All the bad feelings that Ming Guang had previously had immediately disappeared. He was just about to put on an incomparably handsome pose, when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the viewing platform's entrance. What a coincidence. I never thought that Miss Bing Ning would also be interested in Tang Tian. Sima Xiangshan laughed, his voice carrying an indescribable creepiness. Cai Shui and He Xiaoqin's eyes flashed with shock. The two of them could not help but look at each other in dismay. If it was said that before, they still did not understand why their senior sister would bring them to watch the preliminary competition, and why the principal would agree to let them go, then now, when they found out that Tianjing Sima Xiangshan had personally come, they understood that there must be some powerful person here. And Han Bingning was an expert that could directly confront Boss Sima. Wang Zhen and Ming Guang were the first to arrive. The viewing platform was empty. Ming Guang looked around the viewing platform. Brother Zhen, did we really come to the right place? Shen Yuan was stunned, but immediately reacted and suddenly turned around. Hey, where did these people come from? The entire audience was dead silent. The surging tide of people made Ming Guang's scalp tingle. Brother Zhen, they really came. A lot of people? Wang Zhen replied, don't worry, it definitely has nothing to do with us. Senior Wang Zhen. Han Bingning politely greeted, simply taking off her veil and bamboo hat. Cai Shui and He Xiaoqin, seeing this, also took off their veils and bamboo hats. Come, let's go in. Wang Zhen did not even turn his head and walked into the viewing platform. For the first time, she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Then allow me to open the way for Miss Bing Ning. Sima Xiangshan laughed. He took a step forward and walked towards the viewing platform entrance. Everyone subconsciously opened up a path. Aha, young lady. Are you here to witness the first battle of a godlike young legend? Waha, young lady, your eyes are really on point. Ever since Qi Shangguan left Starwind City, Sima Xiangshan had always occupied the throne of Starwind City's #1. But unlike Qi Shangguan, who was loved by many, Sima Xiangshan's notoriety could stop a baby from crying. Han Bingning. Sima Xiangshan softly said to himself. Han Bingning nodded at him to show her gratitude, then walked along the empty path towards the viewing platform. The people along the way subconsciously avoided her. Ming Guang watched and shook his head. The viewing platform was pitifully small. There was not a single person. There were too many preliminaries starting at the same time, and the standard was relatively low, so there was basically no audience. Usually it was the contestant's family or something like that. Sima Xiangshan. Han Bingning's cold voice made Cai Shui and He Xiaoqin's faces change. But what they never thought was, the principal actually agreed, and even told them to watch the battle. Let's go. Han Bingning coldly threw down these two words, then took the lead and walked forward. Although there's nothing to see in the preliminaries, but it's good to come out and get some fresh air. He Xiaoqin was also quite happy. Over the past few days, the principal had personally supervised their cultivation, and almost everyone had complained incessantly. Sima Xiangshan glanced at them, then with Shen Yuan, they disappeared into the crowd. Han Bingning was about to answer. Suddenly, her heart felt something. She stopped and looked forward. Cai Shui and He Xiaoqin, who were beside her, noticed something strange, followed Han Bingning's gaze with a vigilant face. Their gaze was as sharp as a sword, as if it could pierce through the thin veil. Excuse me, are you Beast Academy's student Ming Guang? A beautiful girl, squeezed over, looked at Ming Guang with a face of worship. Sima Xiangshan's face was all smiles. His appearance was very ordinary. He even looked a bit gentle and easy to talk to. Goddess. In the dead silence, Tang Tian's shout spread throughout the audience. The cold and panicky atmosphere was suddenly swept away. Panic spread like a plague, climbing up the faces of these people, all the way to the depths of their eyes. At this time, Northern Yang Academy's Han Bingning and the other two came to their side. Not far away, two guys wearing masks were watching them. Senior Sister. Chapter 32. Han Bingning squinted her eyes, and beside her, Cai Shui and He Xiaoqin's faces became much more serious. Chaotic splitting wind rod technique. Wang Zhen was also somewhat surprised. This type of rod technique is rarely practiced by people. Young man, you don't know what kind of baptism I have experienced. The best time to break the chaotic splitting wind rod technique is his first few strikes. At that time the power of the rod has not been fully displayed. Now that the power of the rod is layered, it is truly powerful and heavy. Wang Zhen said. The sound of the rod was deep and resounding, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The long copper rod had not yet touched the ground, but the energy had already split open the ground, causing countless amounts of dirt to fly. He is Tang Tian. Didn't they say Tang Tian is a trash student? Yes. The judge nodded. From the change in the sound of the rod, Tang Tian knew that the power of the rod had increased again. The barefooted youth's figure was completely enveloped by the rod's shadow. You actually dare to sneak attack. The smile on Tang Tian's face disappeared. He stared at the opponent with an unfriendly face, coldly snorted, "You are finished." Ah. He is Tang Tian. Tang Tian lowered his waist, opened his arms, his 10 fingers locked onto the barefooted youth. Qi Shangguan, could it be? The barefooted youth's body, like a roly-poly doll, once again fell to the other side, bringing along the rod's power to the side. Although the barefooted youth felt a strong sense of oppression, his eyes did not have a hint of fear. An ominous glint flashed. His figure once again disappeared from Tang Tian's vision. Their senior actually knew this person. Cai Shui and He Xiaoqin looked at each other. Their hearts were extremely curious, thinking that the principal had agreed to let them out. Could it be that the principal also knew? Looking at the super luxurious lineup on the viewing platform, 2 of the top 3 experts of Starwind City had come. Although the Beast Academy's Liang Qiu did not come, but senior Wang Zhen had personally come, it could be seen how important this was. I guess it's true, but pain in the balls? You've underestimated the big boss balls. Their entire bodies are made of copper and iron, and even their balls are made of steel. His upper body was naked, and his lower body was only wearing a pair of simple animal skin shorts. His skin was dark and had a hint of metallic luster. His feet were bare, and he held a copper rod in his hand. The 2 ends of the copper rod were wrapped with a circle of slightly protruding nails. The most impressive thing about him was his eyes. They knew very well what kind of attitude senior sister had towards men. Tang Tian stomped hard on the ground with his left foot. His calm face suddenly turned ferocious. He exerted force with his left foot and shot forward like an arrow. The strength of the barefooted youth was not bad. Just as the long copper rod missed, it was as if he had predicted Tang Tian's counterattack. His body fell straight to the side, avoiding Tang Tian's flash fist. At the same time, he shook the tail of his rod, and the body of the rod was like a venomous snake. It pounced towards Tang Tian. Beside him, there was a freakish power maniac like Housefly Cow. Not to mention, there was also Big Brother Stone, that super freakish road roller. Even if one randomly picked out from the quarry, the momentum of casually waving a big iron hammer would be much more terrifying than this. The barefooted youth's gaze turned to the other side of Tang Tian. The opposite barefooted youth also noticed the change in Tang Tian. His eyes flashed a trace of vigilance. The long copper rod in his hand suddenly straightened, and the rod head pointed directly at Tang Tian. As soon as his voice fell, the barefooted youth disappeared into the air, and a rod wind suddenly appeared behind Tang Tian's head. However, he was not affected by the opponent's rod. In an instant, Tang Tian seemed to have changed into a different person. There was no trace of a smile on his face, and his eyes were calm without a trace of ripples. He opened his arms, and every muscle was angular. The hard lines were full of masculinity. The long copper rod swept past his body. The heavy copper rod was swung up, and the sound of high-speed rotation filled the venue. The gravel and soil on the ground were constantly rolled up, and then crushed by the shadow of the rod. What kind of rod technique is this? Ming Guang couldn't help but ask. What a strange way of attacking. Han Bingning's eyes froze. She suddenly remembered the day when Tang Tian faced the ink-black iron rhinoceros. It was the same posture in front of her. The 2 of them retreated a few steps at the same time, and once again separated. A swift and fierce figure stepped into the venue. His voice revealed a trace of killing intent. "Excuse me, is this venue 3897? I've long been prepared," Tang Tian casually said. Did Tang Tian not want to live anymore? Tang Tian jumped to the side again. The others also noticed the change in Tang Tian. The originally noisy audience immediately quietened down. Flash fist. Could it be that Starwind City had another extraordinary genius? Senior sister, who is he? Cai Shuai asked with a face of curiosity. The barefooted youth once again fell to the side, and the power of the long copper rod increased again. The rod's body became blurry, and it was hard to see with the naked eye. The judge had seen all kinds of contestants. At first glance, he could tell that the barefooted youth in front of him was definitely not a good person. What kind of rod technique was this? Fortunately, at this time, another contestant entered the venue. Only then did the judge regain his senses. Tang Tian was shocked. He did not think that the opponent would start fighting just like that. But his reaction was extremely fast. Bending his waist, he lifted his left leg backwards. The judge hurriedly asked Tang Tian, "Are you ready?" The chaotic splitting wind rod technique requires innate divine strength. It relies on strength to win. Wang Zhen explained, using his body to drive the rod's power. Look at his figure, it looks like he's drunk. But in reality, he's hiding his killing intent. Once the chaotic splitting wind rod technique is used, he'll have the advantage. His Tang Tian. Han Bingning forced herself to calm down. She tried to calm down the intense feeling of embarrassment from Tang Tian's greeting. Yeah, he's been repeating for 5 years. If he's not a garbage student, then what is he? Tang Tian had already seen some signs. The barefooted youth used his body as the axis to move the rod. Every time he fell, the strength of the copper rod would increase a little. Right now, the barefooted youth was like a high-speed spinning top. The rod's power was heavy and terrifying. As long as it was hit, the opponent would most likely lose their fighting strength. From the looks of it, the barefooted youth's rod was very messy, but it covered a large area. Sima Xiangshan, who was sitting slightly straight, had a flash in his eyes. He sat even straighter. Tang Tian's back leg was blocked by the barefooted youth's rod. Tang Tian had no choice but to jump to the other side. Cai Shuai and He Xiaoqin exclaimed at the same time. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The man below was actually Tang Tian. The legendary super retainer who was kicked out of school, the garbage student Tang Tian. The man that Qi Shangguan liked the most, Tang Tian. What a strange martial technique. Heh. Mingguang revealed a look of surprise. Looks like this person's strength is not bad. Sima Xiangshan sat up slightly, while Shen Yuan's face was full of surprise. When the referee entered the arena, he was completely shocked by such a hot scene. He almost wondered if he had gone to the wrong place. The familiar faces in the stands caused his heart to palpitate and his scalp to go numb. Any one of these people, any of their matches would become the hottest match of the day. Then isn't Tang Tian in danger? Mingguang frowned. Wang Zhen replied, his combat experience should be very rich. At this time, many people had already recognized that the person below was Tang Tian. Tang Tian's face was calm. Looking forward, his body slightly leaned forward and his right fist was at the side of his waist. Mingguang heard of this rod technique for the first time and was a little surprised. Why? It feels very powerful. I didn't expect there to be such a strong player in the preliminaries. When the referee saw the player in front of him, his heart trembled. Every step of Tang Tian was extremely heavy, deeply sinking into the soil. Tang Tian also did not expect that his first opponent would be so powerful. Han Bingning's mouth twitched. She resisted the urge to draw her sword and cut the 2 people beside her. She pretended to be indifferent, turned her face and looked at the 2 seriously. You guys are thinking too much. Actually, I like women. For a veteran referee who had been a referee for more than 5 years, how could he not know these people? The people in the stands were immediately shocked. Such a heavy rod, to clash head-on, was definitely looking for death. Almost at the same time, Tang Tian's squinted eyes suddenly opened. His upper body was like a pendulum, swaying slightly and his feet stepped backwards. However, the ferocious-looking Tang Tian's eyes were clear and calm. This kind of strength may be suffocating in the eyes of ordinary people, but in his eyes, it was not enough. Wang. God, this This is the preliminaries. Boom. The barefooted youth's body was like a spinning top, straight and straight in the other direction. The heavy copper rod was once again brought up. Tang Tian's eyes lit up and hurriedly waved his hand. Aha, young man, are you my opponent? Sima Xiangshan, Han Bingning, Wang Zhen. Tang Tian stepped horizontally, as if he was sliding on ice, and brushed past the poisonous snake-like rod. Hoo. That copper rod was at least 60 pounds, and when it danced, it was terrifying. His eyes were focused, and all distracting thoughts were thrown to the back of his mind. His opponent was like a whirlwind. Everywhere he went, sand and stones flew. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Tang Tian was like a mad bison, rumbling as he brought along countless splashes of soil, rushing towards the whirlwind. Without warning, Tang Tian's fist drilled out from the barefooted youth's right rib. The barefooted youth's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't hear Tang Tian's words. Like a raging tornado, rumbling and wreaking havoc in the small venue. Although this group of people had lowered their voices, Sima Xiangshan and the others had terrifying hearing, so they heard everything clearly. But when they heard these words that were full of killing power, this group of powerful big shots subconsciously clamped their legs together. Moreover, he seemed to be very familiar with senior sister. Cai Shui hesitated, but couldn't help but stutter. Senior sister, liking Qi Shangguan is nothing, but liking her man, this seems, but why did so many big shots come here? Are they so bored that their balls hurt? His Tang Tian. This point could be seen from Tang Tian's constant dodging. Tang Tian stopped moving and faced the other. He Xiaoqin's temper was much more straightforward. She said with a serious face, "Senior sister, there are plenty of fish in the sea, why pick someone's broken shoes?" Cai Shui and He Xiaoqin's expressions froze on their faces. They were stunned, so shocked that they couldn't speak. The brass-colored rod changed direction like the whirlwind, rumbling towards Tang Tian. This is, Cai Shui and He Xiaoqin looked at each other. They knew very well how much senior sister worshipped Qi Shangguan. The barefooted youth turned to ask the referee, "Can we start?" Han Bingning turned her face away, as if she hadn't said anything. Swift and fierce, full of killing intent. Bang! Chapter 33. Suddenly, Tang Tian's eyebrows twitched. All of a sudden, he jumped out as if his butt was on fire, and waved his right hand with all his might. "Wa. Big brother is the best." Little Nan Nan raised her tender little hands and shouted. Tang Tian's eyes lit up, and continued, "I've learnt them all, 5 types of martial techniques, so powerful." The surroundings immediately quietened down. Everyone's gaze immediately became strange, and looked at Tang Tian with sympathy. "Senior sister, what kind of girl do you like?" Cai Shui asked shyly and curiously. As he spoke, Sima Xiangshan's figure unknowingly floated to the exit. He suddenly turned his face, and smiled at Tang Tian. "I'm really looking forward to it." The contrast was too big. In comparison, the big shots were much calmer. "The so-called enemy, isn't it to be defeated?" Tang Tian said matter-of-factly. You know that too?" Tang Tian looked as if he had discovered a new continent, and looked at Sima Xiangshan with excitement. Suddenly, Tang Tian saw Shen Yuan on the viewing platform, and immediately became excited. He waved at Shen Yuan, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother Yuan, brother Yuan, that damned woman." A Maori's brute force was terrifying, and Ming Guang had personally experienced it. Ming Guang imagined it in his mind. Replacing Tang Tian with a Maori, this was a very normal result. Just that, it was really rough. Really barbaric. With the last step, Tang Tian was like a barbaric rhinoceros, heavily stepping on it. Shen Yuan laughed very reluctantly, and silently said in his heart, "Are you being sarcastic? Are you being sarcastic? Are you being sarcastic? Brother Yuan, your spirit card is really good. It's very useful." Tang Tian said sincerely. Cai Shui stared blankly at Tang Tian in the arena. So powerful. He waved his hand. "Godlike young man, we'll meet again. Brother Yuan is too powerful. Even Brother Shatu praised you for matching well. Close combat expert. Wow. Tang Tian said excitedly. Sima Xiangshan's expression became ferocious. He suddenly turned around, and a piercingly cold killing intent swept towards Tang Tian. Sima Xiangshan. Han Bingning looked at Tang Tian worriedly. She knew that Sima Xiangshan had a very eccentric personality. It was very likely that he would do what he said. Tang Tian shook his head. I don't know. Han Bingning was stunned, and so was everyone else. A deafening crash resounded as Tang Tian's fist collided with the copper rod. The shadows of the staff that filled the sky disappeared, and so did the heart-palpitating sound of the wind. The barefooted youth's high-speed spinning figure seemed to have been forcibly stopped by a force, and he stopped in place. Sima Xiangshan's tone was gentle, but his words sent chills down everyone's spine. Bastard! Shen Yuan's face flushed red. He finally understood what Han Bingning felt. In that instant, his heart was filled with regret. Why did he not take the opportunity to leave? Who is he? Tang Tian asked Han Bingning curiously. Tang Tian's strength is very strong. He Xiaoqin analyzed seriously. He does not look like the kind of physique that specializes in brute force, but to be able to explode with such a powerful force, it means that his technique is very strong. Up until now, he has only used flash fist technique and aerial wood stake, which are both rank 2 martial techniques. To be able to defeat his opponent with just a rank 2 martial technique, he is very powerful. He is a formidable opponent for us. Such a solid foundation, it is rare. Sima Xiangshan turned around and asked Shen Yuan, I heard that he practiced fundamental martial techniques for 5 years. But, to be able to fight to a draw with a Maori. He was a real freak. Han Bingning suddenly said, do you know who he is? When Nan Nan helped Tang Tian apply the bamboo queen bee glue, Tang Tian's wrinkled face finally relaxed. He ran to the stands and waved his arms at Han Bingning and shouted, Hey, young lady, are you shocked by this godlike young man? So painful, so painful. Wang Zhen nodded his head at Tang Tian and left with a face full of admiration. Borrowing this force, Tang Tian's speed increased and he rushed to the front of the rod. Close quarters combat expert. When Sima Xiangshan heard this term, he interjected with interest. Exhaling, he had long prepared his right fist and punched out. Quang dang. As the distance between the two got closer, Tang Tian's calm and clear eyes began to change. It was as if a flame had suddenly surged out from the depths of his eyes. Hoo. Sigh. So painful. So painful. Just relying on strength to win against the chaotic splitting wind rod technique? This was too funny. The strong contrast between extreme movement and extreme stillness made the spectators feel uncomfortable. This time, Mingguang calmed down and was on par with a Maori's fist. I will cripple your true power and let you sink in defeat forever. It will definitely be wonderful and interesting. Snow Cai lowered her head as if she was thinking about something. The barefooted young man who was at a loss did not have any reaction at all. The fist landed solidly on his face. The barefooted young man was like a rhinoceros that had collided with him and flew out. Wang Zhen said, his strength is slightly weaker than a Maori's, but his technique is more outstanding. I have seen the two of them fight and it was a draw. Suddenly, another fist drilled out from under his face without any warning. Seems like it was right. It was a perfect technique to release his strength. Just comparing muscle strength, he has almost reached the pinnacle. The flash fist is also beautiful. I guess Wang Zhen came for this. Sima Xiangshan praised. With that, he disappeared. Shen Yuan nodded, yes, that's what the rumors say. All the strength in his body was concentrated in this fist, and it was as heavy as 1,000 catties. Han Bingning took half a step forward, his palm on the sword at his waist, his eyes drooping. Just like that, when Shen Yuan realized that Tang Tian had appeared in front of him, he had the heart to bang his head against the wall and die. Why was he still here? The clapping awoke the crowd from their thoughts. The one clapping was Sima Xiangshan. He smiled and said, this is the best sentence I have ever heard. Finished, he turned and left. Flash fist. After a while, the judge reacted and quickly shouted, Tang Tian wins. Tang Tian said, the guy who was beaten up by Qi so many times. For this sentence, even if we meet in the competition, I will not kill you. Bang! Once he displayed his rod techniques, he had never lost. There had never been anyone who could defeat him before he was exhausted. He Xiaoqin noticed Cai Shue's strangeness and asked curiously, Shue, did you discover something new? The things that Tang Tian had displayed were too little, and I could only analyze so much. However, to be able to attract so much attention, this Tang Tian really has some skills. This year's martial meet will be interesting. Han Bingning wanted to say something, but nothing came out. She stared at Tang Tian. Tang Tian's eyes were clear and calm. There was no fear in his eyes. Ming Guang, Shen Yuan and the others, the ridicule on their faces slowly disappeared. They silently chewed on Tang Tian's words. Darling. Bamboo Queen Bee Glue. Han Bingning staggered and almost fell. He Xiaoqin also stared. Is he a wild beast? The stands were in an uproar. Qi Shanghai was the eternal pain in Sima Xiangshan's heart. When Qi Shanghai was still in Starwind City, he had always lived in Qi Shanghai's shadow. He had repeatedly tried to challenge Qi Shanghai, but every time, he would be beaten miserably by Qi Shanghai. Dang! Shen Yuan's smile was even more forced. He silently said in his heart, would I believe it? Would I believe it? Smoke bombs are too clumsy, Shen Yuan honestly said, I'm not sure about that. Han Bingning was about to say something when she heard Tang Tian say, but as long as they are my enemies, they will be defeated by me. The cold and demonic killing intent could not advance an inch. Han Bingning's heart relaxed. Thinking of Shen Yuan's embarrassment, she said without hesitation, let's go back to school. The change was too fast. Just now, they felt that the barefooted youth's rod technique was vigorous and without any flaws. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, Tang Tian would win? More importantly, Tang Tian did not seem to use any powerful martial techniques. He just relied on his strength to settle it. Really makes one look forward to it. Sima Xiangshan smiled, who knows, we might even exchange blows. Wang Zhen suddenly said, Sima, if there's anything, let's settle it at the martial meet. Han Bingning also pricked up her ears. She could see that Cai Shui was not right, but she had always been cold and would not take the initiative to speak. Your expression is so strange. What are you thinking about? He Xiaoqin felt that it was very strange. All the killing intent suddenly disappeared without a trace. Sima Xiangshan laughed out loud, you really have gut. This year's martial meet finally has something that can pique my interest. The copper rod flew far away. Can I really say it? Cai Shui stammered. Sima Xiangshan looked coldly at Tang Tian. Tang Tian maintained his punching posture, his face cold. The entire audience was silent. Cai Shui and He Xiaoqin hurriedly followed. Then you will definitely be defeated by me. Tang Tian's tone was incomparably firm. The barefooted youth's face revealed a blank expression. He did not understand what exactly had happened. Say it. What can't you say? He Xiaoqin casually said, feeling even more strange. Sima Xiangshan, who was at the exit, staggered. Tang Tian maintained his punching posture and let out a long breath. The flames in his eyes slowly subsided. Han Bingning, Ming Guang's mouth was wide open. He blankly stared at the arena. After a while, he blankly asked, this. Tang Tian carried little Nan Nan on his back and quickly jumped up to the viewing platform. Han Bingning was very calm. She had seen Tang Tian wrestle with the ink-black iron rhinoceros before. This kind of result did not surprise her. She just did not think that Tang Tian would use such a simple method to defeat his opponent. How could it be? How could it be? The viewing platform that had just been shaken into absolute silence, now everyone looked sluggishly at Tang Tian, who was jumping around in the arena. His face was twisted in pain. The smile on Shen Yuan's face was stiff. In his heart, he silently said, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Please leave quickly. New discovery? Cai Shui raised her head with a blank face. Chapter 34. He is Starwind City Academy's #1 expert. A Maori explained. Every student who trained in flash fist technique had a face of disbelief when they heard the result. But as the rumors spread, they began to believe that flash fist technique could actually break chaotic splitting wind rod technique. All the students who trained in flash fist technique, were excited. They gathered together and tried to recreate Tang Tian's techniques. Tang Tian was able to use the rank 2, flash fist technique, to break the rank 3, chaotic splitting wind rod technique, was all because of his perfect fundamental martial techniques. And Sima Xiangshan had publicly announced in Crystal Sky Academy that Tang Tian's fundamental martial techniques had already reached a perfect state. No one in Star Wind City could compete with him in terms of muscle strength. Tang Tian continued to immerse himself in training. He was sweating profusely. He was not the least bit affected by the preliminary round, nor was he affected by the upcoming second round. His training was not affected at all. The Zhu family patriarch's eyes were filled with joy. He looked at Zhu Peng with a gratified expression. "I want you to die fair and square in front of everyone." But no matter what the reason was, everyone's attention towards Tang Tian immediately soared. The preliminary round that was originally thought to be boring, suddenly had a black horse appear, and immediately ignited everyone's passion. Tang Tian's following matches were all dug out by people. Not far away, old Fart Wei, who had a leisurely face, suddenly froze. His muddy gaze suddenly became deep, and countless scenes flashed past his eyes. His mind was suddenly in a trance. Countless killing and shouts seemed to ring in his ears. "Even if I die, I must win," everyone shook their heads. This type of training was not desirable. Everyone thought that there was some secret hidden within, but they realized there was no secret at all. This was what the teacher had told them on the first day of school. Tang Tian was also panting, his face was puzzled. Why not? Compared to the previous year's preliminary round, no one paid attention to it. This year, on the first day of the preliminary round, there was a sensational match. All the higher-ups of the Zhu family gathered together. Everyone's gaze landed on Zhu Peng, who was slowly walking in. Zhu Peng's steps were calm, and his expression was calm. He enjoyed the gazes. "Housefly cow, you will definitely win," Tang Tian shouted with a serious expression. Clenching his fists tightly, Tang Tian stared at Amaury's flushed face and squeezed out one sentence after another. "Even if we die, we must win." This was a big secret. Amaury's face turned red from Tang Tian's words. 5 years of basic martial technique training, to be able to reach this stage, people suddenly realized they did not know how to weigh whether this was worth it or not. Using 5 years of time to exchange for the rank 2, flash fist, to counter the rank 3, chaotic splitting wind technique, what was the point? In 5 years' time, as long as one's talent was not too bad, they would be able to cultivate rank 3 martial techniques. Amaury's head buzzed. His eyes stared blankly as he murmured. Old Fart Wei suddenly laughed silently, his eyes filled with anticipation. Tang Tian once again entered everyone's line of sight. This was the first time Tang Tian was not the target of ridicule. The attention of many big shots was enough to explain everything. There were so many preliminary rounds, but only 2 of them attracted attention. One was Tang Tian, and the other was Amaury. Liang Qiu's appearance on the stage for Amaury's match was seen as a senior's concern for his junior. As for Amaury, as the former 7th-ranked expert of Beast Academy, no one doubted his strength. In everyone's eyes, he was no different from a seeded player. The main character of this match was Star Wind City's famous super retainer, Tang Tian. "What do you mean you don't know?" Tang Tian widened his eyes and shouted, "You will definitely win. You must win. There is nothing to be afraid of. Don't tell yourself that losing is nothing. Victory. As long as you win, the hardships you put in are never less than anyone else. There is no such thing as a matter of course victory. Saying that as long as you try your best, you will not regret it, is all a lie. Those who say this, they did not even use all their strength. So much sweat, so much hard work, for what? Is it to retreat when fighting? To tell yourself that you have already tried your best, and then accept defeat? Those are all excuses. Those are all bullshit. Only by winning can you tell the world that you have been here before." Amaury was silent for a moment, and suddenly raised his head. "My goal is to be able to meet Big Brother Liang Qiu, and then defeat him." "Your tone is really big, to actually dare to speak like that to Sima Xiangshan." Amaury panted. "Housefly cow. Tang Tian looked at Amauri seriously. This martial meet is a very good opportunity. Let it be the start of our Zhu family's rise again. The great clan elder was equally proud. Let whatever Sima Xiangshan become our Zhu family's stepping stone. That's right. Amauri nodded his head. Everyone once again suspected that Tang Tian did not use Flash Fist, but some other rank 3 martial technique similar to Flash Fist. But this deduction made the new students excited. They all raised their spirits and seriously trained in the fundamental martial techniques that they originally thought were useless. He could feel the envy, jealousy, shock and disbelief in everyone's eyes, and a smile quietly appeared on his face. Bang! Once this decision was announced, it was immediately welcomed by everyone. Tang Tian asked curiously, "Housefly Cow, what is your goal this time?" The great clan elder coughed lightly, breaking the silence. His turbid gaze landed on Zhu Peng, and he said in a deep voice, "Very good. This is how our Zhu family's young master should be. No matter what prejudice I had against you in the past, but now, I acknowledge your identity as the successor of the Zhu family." Amauri, everyone suddenly remembered that Tang Tian had trained in fundamental martial techniques for 5 years. Everyone could not help but be silent. When many people heard this news, they thought they had heard wrongly. But everyone who had personally witnessed the match would enthusiastically introduce the match to their friends around them. In the extremely luxurious viewing platform, every name would cause a wave of exclamations. He lowered his head to look at his palms. The palms that used to be white were now covered with calluses. He muttered to himself, as though he was deeply moved and praised, "Truly a perfect work of art. 3 famous schools, not one was left out." There was one more person, Tang Tian. "Young master, the great clan elder invites you in," the servant respectfully said. The teacup smashed heavily on the floor, smashing into pieces, and the shards flew everywhere. "It's all because of that bastard Zhu Peng," and Tang Tian's use of Flash Fist to break the opponent's chaotic splitting wind rod technique set off a wave of discussion. There were not many people who trained in chaotic splitting wind rod technique, but the difficulty of this rod technique was well known. In comparison, the number of students who trained in Flash Fist was as many as the hairs on a cow. "You have the talent that makes people envious. You have already been reborn. Although I know I will not be able to see that day, but I still hope that the Zhu family will flourish in your hands." What a wonderful feeling. It was only until the whispers of a few elders on the viewing platform gradually spread that everyone came to a realization. Zhu Peng was expressionless. The current him was a completely different person from before. His fair skin was tanned, and his puffy eyes were now like a poisonous snake's triangular eyes, radiating light, cold and sharp. "Even if I die, I must win, I don't know." Amauri was a little hesitant. Andrew Academy's principal's office. The principal's roar caused the students who passed by to be alarmed. Flash Fist was only a rank 2 martial technique, while chaotic splitting wind rod technique was a rank 3 rod technique. The difference in levels was like a huge chasm that could not be crossed. Only old Fart Wei's face was carefree, as though the matter did not concern him. The students of the sword arts class collectively missed Tang Tian. Zhu Peng retracted his gaze, and his lips curled into a playful smile. It was as though he was mocking and looking down on Zhu Peng. The smile disappeared in a flash. He gently adjusted his collar, took a step forward, and walked to the competition grounds. "I finally know the wonderful feeling of having power. It is more intoxicating than living a life of luxury." Fundamental martial techniques. The hall was silent, only the great clan elder's voice resounded. Maybe this guy would really become an amazing person in the future. After a short break, the two of them sat paralyzed on the floor, letting their sweat drip freely. "Even if I die, I must win. Tang Tian, this asshole." Tang Tian suddenly tilted his head. "That means, if I defeat him, I will be the strongest person in Starwind City Academy." Tang Tian suddenly understood. No wonder Qi always beat him up, so beating him up can get first place. Only Tang Tian, like a dark horse, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Until now, people still did not understand, why did he enter the sights of the elders? If only senior Tang Tian was still here. But no matter how much they racked their brains, they could not do it. Just the people on the viewing platform could already organize an extremely entertaining and high-level competition. Tang Tian's second match would be held 2 days later. And regarding Tang Tian's bet, all the various banks had already opened, accepting bets. Seeing this, the Martial Meets organizers immediately changed Tang Tian's competition venue to a large one, to prevent a repeat of the previous time, where the viewing platform was filled, and the entrance was blocked so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Such treatment could only be seen in the main competition's popular matches. I want him to die without a burial ground. Zhu Peng smiled confidently, but the fists in his sleeves were quietly clenched. Amauri was also training with all his might. He did not expect that Big Brother Liang Qiu would actually personally watch his match. Big Brother Liang Qiu was his idol, and was also the person he was determined to defeat. Thinking of the familiar figure on the viewing platform, Amauri's entire body seemed to be filled with endless energy. Zhu Peng bowed slightly, and said with a trace of arrogance, "That's right, the Zhu family will definitely flourish." Amauri raised his head in shame. Chapter 35. The spectators were in an uproar. They had never seen such a peculiar martial technique before. This was an opponent that no one dared to look down on. It was a blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Dihan squinted his eyes, looking awe-inspiring. Many of the spectators' faces congealed. Upon announcing the start of the battle, he quickly retreated. The formless true power trembled slightly, and the thin blade disappeared in the air. An undetectable cold light brushed past his nose. The ice-cold intent caused all the hairs on Tang Tian's body to stand. Dihan walked into the arena expressionlessly. His gaze lingered on Tang Tian for a moment, then he retracted it. He did not care who his opponent was. He did not care about the voices outside. The densely packed spectators in the stands had no effect on him. Rank 2 martial technique. A cold aura flashed past Dihan's eyes. The martial technique that he trained in was called drizzle. It was a rank 3 martial technique that was rarely known. It was this martial technique that was passed down from ancient times that made Dihan a fearsome ambusher. The true power in Dihan's body could transform into formless true power threads, so he could control the thin blade from any angle. In the corner of the spectator stand, Father Han and Mother Han were wearing wide-brimmed hats. Their faces were almost completely covered. Although it was surprising that flash fist technique could be trained to such a level, but a rank 2 martial technique was still a rank 2 martial technique. Just relying on a rank 2 martial technique to fight against him, that was courting death. Tang Tian's sudden appearance immediately caused a sensation in Andrew Academy. Meng Yu and Lu An looked around. Tang Tian looked at the thin blade floating in the air, and could not help but be taken aback. Andrew Academy's #1 expert, in the entire Star Wind City's academy, he could only touch the tail of the top 10, no wonder Meng Yu was so bitter. The true power threads suddenly trembled. Dihan's battle experience was plentiful, and definitely far exceeded them. That's good, that's good. Mother Han heaved a sigh of relief, but she quickly became anxious. Old man, you're right, no matter what, we have to help Bing Ning. Bing Ning even said that she likes women. My heart was beating so fast. I've thought about it seriously. No matter how bad Tang Tian is, he's still a man. He's still better than a woman. Meng Yu did not find it strange. About half of Andrel's people will come. Just looking at these experts today made today's trip worth it. He is Tang Tian. Tang Tian probably didn't expect that his opponent wasn't a nobody. Hiss. Many people had heard of Tang Tian, but this was the first time they had seen Tang Tian in person. This. Almost all of the top experts from the top 10 academies appeared on the grandstand. With such a lineup, people didn't know what to say. Meng Yu and Lu An suddenly had the illusion that this was the finals. The crowd was surging. Everything was coming to an end. Flash fist. After a short period of silence, all kinds of discussions broke out. In many professional predictions, Dihan's chances of winning were very shocking. Meng Yu and Lu An were squeezed by the crowd to the point that they couldn't move. Without saying a word, Tang Tian opened the Aquarius martial cabinet, and the Fornax black metal gloves appeared in his hands. The cold metal feeling made Tang Tian's mind clear up. There are so many people. This level of popularity, compared to the main competition, it's much stronger. Meng Yu could not help but sigh. The referee's palms were all sweaty. It was his first time acting as a referee in front of so many people. But the rules of the martial meet were very simple. Seeing that the two of them were ready, he did not say a word and quickly said, "Begin." He was once the target of ridicule by everyone. He had trained in fundamental martial techniques for 5 years and was regarded as a student with poor talent. He was the first to repeat a year for 5 years. He was once the target of envy and jealousy. Only he could make Qi Shangguan smile. The most beautiful smile in the entire Star-Wind City only belonged to him. Luan patted Meng Yu's shoulder to comfort him. As his best friend, he knew the pain in Meng Yu's heart. During Qi Shangguan's era, Andrew Guild's #1 expert was dazzling and glorious. Because Andrew Guild's #1 expert was Star-Wind City's #1 expert. In comparison, Andrew Guild's #1 expert was like a joke. Suddenly, with a loud shout, Tang Tian's fist disappeared in the air. When the fist suddenly appeared in the air, it was as though it had hit the air. The reason why this competition attracted so many experts, other than Tang Tian, was because of Di Han. Ordinary people might not know of Rain Man, Di Han, but in the circle of experts, Di Han was famous. All the experts on the viewing platform had solemn expressions as they stared at Di Han, who was in the arena. Di Han had never participated in the martial meet before. If not for Tang Tian attracting attention, no one would have noticed that Di Han had quietly signed up to participate in the preliminary competition. Di Han suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed with a bright light, like the flash of a blade in the darkness. Tang Tian's heart suddenly raised a trace of danger. Without thinking, Tang Tian stepped out horizontally. The thin blade floating in the air was like a block of ice. It suddenly melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a pool of water. The pool of water quickly divided into 5 parts, and once again condensed into 5 translucent water droplets. The water droplets continued to stretch, forming 5 translucent water needles, floating in front of Di Han. Courting death. Dangerous person. Probably not. Father Han remained calm. Bing Ning is very far away from us. She is on the viewing platform over there. Old man, if we do this, Bing Ning won't find out, right? Mother Han whispered. Meng Yu laughed bitterly. What Andrew Guild's #1 expert? I don't see anything different. Why would Miss Qi like him? The blade was only 3 inches long. Its shape was similar to a lancet, but it was extremely thin and looked translucent. Could it be that my opponent today is someone extraordinary? Tang Tian scratched his head. That's true. Luan nodded his head and laughed. Even you, Andrew Guild's #1 expert, is here. How can the others not be here? The 5 water needles floating in front of him disappeared at the same time. The sharp whistling sound pierced the eardrums. Just 2 dodges made Tang Tian realize the danger of the opponent. Every name made Meng Yu's heart jump. Contrary to his bad character, his talent was outstanding, especially in the water element martial techniques. He was once seen as a water element genius that was not inferior to Han Bingning. It can't be. Tang Tian can only be considered a dark horse. Why are there so many people? Luan could not help but complain. His clean white shoes were filled with footprints. Ding! The invisible true power thread trembled lightly in the air. A spark blossomed from Tang Tian's gloves. The clear and crisp sound of the collision resonated throughout the entire arena. Di Han's battle experience was plentiful. Although he was not proficient in fighting openly, he was still filled with confidence. Out of all the experts, some had cold expressions, some had arrogant expressions, some had calm expressions, some were curious, some looked around, but without exception, they were the focus of the entire arena. The spectators who were there to watch the show were all extremely excited. Such a grand occasion, when had it ever appeared before? Tang Tian stared at Di Han. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. Di Han's martial techniques were truly unfathomable. When Tang Tian stepped into the arena, the originally bustling spectator stands became quiet for a short period of time. Everyone looked curiously at Tang Tian, who was entering the arena. Tang Tian, who had just entered the arena, jumped in shock from the sudden commotion. He raised his head to look and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The spectator stands were densely packed with people. And Tang Tian's opponent. Calm down. Father Han immediately signaled his wife to relax. Look, Bing Ning is also here, that means she cares about Tang Tian a lot. Don't worry, no matter what, we will not let her take the wrong path. Ever since Chi Shanghai graduated, Andrew Academy had plummeted. It had been declining for the past few years, and was about to drop out of the top 10. Everyone in Andrew Academy, faced with this rollercoaster of changes, were at a loss. It was as though they had lost their spiritual pillar, and their hearts were empty. Di Han's eyes seemed to have a flash of light. Tang Tian's eyes constricted. He suddenly stomped on the ground and flew backward. In this world, there would always be extraordinary geniuses. Even in Starwind City, where there were many famous schools, there would always be geniuses who had never gone to school before. Di Han was one of the most outstanding geniuses. Di Han was born in poverty, and his temperament was eccentric and ruthless. He hated the life in the academy, and his martial techniques were all self-taught. The competition began. He had always been alone, and usually hunted monsters for a living. What made him even more fearful was that he was once an assassin. What he was most proficient in was ambushing in the rain. Until now, he had never failed. Di Han in the rain was like an unstoppable killing god. His nickname, Rain Man, came from this. He felt that the opponent was shrouded in darkness, and he could not see him clearly. Don't worry, our family's Bing Ning is not that kind of snobbish person. Even if Tang Tian does not get a good ranking, Bing Ning will not despise him. Father Han quickly comforted. He did not say a word. Like a wooden man, he stood in front of Tang Tian, waiting for the referee to enter the arena. Luan's eyes flashed a trace of reverence. Rain Man Di Han, Meng Yu said in a deep voice. It really is him. I never thought that he would really come to participate in the martial meet, and not just someone with the same name. Tang Tian, don't drop the ball. Mother Han clenched her fists. She was a little nervous. I heard that Tang Tian's opponent is very powerful. A ray of cold aura brushed past Tang Tian and swept past. Look at that. Luan looked as if he had discovered a new continent. He counted with his fingers, Night Forest Academy's #1 expert, Starwind Academy's #4 Zhao Wei. Great Light Academy's boss, Starwind Academy's #9 Shueyong. Godmight Academy's boss, Starwind Academy's #7 Zhu Kai. What martial technique was that? He is not an ordinary person. He trained in fundamental martial techniques for 5 years. How can he be an ordinary person? Chapter 36. Who would have thought that Tang Tian had actually trained, flash fist technique, to a 100% perfect state? These water threads were as thin as hair, but they were as sharp and tough as the strings of a zither. If an enemy were to bump into them, they would be instantly dismembered. Di Han had used it before, to ambush and kill many experts who were of a higher level than him. It was a pity that it was not a rainy day. Tang Tian's reaction was not slow either. The 12 fists formed a wall of fists, like an iron wall. The water needles could not move it at all. The area covered by the wall of fists was huge, and Tang Tian seemed to never know fatigue. After 10 rounds, he did not show any signs of fatigue. Di Han was a tough nut to crack. It was still the flash fist technique. In the arena, Di Han looked at Tang Tian, who was at a loss, and sighed in his heart. He did not expect to meet such a strong opponent right from the start. It seemed like he had to think of another way. Tang Tian was a little fearful. The opponent's methods were endless and varied. It was unimaginable. It was the first time Tang Tian had met such an opponent. If it was a real ambush, Di Han could make use of the terrain, the environment, etc., to think of all sorts of methods. But to fight openly, to meet such a beast-level opponent, his luck was really bad. The spectators were surprised, but after thinking about it, Tang Tian's response was not considered clever, but it was rather practical. Many people would make such a choice. The higher the rank of a martial technique, there would be a qualitative difference in power. This point would be even more obvious as the rank of the martial technique increased. Tang Tian's initial reaction was not different from what Di Han had predicted. Shady. There must be shady. Wang Zhen's expression congealed. In the future, you must not be enemies with Di Han. This person is dangerous. But Tang Tian did not hesitate to stop, and gave up the opportunity to counterattack, which made Di Han surprised. In the blink of an eye, 5 water threads, as thin as hair, crisscrossed, forming a perfect killing net. Tang Tian was stunned. Up until now, the opponent obviously had the upper hand. He was in such a difficult situation, why did he admit defeat? The quality of one's body would affect one's true power and martial techniques. That's right, I feel that Di Han is much stronger than Tang Tian. Why would he admit defeat? However, it was the word fast that made Di Han feel a strong pressure. 12 punches in 1 second. There was actually such a person in this world. His contraction just now was intentional. From this, it could be seen that his understanding of Qi was superior. He purposely pulled back to give Tang Tian a chance to attack. Di Han was well versed in the psychology of battle. Logically speaking, an average person who had been suppressed for so long would definitely not hesitate to pounce out once they had the chance to counterattack. Suppressed anger would often cause people to lower their vigilance towards danger. What the hell? Why did you admit defeat? This kind of influence was everywhere, but it wasn't that obvious. It wasn't that people didn't know about it, but compared to investing more time, most people would choose a more cost-effective and effective method. What a troublesome opponent. Tang Tian's expression changed. If he bumped into it, he would be finished. I don't understand. Is Tang Tian that powerful? Mingguang muttered. When Tang Tian used his flash fist to create a wall of fist shadows, Wang Zhen was not the only one who had a solemn expression. Famous experts, which one of them did not have sharp eyes? Although only fundamental martial techniques and rank 2 martial techniques emphasized on the technique of using the muscles, and although the higher the rank of martial techniques, the more emphasis was placed on the technique of using true power, but the body would always be the foundation of all martial techniques, and was the source of true power. Di Han controlled the 5 water needles, continuously flying and circling, like a group of eagles circling in the sky. As long as Tang Tian revealed a slight flaw, they would suddenly disappear in the sky. Even Meng Yu and the rest who witnessed this scene had a slight change in their expressions. Such a strange martial technique was simply impossible to defend against. Such a strong explosive force. Tang Tian, who had just leapt out, suddenly felt a strong sense of danger, and his legs suddenly stopped. Di Han's heart jumped. How did he find out? Everyone was curious. Tang Tian's legs were strong and powerful, his close to perfect physique. At this moment, the strong explosive force made Tang Tian look like an alert cheetah, his speed astonishing. Di Han wants to win, but it is already impossible. Mingguang was stunned. Why didn't I see that? Di Han's methods are definitely not limited to this. But, such a solid foundation. No, it was a perfect foundation. How would Tang Tian deal with it? Wang Zhen trained his flash fist to 87%, and then stopped training. It was not that he could not improve, but every bit of improvement required too much time. Rather than using this time to train in the flash fist, the actual effect was far better to train in rank 3 martial techniques, and his strength would improve much faster. Dang 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 dang. Di Han squinted his eyes, his fingers lightly trembled, and the 5 water needles quietly returned to his side. No matter if it was Di Han or Tang Tian, they were both like mysteries. When these 2 enigmatic characters met, naturally it would attract people's attention. A perfect flash fist, what would it be like? After a moment of silence, suddenly a wave of noise exploded. Such a strange martial technique. He started to be cautious. It was their first time seeing it. Tang Tian squinted his eyes and looked around. It brought them a huge shock. It turned out that a person with a solid foundation, just with the strength of his arms and muscles, could reach a terrifying frequency of 12 punches per second. If on top of this foundation, adding true power, then how many punches could Tang Tian's fists release? Di Han had a headache. It was his first time meeting such a person. His strength was valiant, all aspects were balanced, there was no obvious weakness, his foundation was a complete mess. Forget about that, He actually had the intuition of a wild beast. It was too scary. Tang Tian retreated like lightning. Both fists were released at an astonishing frequency, continuously alternating. The air in front of him was filled with dense fist shadows, like a wall. Dangerous. Mingguang disagreed. What danger? He doesn't even have the desire to win, such a person. What's the use? Damn it. Without any hesitation, his right leg fiercely stomped on the ground, his body crouching low as he leapt out. Although the water lines were thin and transparent, it was hard to find them in the air, but when Tang Tian stopped and searched carefully, he quickly discovered their existence. He is an assassin. Wang Zhen said indifferently. For an assassin, to fight based on personal feelings, that is the most stupid thing to do. For Di Han to want to win, it is already impossible. Di Han also saw this point. I guess he did not want to expose all his methods. When things are not going well, he did not hesitate to retreat, without any reluctance. This kind of assassin is extremely dangerous. But this time, Tang Tian did not go berserk. It meant that Tang Tian had already trained the flash fist technique to the perfect realm. Wang Zhen knew how difficult it was. When the flash fist technique was trained to 85% and above, every little bit of improvement, the amount of sweat and time needed, would multiply. Only Wang Zhen was excited, his eyes shining brightly. 100% perfect flash fist technique. 100%. Mingguang was dumbstruck by the unforeseen event. He could not help but ask, is Di Han's brain fried? Why would he surrender? Once this thought came out, it was like a poisonous thorn that took root in their hearts, unable to be removed. The spectators were also stunned by the sudden change of events. Suddenly, Di Han raised his hand. I admit defeat. Fist shadow wall. Tang Tian's face was cautious. He slowly approached. He stared at his opponent. As long as he got closer, he would give his opponent a ruthless blow. Too scary. Di Han's battle experience was very rich. He had fought and killed many enemies, but he hated this kind of enemy the most. 5 sparks flew. The water needles hit the fist wall, and were immediately repelled. The black metal gloves on Tang Tian's hands had an outstanding defense. The water needles hit the gloves, they did not even leave a mark. Tang Tian's fist, when it disappeared, there was no sound. When it drilled out, there was no sign. But once the fist drilled out, there was a low sound, as if it would suddenly explode. Rain string. Such a treacherous fellow. Di Han's moves were not ordinary. Many people put themselves in Di Han's shoes, and very quickly came to a conclusion. If they were to encounter such a strange martial technique, it would be quite troublesome. No tricks, it meant absolute strength, it meant upright strength. This kind of strength may not be flexible, but it was obviously more frightening and difficult to deal with. Wang Zhen, in a split second, calculated the data of Tang Tian's punches. His face became serious. Such a shocking frequency, he could not do it. This was also why this match would attract so many experts. Di Han had been famous for a long time, but he had always been alone. No one knew how strong he was. Sima Xiangshan, Han Bingning and Wang Zhen, these 3 big shots, thought highly of Tang Tian, how strong he was. This battle was no doubt the best test. Wang Zhen's eyes widened. He could not take his eyes off. He was famous for his flash fist. He had a special feeling for flash fist. When he first saw Tang Tian's flash fist, although Tang Tian was in a berserk state, Wang Zhen was still very surprised. The opponent used a rank 2 flash fist to break his rain string. There was nothing ingenious about the technique. There was only one word: farce. Rain string's own power was negligible. Once the opponent's speed decreased, its power would be close to 0. The aura of a battle would always increase and decrease. Di Han's contraction almost immediately made Tang Tian feel an opportunity to attack. Di Han's expression, for the first time, changed. Without using true power, just relying on the muscles of his arms, to be able to reach such a shocking frequency, his foundation was too solid. Admit defeat. Di Han's eyes lit up, his 5 fingers trembled, the shapeless true power threads quietly glided in the air. When the 5 water needles disappeared in the air, the spectators cried out in surprise. The 5 water needles quietly melted, they followed the true power threads, quietly spreading. This is where Di Han is powerful. You did not see it, Tang Tian did not see it, but he was able to accurately predict his own situation. his decision was decisive, without a trace of sloppiness. Be it at the start, or admit defeat now, he still holds the initiative. Wang Zhen's words were filled with admiration. If it was not a competition, but a life-and-death battle, the result would be hard to say. Chapter 37. After 2 rounds of competition, the main competition would be held a week later. The two of them had a week of rest. What a distant and exciting name. The second-level meridian that had been completely connected impressively appeared in the shape of another crane. Boom, boom, boom. With every explosion, Tang Tian's body trembled. The old man walked down the stairs, his expression firm and calm. When it was over, the second-tier Dantian pool's capacity had increased by more than 5 times. Ka. The crystallization did not stop there. It continued to overflow and grow. But at this time, no matter how Tang Tian urged, more and more true power was flowing downwards. He muttered to himself, the second crane body, the second stage of the crane body energy. Someone actually managed to cultivate the second stage of the crane body energy. The wooden door opened by itself. Even Big Boss Wang Zhen could not stop praising the Flash Fist, but Tang Tian had suddenly become the #1 Flash Fist practitioner in Starwind City. It looked like the crane that was drawn out by the true power was rather young, like a small crane, its wings not fully developed yet. Compared to the third-tier Dantian pool, the second-tier Dantian pool was much smaller. True inheritance. My crane sect's true disciple. The crane's body strength transformation was invincible. Elder, he raised his palm, and all the voices immediately disappeared. However, everyone's faces were flushed with excitement. Tang Tian had spent the most time on minute collapsing fist. He was already extremely close to successfully cultivating Great Avalanche. If the third-level true power flowed into the second-level Dantian pool, what would happen? The 2 white-robed disciples guarding the entrance of the valley were both stunned when they saw the old man. Could it be that some powerhouse wanted to invade Heavenly Crane Constellation? Tang Tian came back to his senses in a daze. When his mind returned to his meridians, he was immediately dumbfounded. Second stage crane body energy. Tang Tian suddenly reacted. Didn't this mean that his true power was much bigger than before? Was this also the crane body? 3 days ago, I suddenly sensed that someone had mastered the second stage of the crane body energy. This was a match that most people were baffled by. Impossible. After a while, the 2 disciples regained their senses and bowed in excitement. Elder why you re out of seclusion? The energy continued to flow into his body, and through the meridians, it was refined into true power. Threads of true power continued to flow into the newly expanded second-tier Dantian pool. Very quickly, the second-tier Dantian pool was filled with true power, and the following scene made Tang Tian dumbstruck. The energy behind the cross door was extremely dense. The crane-style Qi manual was an authentic ancient mental cultivation method. Its efficiency was much higher than the mental cultivation methods that were circulating in the market. Especially after Tang Tian cultivated the crane body, the efficiency of the crane-style Qi manual refining true power suddenly increased by multiple folds. After a while, the calm sea of clouds seemed to suddenly boil. White cranes soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds and flying in all directions. On the back of every white crane sat an anxious-looking white-robed crane sect disciple. There was no doubt about this, but the problem now was that no one could fully understand the extent of Tang Tian's strength. But it was only limited to that. In just a quarter of an hour, the second-tier meridians were all connected. Even the most remote corners of the meridians were all activated by true power. The 2 of them did not dare to ask any more questions, and immediately responded, yes. The sun shone on his body, and it was warm. The smell of the grass in the valley made him slightly dazed. His eyes became calm again. He took a step, and followed the small path in the valley, and walked towards the entrance of the valley. The crane elder who had been in closed-door cultivation for 10 years suddenly came out. The entire crane sect seemed to have found their backbone. But the moment the crane elder came out, he used the white crane token to gather them for a discussion. Something big must have happened. But now, there was someone who had mastered the second stage of the crane body energy. The second stage of the crane body energy was a higher level of the crane body energy, and required 2 crane bodies. But the legendary crane body was something they had not seen for a whole 900 years. At the top of the crane hall, the crane elder sat cross-legged. Below him, the elders were all nervous and excited. 8 steps overtaking cicada, broken shadow palm, consecutive joint technique, minute collapsing fist, and eagle claw technique were all trained to a certain level. All the elders' expressions froze on their faces in an instant. Up till now, Tang Tian had only used the 2 rank 2 martial techniques, the flash fist and the aerial stake steps. The things that he had displayed were rather limited. Everyone's understanding of him consisted of 2 aspects. One was that his foundation was very solid to the point of being abnormal. The other was his flash fist, the perfect flash fist. Tang Tian sat cross-legged, and the surrounding energy continuously flowed into his body and transformed into true power. The current capacity of the 3rd level Dantian pool in his body was double of what it was when he first stepped into the 3rd level. Old Fart Wei's face was full of joy, and was laughed at by the other 2. The 3rd level true power in these lower level meridians was invincible, and did not meet with any obstacles. He took a step forward, and slowly walked out of the wooden house. The 2 disciples were shocked. The white crane token was the most urgent order of the crane sect. Unless it was a matter of life and death, it could not be used. Until the judge announced his victory, he was still in a daze. When he regained his senses and wanted to ask Di Han why he admitted defeat, Di Han had already walked far away, and only his back could be seen. Not knowing why, Tang Tian felt that there was something wrong with Di Han, and that something was not right. In the depths of the crane peak, in a simple and unadorned wooden house, an old man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in his muddy eyes, a dazzling light aura suddenly burst out. Heavenly crane constellation. In the meridians, the crane was vivid and lifelike. The entire process lasted for an entire hour. In the past, the 2nd level Dantian pool was only 1/10 of the 3rd level Dantian pool, but now, it was half the size of the 3rd level Dantian pool. Tang Tian's mind was blank. The 3rd level Dantian pool could hold the 3rd level true power, and the 2nd level Dantian pool could hold the 2nd level true power. This was common knowledge. All the elders were excited, and the crowd below exploded. This news was too shocking to them, and it was beyond their imagination. Second stage of the crane body energy. Tang Tian felt that this victory came in a blur. But today, he did not continue to train the Great Avalanche behind the cross-light door, but sat cross-legged and continuously activated the crane-style chi manual. Today, he suddenly felt that the true power in his body was not right. Every generation of crane sect disciples would try to restore the crane body energy, but none succeeded. Finishing, they flew to the rooftop. On the rooftop, there were a few exceptionally handsome white cranes. The 2 of them flipped onto the cranes, and the clear cry of the cranes reverberated throughout the valley. The 2 cranes spread their wings, and disappeared into the vast sea of clouds. Tang Tian was shocked. The circulation of true power had always been from the bottom to the top, commonly known as the stairway to heaven. Tang Tian had never heard of it before. True power could flow backwards from the top to the bottom, and Di Han's display of strength made everyone who did not understand him shocked. Correspondingly, Tang Tian's strength was quickly recognized by everyone, especially after the competition, the evaluation of the elders, which spread from various channels. Gradually, the 2nd-tier Dantian pool became full again. Tang Tian was about to end this strange training, when the true power in the 2nd-tier Dantian pool began to flow recklessly along the meridians. Not good. The true power finally calmed down. The increase of true power depended on grinding, and it grew bit by bit. Tang Tian had never seen such a sudden increase before. He began to actively activate the crane-style chi manual, and a faint and clear cry of a crane sounded in his ears, and the true power started to move according to his will. The peaceful heavenly crane constellation was immediately filled with a tense atmosphere. In comparison, Di Han's strength, calmness, decisiveness, made many people start to re-evaluate this eccentric genius. The strange silence lasted for about 10 seconds, before the crowd exploded. Tang Tian was very strong. 3 days later, after 2 rounds of preliminaries, the two of them entered the main competition. Looking at the excitement of the younger generation, Elder Crane sighed in his heart. The Crane sect had been passed down for so long, but they had lost their true inheritance, and the Crane sect had been declining because of this. And the most crucial Crane body energy was the core of the Crane sect, and it had been missing for a whole 900 years. The third level of true power started to freeze, and along the walls of the pool, it quickly crystallized and grew. In the blink of an eye, the second-tier Dantian pool's walls had doubled. Compared to Tang Tian's inexplicable victory, Amauri's victory was indisputable. His strength surpassed his opponent by too much, and he only used 3 blades to defeat his opponent. In the previous round, the opponent was too weak, and Tang Tian easily won. In this round, Di Han had the strength to force Tang Tian to display more of his strength, but for some reason, Di Han suddenly admitted defeat. Tang Tian looked like he was convulsing, and his body was shaking like a sieve. In the Grand Crane Palace, disciples and elders were gathered, and everyone had a solemn expression. The huge Crane Palace was silent, and the atmosphere was tense. But the most important thing was, Tang Tian won. Elder Crane opened his eyes, and his gaze swept across the elders of the Crane sect, and said slowly. The true power flowed along the crane-shaped meridians, and continuously seeped into the remote meridians. Tang Tian had trained in the crane-style Qi manual for a period of time, and with his relentless training, and the dense energy behind the cross door, the third-tier Dantian pool's meridians were connected to almost every corner with true power. Tang Tian's brain was exploding, and he was unable to respond. The third-level true power entered the second-tier meridians, like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, and suddenly a series of explosions, like a hot knife cutting through butter. But all of this came from his intuition, and with his brain, it was impossible to understand such a complicated matter. Following the continuous strengthening of Tang Tian's crane body, the crane-style Qi manual became stronger, and his meditation time was shortened to half an hour, and he could recover his strength. This caused his training speed to increase greatly. The true power continued to circulate, and layers of true power surged, as if the little crane was flapping its wings, and an indescribable numb feeling flowed through the meridians. Bang! Tang Tian felt as if something had suddenly cleared up, and the true power in the third-tier Dantian pool was overflowing, and actually flowed towards the second-tier Dantian pool, past the White Crane Order, all elders, and above, to the Crane Palace for a discussion. The elder said indifferently. With that thought, Tang Tian was ecstatic. He stood up suddenly, and his clothes fluttered without any wind, and his aura was astonishing. Chapter 38. The important task of reviving the Crane sect has been handed to you, so this thing is also the time to hand it over to you. No one was able to associate this simple and unadorned sword with a gold star treasure. My senses are very vague, and I am unable to pinpoint the area. In the vast sea of people, the chances are slim. Maybe in 10 years, maybe in my entire life, I will not get anything. Leaving the quiet and peaceful heavenly crane constellation, entering the dangerous heavens road, I can lose my life at any time. This task is dangerous, arduous, uncertain, and unknown. Who is willing to go? Elder Crane's face surfaced a look of pride, his tone was as firm as steel. A ray of flowing light, it entered Crane's palm. Yes. Crane bowed slightly. I know, it is not easy for everyone. Our Crane sect has been passed down to this day, honestly speaking, not to mention the glory when it was first established, even continuing on is not easy. Everyone is under a lot of pressure. If not for our internal unity, heavenly Crane constellation would have long changed hands. We have a long history, with a glorious past, but now that we are in such a decline, talking about the past will only invite ridicule. If this goes on, no one knows how long the Crane sect can last. In the silent Crane Hall, the great clan elder sighed, directly striking at everyone's heart. The highest grade saint treasures could be counted with one's fingers: Leo constellation's raging lion heartsword, Sagittarius constellation's heavenly bow, were all saint treasures. Only the biggest constellations could produce saint treasures. As though sensing Crane's thoughts, suddenly, the Crane word on the sword sheath lit up with a dazzling light aura. The word flowed like molten iron, and under Crane's shocked gaze, it slowly floated up from the sword sheath. Elder Crane could not help but reveal a smile. Crane was perfect in all aspects. The only thing that made Elder Crane uncomfortable was that he was too mature. Crane's maturity far exceeded his age, as though no matter what happened, nothing could surprise him. His white robes were as white as snow, without a speck of dust, his silver hair cascading down his shoulders. Crane immediately opened up his palm, revealing a crane-shaped imprint on his palm. Upon thinking about searching for an unknown target, and obtaining the inheritance from the other party, such a matter sounded like a joke, an impossible joke. But, I can see the light of our Crane sect's revival. Elder Crane's turbid eyes shone with an indescribable light aura. If others knew that the heavenly Crane constellation had a gold treasure, when you were born, your father named you Crane, hoping that you could revitalize the Crane sect. I never thought that the heavy responsibility of the Crane sect would fall on your shoulders today. Old Crane sighed. Furthermore, Father, Crane bowed slightly, and calmly replied, Mother has already agreed. A hint of gratification flashed through Old Crane's eyes. Crane's heart shivered. Suddenly, a calm and steady voice resounded in the hall. Without thinking, Crane knew that to the Crane sect, it would be a calamity. Crane was slightly embarrassed, but quickly regained his composure. A tall man stepped out of the ranks. His body was as straight as a spear, and he was exceptionally eye-catching in the main hall. His face was as gentle as jade, and his expression was calm. His bright black eyes were as deep as the night sky. He opened the wooden box, and a plain ancient sword appeared in front of him. My name is Crane, this sword is also called Crane, are we destined to meet? Crane looked at Elder Crane in a daze. He never thought that his sect would have such a secret. From today onwards, it and the future of the Crane sect will be in your hands, Crane. Everyone looked at each other. They initially thought that Elder Crane's senses would at least have a rough range, but who knew that he did not even have a range? Many people think that the Heavenly Crane constellation's peak star treasure is the silver-ranked Heavenly Crane armor. Old Crane's gaze became deep. Crane was stunned when he heard that. This was the first time his expression changed since he entered the house. That's good. Elder Crane nodded. Looking at the similar face of the Crane in front of him, another figure appeared in his mind. When I look at you, I think of your father. I watched him grow up. You are even more outstanding than your father. Your father's spirit in heaven will definitely be gratified. There was not a single pattern on the sword's body, and it was dim. On the scabbard, there was only an ancient seal, Crane. No one spoke. Is there anyone else who is willing? Elder Crane looked around. Disappointment flashed in Elder Crane's eyes. Crane opened the wooden box in a daze. Many of Elder Crane's words had impacted him greatly. The shocking secret of the Crane sect stunned him. He did not expect that the Crane sect that he grew up in would have such a huge secret. A gold-ranked star treasure. Crane's face was calm. Mother loved Father deeply. She is very happy that I can inherit Father's dying wish. Was he going to search the entire world for it? Crane's mountain-like body trembled, and his face was filled with disbelief. Ha ha, even Crane is shocked. That's rare. Elder Crane laughed. Crane bowed slightly. Don't worry. Elder Crane's face was solemn. He stood up and walked to a corner. He picked up a dusty wooden box and returned to his seat. If this news were to spread, it would immediately cause a bloodbath. The experts would not even bother to touch the silver-ranked, heavenly Crane armor. But the gold-ranked star treasure was something that even the legendary figures would not be able to maintain their composure. Iron, bronze, silver, gold, saint treasures. Elder Crane gently placed the wooden box in front of Crane. The reason why the Crane sect was able to maintain the rule of the Heavenly Crane constellation was because the big powerhouses looked down on the Heavenly Crane constellation. They thought that the Heavenly Crane constellation was just a barren place. If they only knew that the Heavenly Crane constellation had a gold-ranked treasure, then, many people's eyes were filled with fear. The Heavenly Crane constellation was peaceful and quiet. There were no disputes. It was like a paradise. Although there was no wealth, there was no danger. Although everyone longed for the glory of the past, they were already used to the comfort of the present. Every constellation did not only have one star treasure. All these star treasures were nurtured by the constellation for billions of years. Star treasures that were born from the same constellation would be seen as a series. These star treasures would usually have some common characteristics. But different star treasures would have a huge difference in power. Thus, people classified these star treasures into different grades. The great clan elder's expression was solemn. His gaze suddenly became sharp. He slowly swept his gaze across everyone and said. Elder Crane's low and hoarse voice resonated in the hall. Elder Crane's turbid eyes did not show any joy or anger. He nodded his head, then let's do it. Crane's slender fingers caressed the crane word on the sword sheath. Tang Tian's Aquarius Martial Cabinet was only a black iron treasure, a beginner-grade treasure. This sword was the first star treasure that Crane's spiritual master subdued when he entered the heavenly Crane constellation. It was also Crane's spiritual master's sword. Crane's spiritual master's strength was extraordinary. This sword had only been unsheathed 3 times in his life. Almost no one knew about it. Even the disciples around him knew about it. Crane's spiritual master seemed to have foreseen the decline of the Crane sect. To prevent people from coveting it, this sword had never appeared after Crane's spiritual master passed away. Every generation, there would be a disciple who would be chosen to be the guardian of the sword. I am this generation's guardian disciple. The Crane body was the most important part of the true inheritance that our Crane sect had lost. But now, it has appeared again. To us, this is an opportunity. This might be our last chance. If we are unable to let the true inheritance return to the Crane sect, our Crane sect will be annihilated in another 10 years. So, I need someone to bring back the Crane sect's true inheritance that has been lost for 900 years. In the dark room, the oil lamp that was as big as a bean would occasionally crackle. Actually, in my heart, you are the best choice. But I did not expect, sigh. Elder Crane sighed. His gaze once again focused on the young man. You are the most outstanding disciple in the 3rd generation. With your talent, staying in the Crane sect, honestly speaking, would be a waste. If you had, your achievements today would not stop there. The Crane sect has dragged you down. Your mother is very disappointed in the Crane sect. Actually, I am very disappointed too. You are overpraising me. Crane's expression did not change. He sat upright as usual. In other words, the highest grade of star treasures signified the potential value of the constellation. Disciple Crane is willing to go. Gold rank treasures were powerful treasures that were second only to saint treasures. Every single one of them was a powerful existence that martial artists yearned for. Every single gold rank treasure could not be circulated in the market. Only the top grade constellations could produce gold rank treasures. This sword, I was originally prepared to give it to your father. He was the most passionate and hopeful young man I have ever met. I always thought that the future of the Crane sect was in his hands. I did not expect that fate would make a fool out of you. After he passed away, you inherited his wishes. Maybe, this is fate. Elder Crane looked at the young man sitting upright. Crane's expression was so calm that it did not match his age. Elder Crane sighed and broke the silence. Is there no problem with your mother? Elder Crane stopped laughing. His expression became solemn again. The silver rank heavenly Crane clothing has always been seen as the inheritance of the Crane sect. It is the highest grade treasure of the heavenly Crane constellation. The heavenly Crane constellation is seen as a small constellation. This is also an important reason. But very few people know that the strongest star treasure of the heavenly Crane constellation is not the silver rank, heavenly Crane clothing, but the gold rank, Crane sword. Yes, it was not easy for them in the past. Your mother is worthy of respect. Elder Crane thought about the past. He quickly regained his senses and laughed at himself. When one is old, it is easy to recall the past. Your strength, compared to all the elders, is more outstanding. I am not worried. But you are still young, and do not have the experience to travel far. That is my only worry. I have roamed outside in the past. The dangers of heaven's road are everywhere. You must remember, sometimes, wisdom is more useful than fists. No one spoke. All of the elders lowered their heads. Some of them shrunk back into the crowd, afraid of being called out by Elder Crane. Elder Crane's gaze was fixated on Crane's young face. Chapter 39. Tang Tian bellowed. His face was filled with rage as he looked around for Di Han's figure. It was Tang Tian's first time participating in such a battle, but he did not have any fear in his heart. Instead, he was extremely calm. Quietly wearing the black metal gloves, he was like a leopard cat, quietly approaching, waiting for the opportunity to make a move. Tang Tian did not rush out hastily. He squinted his eyes, bent his waist, and quietly pushed aside the bamboo leaves. Suddenly, the sound of swords clashing came out from the front. Han Bingning looked at it word by word. That day when Tang Tian was fighting with the ink-black iron rhino, he went into bedevilment, which left a deep impression on her. Nan Nan's mother's face was pale white. Her body swayed as she muttered to herself, "Onyx Soul's people. Onyx Soul, Onyx Soul." Southern Cross Constellation Hardship Plate. There are two types of people who are easily bedeviled. One is special blood meridians, and the other is dark martial artists. Martial artists with special blood meridians, when encountering extreme situations, the power hidden deep within their blood meridians will awaken and trigger the bedevilment state. Killers, assassins, and other dark martial artists, usually killing and accumulating too many negative emotions, will also easily be bedeviled. With a wrong step, a biting cold blade aura brushed past his body dangerously and left a hole on his clothes. Crane carefully tied the sword to the silver silk belt on his waist and smoothed out the creases on his clothes, making it spotless. His face became calm again. He bowed respectfully to Elder Crane, and then resolutely turned and left. Tang Tian flew through the sea of bamboo, his legs tapping lightly on the bamboo branches from time to time. Borrowing the elasticity of the bamboo branches, he continued to move forward. His movements were not beautiful, but his speed was extremely fast, and every step was precise. If he met any bamboo leaf bees along the way, he would use the broken shadow palm to shoot them down. The chances of ordinary people triggering bedevilment was very small. "I'm fine." Tang Tian shook his head. Nan Nan's mother was like an arrow at the end of its flight. She could only hold on with one breath, and did not retreat. Nan Nan shrunk into a corner, her face filled with fear, but she did not dare to cry, as she was afraid of distracting her mother. Bedevilment is a special state that occurs when a person's negative emotions erupt under extreme circumstances. A demonized person's strength would greatly increase, their instincts would control their body, killing, violence and other negative emotions would dominate. "What's going on?" Tang Tian regained his strength, crawled up, and went over. The black-clothed man let out a blood-curdling scream. Tang Tian's mind was completely blank. Almost subconsciously, he didn't even take a breath. His fists were like a storm, bombarding the black-clothed man's body. At this moment, Tang Tian's legs suddenly exerted force, and his entire body shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. A dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the air and slammed into the man in black's waist. Nanan's mother came back to her senses. She forced a smile at Tang Tian and said, "I really have to thank you this time. It's just that I've gotten you into trouble." Little darling's mother's sword force became slower and weaker. The snowflakes scattered by the opponent's dual sabers became denser and denser, and the chill was bone-piercing. The surroundings were silent. The shadows of the bamboos danced in the wind, but there was no response. Dang! Nanan's mother was shocked. It could only be someone with a special bloodline. That was Nanan's house. These people were actually here for the Southern Cross Constellation bronze plate. Tang Tian was a little worried. He moved his feet, turned his body, and advanced towards the depths of the sea of bamboos. He knew where Nanan's house was. He decided to go take a look. Nanan's mother carried her sword and walked to the black-clothed man who was killed by Tang Tian. She used her sword to pry open the black-clothed man's mask, revealing an ordinary face. The black-clothed man was no longer breathing. The place where Tang Tian struck had a wound that looked like it was cut by a sharp sword. In a moment of desperation, Tang Tian did not hesitate to use the crane body energy technique. Nanan's mother struggled to get up. She took out a bamboo tube from her waist. A green bee the size of a finger flew out. The green bee buzzed around the surroundings. Nanan's mother heaved a sigh of relief. His gone. Jade-green swamp sea of bamboos. Nanan's mother saw Tang Tian. Her face that was filled with despair suddenly lit up. The steel sword in her hand did not retreat. But today, she did not do it to pass time. Nanan's mother did not understand. Their target seems to be Nan. Tang Tian did not dare to be careless. This kind of terrain, to Di Han's fighting style, was a natural hunting ground. Old Crane's gaze was deep and wise. His wrinkled face had a warm smile. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Her gaze was attracted to the ancient book in her hand. Could it be that Tang Tian had some special blood meridians? The sword and the blade clashed. The steel sword shattered. Is it very powerful? Tang Tian saw that Nanan's mother's expression was not right. He quickly interrupted her. Han Bingning stood rooted to the ground. The white-clothed young man held onto his sword and walked down the winding mountain path. His steps were calm and elegant. The mountain breeze blew his silver hair. His gentle face was calm and determined. Tang Tian was a person that was full of coincidences. But as time passed, Han Bingning had a feeling that these coincidences were not coincidences. You killed the Onyx Soul's men. They will definitely not let this go. You must be careful. Nanan's mother looked at Tang Tian worriedly. Her tone was firm. I will bring Nan away from here tonight. We will go to my brother's place. Onyx Soul? It was the first time Tang Tian heard of this name. At this time, Nan finally burst into tears. Tang Tian, who was shuttling through the sea of bamboos, suddenly stopped. He looked at the time. Why wasn't Nan here yet? A few days ago, Tang Tian discovered that the second crane did not listen to his commands. No matter how much Tang Tian urged it, it did not move an inch. The crane-style Qi manual, spirit card did not have any relevant experience. When he asked Old Fat Wei was also at a loss. Go, say goodbye to your mother. You don't understand Onyx Soul. Nanan's mother said bitterly. Onyx Soul is an extremely terrifying and mysterious group. They are cold and emotionless. They are the infamous Dark Hunters in Heaven's Road. They have an unusual obsession with star treasures. Their power is beyond your imagination. They have a lot of experts, which is even more unusual. Onyx Soul has a very long history. When Heaven's Road was just discovered, Onyx Soul was born. They are one of the most ancient groups. He had just experienced this kind of attack a few days ago. Seeing it today, he recognized it immediately. Nanan's mother waved her steel sword and blocked a black-clothed man. The black-clothed man wore a black mask, revealing only a pair of eyes. He used dual blades. His blade techniques were strange and cold. The cold blade aura was like ice. The black-clothed man's body was surrounded by fluttering snowflakes. Facing this figure that was as straight as a sword, all words seemed to be weak and powerless. Di Han. Tang Tian's eyes were awe-inspiring. He quietly took out a pair of black metal gloves from the Aquarius Martial cabinet. In terms of scale, even Crystal Sky could not compare to Northern Yang's library. The principals of Northern Yang were all maniacs. Under the management of generations, they created a library of astonishing scale. Nanan's mother's sword sliced off the outermost layer of the black-clothed man, revealing a bronze plate. On the bronze plate, there was a bright red word pawn. So powerful. Tang Tian's eyes widened. Slaying lightning bolt. The black-clothed man was shocked. The combination of the dual blades was his trump card. In order to kill the enemy in one strike, he did not hold back. His eyes were filled with shock. Nan had already stopped crying. She moved over. She saw the face of the black-clothed man and exclaimed, I know him. A few days ago, I saw him asking if he had seen the cross mark. Nan seemed to have seen it on Big Brother's hand before. But Nan was very smart and did not tell him. Did he see through it? But Nan acted very well. The Crane sect disciples looked at him with complicated gazes. Why would they target you guys? Tang Tian was curious. The authority of the library was strictly divided. But Han Bingning had the highest authority. She could browse through any books. There were very few people here. It was very quiet. This was where Han Bingning spent her time. Phew. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He sat on the floor. He did not feel anything when he was tense. But now that the battle was over, his limbs were sore. But for some reason, Tang Tian, who had just experienced a life and death battle, did not feel any fear. Nanan's mother's face changed. She said with a trembling voice, "Onyx soul." Broken shadow palm and light body techniques improved quickly in the jaded swamp bamboo sea. Very quickly, a small bamboo house appeared in front. This sword had accompanied you for your entire life. It has a natural sensitivity to the martial arts of the Crane sect. This time, I could sense that someone had mastered the second stage of the Crane body energy. It was all thanks to this sword. Bring it with you. It can help you find the other party. I do not know who the other party is. But I believe in your ability. If even you cannot save the Crane sect, then it is destined to be destroyed. The black-robed man's eyes lit up. He bellowed. The two blades became one. A crescent moon blade aura slashed down. Tang Tian's posture did not look like much. But his speed was very fast. Especially with his long true power, he could fly very far in one breath. He did not need to take a breath in the middle. Dark martial artist? Han Bingning thought about Tang Tian's cheerful look. She shook her head. How could this guy be a dark martial artist? She kept pulling out and putting them back. For the entire morning, she kept repeating the same thing. Be careful. Almost at the same time, Nan exclaimed. It made Tang Tian come back to his senses. Southern Cross constellation. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he tapped lightly on the ground. His figure left a trail of after-images in the air. The black-robed man was like a sandbag. He flew out and landed on the ground. He did not move. Tang Tian's heart trembled, the cross mark. Normally, Nan would have arrived by now. Why was she not here today? Did she meet with an accident on the way? Tang Tian threw it to the side. But when he was training his light body techniques, Tang Tian realized that his endurance had become more outstanding. Chapter 40. Tang Tian was disappointed. It can't be. The Southern Cross constellation hardship plate is very powerful. They actually don't like it. Tang Tian carried a big bag on his back and returned to Caramel Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced toward Ju Peng. Ju Peng looked at him with ridicule, as though he was watching a joke. Housefly cow. You bastard. How can you eat all the barbecued meat alone? A big hand suddenly appeared in front of Tang Tian, sealing off Tang Tian's path forward. Tang Tian grabbed his hair, his face black. He was in a bad mood. Nan's departure made him sad. Onyx Soul was related to the Southern Cross hardship plate. He did not have any fear, even if old Fart Wei said Onyx Soul was very strong. Seems like it. Tang Tian's face twisted. Although he was naturally strong, but under the pressure of all the aunties and uncles on the street, he was quickly defeated. His clothes were wrinkled, and his shoes were full of footprints. A weak sense of perception connected him with the little universe sleeve dart. With a thought, a small black arrow transformed into a ray of black light, extremely fast. Tang Tian followed the direction of the black shadow, and sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 meters away on the tree trunk, only a small hole was left. The black sleeve dart actually completely pierced through the eucalyptus tree that was more than 2 feet long. Bang! Old Fart Wei saw the fierceness in Tang Tian's eyes, and suddenly laughed. I know a little. Onyx Soul is an extremely ancient organization. Oh, it can be said to be one of the oldest organizations in the world. Their organization is very tight, and their relationships are complicated. In the entire history of Heaven's Road, you can see their shadows. They walk in the dark, and do things by hook or by crook. If you are targeted by them, you will most likely die a horrible death. Young man, you're in big trouble. Stepping into the air, Tang Tian lowered his body, and the palm wind swept past his head. The congealed palm wind brushed past Tang Tian's scalp, but Tang Tian did not seem to feel it. His lowered body was like a spring, suddenly releasing strength. How is it, Tyrant Tang? Haven't I improved a little? TSK, don't worry, I won't lift you up so rudely. I'll torture you slowly. You'll be the first to taste the Ju family's wooden heart wheel. Don't you feel honored? Ju Peng said softly, his eyes cold. Blood gushed out from the wound and covered his hand. Tang Tian's speed suddenly increased, his body leaving behind a blurry afterimage in the air. Only that pair of eyes drew two cold arcs in the air. Buzz. As for the rest, he would settle it with his fists. As their palms and fists collided, Tang Tian's body trembled and his feet uncontrollably retreated. When Tang Tian retrieved the hidden dart, a Maori's beast-like burp immediately brought Tang Tian back to his senses. Tang Tian's gaze fell on the thigh bone in a Maori's hand that could be used as a walking stick. He was dumbfounded. Thinking of this, Tang Tian became cheerful again. He did not need to use too much of his brain, as long as he trained with all his might. This was something he was good at. Ju Peng immediately screamed in fear. Looking at the corpse on the floor, his heart was filled with hatred. What bullshit, Onyx Soul, I'll remember this debt. Tang Tian, who was filled with rage, stripped the black-robed man naked, leaving nothing behind. The stripped corpse was then thrown into the swamp. Tang Tian tied the little Qian Kuan sleeve dart on his wrist, and tried to inject true power. The unknown beast's astonishing thigh bone did not have any meat left, as though it had been washed. Tang Tian's face was filled with shock. This brat's strength had actually become so strong. If the Southern Cross hardship plate was really like what old Fart Wei said, then Onyx Soul could actually help him find out. He opened up his palm. Unknowingly, his palm had a deep wound that revealed the bone. Why should I be afraid? Tang Tian looked at old Fart Wei with disdain. With his hands on his waist, he looked up at the sky and said arrogantly, I am a young lad who is determined to become a god. Onyx Soul, you are destined to be one of my defeated enemies in my grand journey. Good stuff. Tang Tian immediately went to look for the sleeve dart that he had just shot. Oh, you can keep this bronze plate. Onyx Soul only recognizes the plate, not the person. If you kill someone and take the plate, Onyx Soul will not care. But I reckon that this brat is very poor, and does not have many points. You will know in the future, Onyx Soul has a lot of things that are very convenient. For example, information. Onyx Soul's information gathering ability, no one is stronger than them. The twin blades are not bad, the standard is about the same as your Fornax series. Oh, this thing is not bad, Sagittarius Constellation's little Qian Kuan sleeve dart, a black iron treasure. You have trained in concealed weapons before, you can use it. These few star rocks are not of high grade, use them to buy things. Old Fart Wei looked like a profiteer. Southern Cross Constellation? Old Fart Wei was startled. Southern Cross Constellation is the smallest constellation, why would Onyx Soul be interested in it? You don't have to worry too much. Old Fart Wei consoled Tang Tian. Onyx Soul has many internal factions, it is more complicated than any other organization. Many times, their actions do not truly represent Onyx Soul's intentions. If Onyx Soul is really interested in the Southern Cross hardship plate in your hands, they would not just send a few Onyx Soul soldiers. Ju Peng's palm surfaced an undetectable green color. In his heart, he had already agreed with old Fart Wei's words, the brat that he killed should have a strength similar to Di Han. But if that was the case, wouldn't the brilliant idea that he had just thought of be for naught? Di Han? Old Fart Wei revealed a look of surprise. Onyx Soul's people are participating in the martial meet. Hey, this is really weird, they are interested in the Southern Cross hardship plate, and also in the martial meet. Old Fart Wei's words did not reveal any emotions, his gaze was deep. Tang Tian turned his face, upon seeing Ju Peng, he immediately laughed, that's great. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Ju Peng was stunned, suddenly, a piercing pain came from his palm. Old Fart Wei's gaze landed on the bronze plate, his hand immediately stopped in mid-air. He stood up and walked to the pile of things, squatted down, and fiddled with it for a while. Seeing Tang Tian's blank face, old Fart Wei explained, the stronger the constellation, the more powerful the star treasures can be. Southern Cross Constellation is the smallest constellation, its star treasures should not be too strong. Onyx Soul's people are only interested in strong star treasures, strong martial techniques. Unless there is some secret in the Southern Cross hardship plate. Today's competition is about to start, there are so many people. A Maori looked around. Nanan burst into tears. Suddenly, a cold voice drilled into Tang Tian's ears. Yo yo yo, isn't this our tyrant Tang? Why are you in such a sorry state? Hearing Nan Nan's cries, which gradually traveled further and further, Tang Tian's heart was at a loss. Tang Tian flew into a rage and roared in the forest. This guy's standard doesn't seem too high. Tang Tian pointed to the bronze plate on the ground and said. This time in a real battle, he felt that, slaying lightning bolt, was the most suitable martial technique for sneak attacks out of all his martial techniques. The lightning fast fist speed, used for sneak attacks, was always successful. Amauri's face was full of satisfaction. Old Fart Wei was speechless. Aren't you afraid? Tang Tian was about to push the hand away, but suddenly, it disappeared in front of Tang Tian. Nan Nan, say goodbye to Big Brother, we're leaving. Nan Nan's mother said with determination. As long as he worked hard to train and become stronger, Onyx Soul and the others would naturally help him find the secret of the Southern Cross hardship plate. Tang Tian suddenly grinned, and made a funny face at Ju Peng. Hey, old fart, you know about Onyx Soul, right? Tang Tian stared at old Fart Wei. A gust of wind from the palm struck his head, and Tang Tian's expression turned cold. So fast. A trace of mockery appeared on Ju Peng's mouth again. He extended his palm, and lightly pressed it towards Tang Tian. Ju Peng felt as if he was being locked on by a wild beast. Seems like you're in big trouble. Tang Tian's heart was in pain. He could only use his hand to rub Nan Nan's head, as if something was stuck in his throat. Although they had not spent much time together, but Nan Nan was cute and innocent, and Tang Tian liked her a lot. The Southern Cross hardship plate had already fused with him, and he was not the least bit worried that someone would snatch it away. A ferocious Chi rushed towards him. Hey, young man, this toy is very dangerous. Old Fart Wei hurriedly reminded. A Maori hugged the barbecued meat by the side and gobbled it up. He completely did not care about Old Fart Wei and Tang Tian's conversation. Old Fart Wei did not know when he came back, and was happily barbecuing meat. A Maori squatted at the side, watching anxiously. Tang Tian's face was black. He walked towards the two of them, and with a bang, he threw the package on the ground. He retreated 7 to 8 steps before he stabilized himself. Damn it. I have high hopes for these people from Onyx Soul. Tang Tian mumbled. Nan Nan's mother was also very sad, but she hardened her heart and carried Nan Nan. After saying goodbye to Tang Tian, she turned and disappeared into the sea of bamboos. They are looking for me. Tang Tian did not hide anything. They should be after my mother's relic, the Southern Cross hardship plate. Tang Tian shook his head. I don't know, I met Di Han. Although he did not show himself, but it must be him. The contents of the package were scattered all over the ground. He is just an Onyx Soul soldier. Old Fart Wei glanced at him and said, in Onyx Soul, they are not even considered as the outer circle. Onyx Soul's strength is beyond your imagination. Onyx Soul has all kinds of martial techniques, all kinds of treasures. Every member of Onyx Soul only needs to complete the corresponding missions and obtain points. As long as you have enough points, you can exchange for anything. Why is Onyx Soul so passionate about star treasures and collecting martial techniques? These things have a fatal attraction to martial artists. Not only that, as long as you can think of it, anything, as long as you have enough points, it can be provided. Pa Tang Tian, you have to be careful. These people from Onyx Soul are very dangerous. Nan Nan's mother was filled with worry. She turned and entered the house. After a while, she had a small jar in her hands. You have helped us so much, and even saved Nan Nan. I don't have anything else to give you. This bamboo queen bee glue, keep it well, it should be enough for you to use for a period of time. Old Fart Wei stared at Tang Tian's face for a long time, and used his hands to cover his face. The ignorant are fearless. I was really wrong, how could this idiot know fear? Tang Tian's attention shifted to the spoils of war, and immediately said, Hey, old fart, help me take a look, is there anything useful in here? Chapter 41. Ju Peng's uncontrollable scream came from behind. Tang Tian and a Maori laughed out loud. Ju Peng's hand was wrapped in bandages. He did not say a word. His expression was gloomy. Seems like you are full of energy. Old Fart Wei suddenly appeared with killing intent. This is an opportunity. The great clan elder was excited. I never thought that our Star-Wind city would have an undiscovered starry door. Haha, the heavens are helping our Jew family. This time, no matter what, we have to get a pass. The grey mist dissipated. An expressionless young man closed his eyes and held his spear horizontally. Although the young man was lifelike, but it could be seen that he was different from a real person. His expression was indifferent. His skin and clothes were like grey glass. The two looked at each other and laughed out loud. Although you are rookies, you only lack actual combat experience. Compared to the experts outside, you are still much stronger. Also, the experts of Wu and Star are mostly here at the Star-Wind Martial Meet. City Master has thought of a brilliant idea. Old Fart Wei's eyes flashed, but you are rookies. I'm afraid the casualties will not be small. So City Master has requested for the schools to be the units. The top 10 will immediately get the first pass. Also, no matter the final ranking, everyone's gains from the martial meet will all belong to themselves. This is a ruthless move. Everyone's heart was filled with curiosity, especially when the City Master announced the rules for the pass. Not only did no one quit, many people rushed to the City Master's mansion, hoping to participate in the martial meet. Although it was dangerous, it often meant opportunities and riches. Riches are always accompanied by blood. If it's not your own, it's someone else's. Master Wu laughed, let others bleed, and we earn. If that's the case, it's too dangerous. City Master said hesitantly. Ah, starry door? Tang Tian's mouth was wide open. His face was lifeless. After a while, he reacted, where does the starry door lead to? But this time, I'm afraid many people will die. City Master sighed. City Master has been generous for so many years. It's time to reap the rewards. Master Wu smiled. Under the generous reward, there will be brave men. If you and I are willing, they will be able to obtain more rewards. To them, it is a good thing. For this martial meet, I am willing to represent my Wu clan and donate a bronze treasure, crow wing spear. Housefly cow, to be able to make such a disgusting person even more disgusting, you really are my good comrade. Tang Tian also imitated a Maori and said in a serious tone. Tang Tian and a Maori were at a loss. As long as you guys know that the pass is worth a lot of money. Old Fart Wei muttered to himself, seems like I have to go all out this time. If I can get my hands on a pass, Caramel Academy won't have to worry about food and drink for the next 10 years. Hiss. Old man, do you want to join us? Tang Tian and a Maori were excited. The city lord laughed heartily. It was Lord Wu who enlightened me. Since we have the rights to the Stargate, why don't we let everyone develop it together? Although they will share some of the benefits, in this way, if others want to snatch it from us, they will become everyone's enemy. It can also speed up the development process, so why not? Long live. Then I will start building the guards. The city lord rubbed his palms together. The temperature in the hall suddenly dropped, and the spirit card shattered, transforming into a grey mist. The grey mist churned and changed. As expected of a noble from a big place, his demeanor made the Star-Wind City Lord feel ashamed. The City Lord's sudden announcement of the Stargate immediately caused Star-Wind City to boil. I want to kill him. Kill him. Lord Wu put down the teacup in his hand. I have an idea. I heard that your city's Star-Wind martial meet is about to begin. The great clan elder smiled. Summon it out for me to see. Honestly, I am also very curious about Grandmaster Yang Yun's isolated spirit spear. A brand new Stargate meant a huge stable income. Ju Peng's eyes lit up, he clenched his fists tightly. What does Lord Wu mean? The city lord was hesitant. Who cares, at most we will fight. Tang Tian said disapprovingly, then looked at a Maori in astonishment. Housefly cow, are you afraid of him? A Maori immediately shrunk his neck. This would be a long-term and stable benefit. Whoa. Very good, you still have the will to fight. The great clan elder nodded, he took out a silver card, this rank 4 silver ranked, isolated spirit spear. Spirit card was obtained by me when I was young, it was created by the great spear master Yang Yun. It's a pity that our Jew family does not have any juniors who train in spear arts, so it can only be used to summon spirit generals. In this month, it can also ensure your safety. Then when do we start exploring? The city lord looked at Lord Wu anxiously. Bang! A burst of ferocious chi, with the spirit general as the center, swept through every corner like a storm. There is a new stargate near Marshall Meet. Old Fart Wei's expression congealed. In the past, Starwind City was a city of academies, there were not many benefits, and naturally there were no disputes. Your wisdom can make the sun lose its color. Lord Wu complimented. As long as we don't go too deep, there won't be too much danger. Their strength, if I were to say something offensive to the city lord, I'm afraid they are more powerful than the city lord's guards. Lord Wu glanced at the city lord. In the past, Starwind City did not have anything worth coveting, but now, as your business partner, I have to remind you, Starwind City with a stargate will make the surrounding people jealous. Wealth will always attract desperate people like moths to a flame. Controlling Starwind City, to the current you, is the most important thing. Bang! City Lord is indeed good at business. Lord Wu looked at the crazy flow of people outside. With a face of admiration, he said, without spending anything, everyone is already fighting to the death. City Lord clapped his hands and laughed. Haha, that's great. This is such a good opportunity. Lord Wu smiled. I think there is no place in Wuan Star that has more experts than the Starwind Marshall Meet. Us. Tang Tian and Amauri were both stunned. Lord Wu smiled. City Lord is too polite. With this Stargate, it means that we have a stable source of income. I still have to thank City Lord. Starwind City is a good place, even the air is floating with the smell of money. Why don't we let them test the waters first? So many experts, just to use them to perform in the competition, what a waste. Lord Wu's face was full of pain. They can totally be the first wave of pioneers. City Lord was pleased. I never thought that even Lord Wu would know of the Starwind Marshall Meet. This competition can be considered to have some influence. The Wu clan of Corvus Constellation was a big clan. City Lord's face was gloomy. The other party's words hit his heart. Of course, the sooner the better. Lord Wu lightly sipped on his tea. The situation has changed. Old Fart Wei's expression became serious. He lowered his voice. This time, Starwind Marshall Meet is different from the past. And with the pass, it meant that in the future when the Stargate was opened, they would be able to have a share of the profits. The great clan elder's finger trembled. The silver card became a ray of silver light and landed in Ju Peng's hand. Different. Tang Tian and Amauri simultaneously raised their heads. Everyone's expression changed. City Lord's face relaxed. Lord Wu is indeed generous. Good. Since that's the case, let's do it this way. But now, the spirit general's feet were 1 foot off the ground, floating in the air. Everyone's gaze was focused on Ju Peng. Yang Yun was a spear master 200 years ago. His most famous spear technique was the isolated spirit spear. We have already reached an agreement with Andrew Academy. Both parties are working together. Ju family patriarch said respectfully, as long as we have the pass, both parties will enjoy the rights to enter. On our side, we will be using a total of 6 experts. Who? This was a spirit general. Every starry door was a door of wealth. The great clan elder nodded his head in satisfaction. His gaze swept to the gloomy Ju Peng, and said coldly, "What's this little setback? You will have the chance to take revenge soon." When Lord Wu came to find him, he did not believe it. He did not expect that Lord Wu would really find a starry door near Starwind City. According to the contract, the starry door would be owned by him and Lord Wu. An unknown place. Old Fart Wei shook his head. That's why City Lord decided to let you guys explore. Old Fart Wei was not excited. His eyes flashed with a hint of worry. The wooden man beside Ju Peng seems to be quite powerful. Amauri revealed a look of reminiscence. Fundamental Tang, I never thought that you would be such a despicable, treacherous and cunning person. Amauri put on a straight face and said in a serious tone, but he immediately laughed. Haha, but it's so cool. You can actually use the crane-style chi manual in such a sinister way, as expected of a godlike man. Ju Peng, that sissy complex, almost pissed his pants. A fist smashed onto Amaury's head. Go. Old Fart Wei said decisively. Ju family patriarch was immediately overjoyed. Thank you clan elder for your kindness. Peng will definitely continue to work hard and reach new heights. Ju Peng's face revealed a look of joy. He clenched his teeth, his fingers slid across the edge of the thin card, in a moment, cut his fingers, and fresh blood stained the spirit card. The two of them raised their arms and cheered. Master Wu's presence is truly the honor of our Starwind city. The city lord's face was full of flattery. In front of him, a tall and skinny man, dressed in an expensive robe, with a graceful smile on his face, made people feel as though they were bathing in the spring wind. Streams of fresh blood were suddenly attracted and entered the forehead of the spirit card. The city lord smiled, his eyes squinting. Let's get rich together, let's get rich together. Afraid of him? Amaury's eyes widened, he raised the blade in his hand and flew into a rage. Fundamental Tang, you are insulting a man who is determined to create his own martial Dao, only with a duel. Can you wash away this humiliation? The spirit general suddenly opened his eyes. Where does the star door lead to? What's there? Starwind City Lord's residence. Security was tight. Tang Tian, under Ju Peng's screams, disappeared into the crowd with Amaury. Chapter 42. Who? Did I succeed? Who? It was extremely dull, without any joy. Again and again, he unleashed the martial techniques that he felt he was extremely familiar with. Training, meditating, training again, meditating again. Yuan, do your best. Kill them. The two of them shouted at the same time, then looked at each other and laughed. Pu. Tang Tian's face did not have the usual playful and untamed look, only concentration. The face that usually did not have a serious look was now as sharp as a knife, just like his gaze. Tang Tian curiously sized up the starry door. He suddenly realized the starry door in front of him and the light door in his body were similar. Other than not having the cross mark, everything else seemed to be the same. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, when Tang Tian woke up in a daze, it was already late at night. An intense feeling of hunger filled his entire body. His limbs were weak. Tang Tian felt that he could eat a cow. No one spoke to him. He could only hear the wind from his fists, his intense heartbeat and the sound of sweat dripping onto the stone floor. Amaury's expression relaxed a little. He suddenly asked, Fundamental Tang, are you not afraid? Tang Tian was stunned. If the housefly cow was roaring and training, Tang Tian would completely ignore it. That fellow was a training maniac. But to have such a worried look was really rare. Let's start from tomorrow's battle. Defeat one enemy after another. Even if we lose, we will not be afraid. Even if we die, we will not retreat. Tang Tian said, let's fight side by side and kill them all. Let's go in. Old Fart Wei walked at the front. His expression congealed. He held a tattered, rusty-looking iron blade that looked like it was found in a rubbish heap. Every fist was sweat. Every fist was a battle. Tang Tian looked at Ju Peng. Seeing Ju Peng staring at him, he suddenly had an idea. He lowered his head and whispered a few words into Amaury's ear. Amaury nodded and looked at Ju Peng with ill intentions. Amaury was stunned. Tang Tian and Amaury hurriedly followed and stepped into the light door. With a thunderous roar, Tang Tian took a step forward like lightning and punched out. Tang Tian slowly punched out. Amaury's eyes widened and his cheeks puffed up. As if he was using all his strength, he slowly punched out. The fist and the palm collided lightly. Tang Tian recognized Han Bingning at first glance. He jumped up and waved his hands, shouting, Aha! Young girl, good luck. Amaury came back to his senses and scratched his head. When I was young, I thought that was cool. When I grew up, I didn't know why, but whenever I thought about this, I would be filled with motivation and my blood would boil. Maybe I thought it was something amazing. Suddenly, his body trembled, as if something had suddenly opened up within him. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the forest and landed on the youth's palm. Thank you for your compliment. Amaury bowed respectfully. The first batch to enter the starry door was the Crystal Sky Academy. Walking in front was the principal of Crystal Sky. Sima Xiangshan was in second place, but everyone had a solemn expression. The second batch was the Northern Yang Academy. Similarly, it was led by the principal. but it was all female students. They carried swords and walked, looking valiant and formidable, extremely eye-catching. "What are you afraid of?" Tang Tian patted Amauri's shoulder with force. "You are a man who wants to create your own martial path. Just treat it as a form of training. There is nothing to worry about. If there is any danger, everyone will kill it together." This punch seemed to have used up all the true power in Tang Tian's body. The exhaustion caused his mind to go blank. He maintained the posture of the punch, not moving an inch. Tang Tian raised his right palm. The two palms clapped in the air. Amauri suddenly held his palm and screamed in an even more hair-raising voice. "I want to kill you. I want to kill you. En." Tang Tian chewed on the flatbread and said to himself, "When this is over, I will go find Qi. Even if I leave, I will leave with a victory. That way, I will not regret it." Back in his room, Tang Tian laid on the floor and slept soundly. After a long time, it was Caramel Academy's turn. First. Amauri was dumbstruck. "Your acting is too despicable." Tang Tian gave a thumbs up. Amauri shook his head. "What is there to be afraid of? Anyway, it is training. With a cool and handsome goal, I am more motivated. The unchanging days were really too boring. So young, yet I do not want to do anything. Even the heavens would feel that it is a pity." At the same time, his huge body resembled a wild beast. He mimicked the writhing movements of an injured person. It was indescribably disgusting and terrifying. "Housefly cow. I will grind your bones to dust." Tang Tian suddenly turned his face. "Housefly cow, why do you want to create your own martial Dao?" Suddenly, his gaze landed on the training grounds. Tang Tian, Amauri. What a powerful spirit general. What a powerful aura. Pa. The two of them laughed out loud. Ju Peng's figure became even more pathetic. Even his spirit general seemed to be overshadowed. Even the Ju family subconsciously distanced themselves from Ju Peng. Tang Tian and Amauri's move was too vicious. With the flatbread in his mouth, Tang Tian appeared beside Amauri in a few leaps. Han Bingning's eyes twitched. Han Bingning stopped in her tracks. The female students behind her lowered their heads and chuckled. "It must be a famous general card." Tang Tian pretended to smile. "That's great. I did not expect you to deliver yourself to me." Han Bingning regained her senses and immediately replied, "Yes, Principal." Only the cross-light door knew of Tang Tian's hard work and sweat. The starry door was heavily guarded. In this space where time did not flow, Tang Tian's lonely figure remained the same. Food, fly out, fly out. The starry door was located in a remote valley in a karst cave. The top of the karst cave had been excavated and expanded. It was obvious that it had been completed not long ago. After interacting with Amauri for a long time, Tang Tian understood Amauri very well. Don't judge Amauri based on his appearance. Inside, he was extremely kind and timid. Tang Tian was startled. He comforted him. "Don't worry. This godlike young lad will help you." Ju Peng's face was as red as a fire. He clenched his fists so hard that they turned white. The mocking gazes made him feel an unprecedented humiliation. The two strange actions immediately attracted the attention of the people around them. "Oh, so this is Tang Tian?" The principal in front suddenly turned his head and asked. All the true power in his body was like countless strings being plucked at the same time. Countless ripples, like thousands of streams returning to the origin, converged on Tang Tian's fist. His gaze followed the fist. "Don't be afraid." Tang Tian leaned on the railings. While munching on the flatbread, he said, "I have thought about it. I want to take first place and give it to Old Fart Wei. Old Fart Wei gave me the crane-style Qi manual. He is a good person. Although I don't know why Old Fart Wei is so powerful and still guarding Caramel Academy, I think he must have his reasons. Everyone has something they want to fight for. Since this is what Old Fart Wei wants to do, I will help him. I want to defeat the others and take first place for Old Fart Wei. With the pass, Caramel Academy will definitely be very powerful in the future. When that time comes, I will beg Old Fart Wei to recruit Teacher Center to Caramel Academy." Teacher Center is a very good teacher. After doing all these, I will have no worries to find Chi and go to Heaven's Road. Oh, this is my goal this time. I want to complete it. Time is up. Isolated Spirit Spear. Oh my god. It's the Isolated Spirit Spear. A Maori suddenly imitated Ju Peng. He pinched his voice and used a voice that would cause one's hair to stand. Yo yo yo, isn't this our school tyrant Tang? Why are you in such a sorry state? An indescribable tremor started from the third-tier Dantian pool and quickly spread to every corner of his body. The light in Tang Tian's eyes exploded. He took a deep breath and the true power in his body surged. The fist that he had just retracted suddenly punched out. Other than the time when he was in deep sleep, Tang Tian did not waste any time at all. Pa. Tang Tian swallowed his saliva and muttered to himself as he frantically searched for food. Luckily, everyone in Caramel Academy was a foodie. This place was far from Star Wind City, so they had plenty of food on hand. Tang Tian quickly took out a few pieces of flatbread and started wolfing them down. In front of the starry door, there were many students waiting to enter the starry door. Surprisingly, the mayor rejected the idea of registering again. But for those who were not students to register, they could form a team to fight against the other academies. His heavy breathing was like a bellow, perspiration flowed down Tang Tian's cheeks. His face that was as sharp as a knife seemed to have solidified into a sculpture. When it was Andrew Academy's turn, the crowd exclaimed for the first time. The stunned Maori's gaze seemed to have something breaking out of his cocoon. He said seriously, "Fundamental Tang, you are right. A martial arts path that cannot bring victory has no meaning. Then are you afraid?" Tang Tian munched on the flatbread again. "I am afraid that after putting in so much effort, I will not be able to get anything. I am afraid that after putting in so much effort, I will be further and further away." The number on the starry door jumped from 100,000 to 200,000 to the current 990,000. The wind from the fist reverberated behind the starry door. Tang Tian's fist silently landed on the fog wall. A Maori raised his head and mumbled, "I am going to the starry door tomorrow. I am a little nervous." "All right, this question is a little too complicated." A Maori leaned on the railing, as if he was thinking about something. "Then why are you afraid of fighting?" Tang Tian finished the last small piece of flatbread, turned his face and looked at a Maori seriously. "You are so hardworking in training, all for the sake of creating your own martial arts path. All martial arts are for the sake of victory. What is the meaning of a martial arts path that cannot bring victory? Only by fighting can there be a possibility of victory. Every victory was like a step. With every victory, you would be closer to your goal. The stronger your enemy is, the more you defeat him, the stronger and more perfect your martial arts path will become. This is truly a difficult battle." The world around them spun. The two of them separated, facing each other. Genius young man, the fog wall in front of them suddenly collapsed like an avalanche, turning into countless of fine fog particles, dissipating in the air. Ju Peng did not feel the slightest bit pleased with himself. He stared at Tang Tian with hatred, his eyes filled with killing intent. When he was extremely tired, he only needed to close his eyes, and Tang Tian would fall asleep. Tang Tian and a Maori gave each other a high five excitedly. Minute collapsing fists, low and trembling sound, lingered in the ears. True power was like a bowstring, being plucked over and over again. The extremely simple and dull training quietly flowed by. Sweat had long soaked through his clothes. In the rising steam, Tang Tian was like a machine, repeating the same action over and over again. Tang Tian's loud shouts sounded out again. Han Bingning could almost imagine. Shen Yuan definitely wanted to find a hole to hide in. Her emotions immediately calmed down. "Housefly cow, what's on your mind?" Tang Tian wolfed down his food, and said vaguely, "Who? I succeeded. Who. But why is the cross door in my body?" As expected of a genius young man, Northern Yang principal praised. His voice was extremely soft, as though he did not use any strength. Peng. The two of them, who were self-directing and self-acting, could no longer hold it in, and laughed out loud. The surrounding people then realized, the matter of Ju Peng and Tang Tian having a conflict on the street had long been spread. They did not expect the two of them to actually recreate the scene of that day, Amaury's acting was extremely comical, and many people could not help but laugh. Collapse. Could the cross door be a star door? I heard, this kind of opening is very dangerous. Amaury mumbled. As expected, happiness comes from competition. Chapter 43. Watch my toad slash. On the ground beneath his feet, there was a purple grass growing. Looking at it, it was like a purple ocean, with no end in sight. Tang Tien and Amaury's jaws dropped, looking at the sea of purple grass in shock. Who are you trying to fool? Tang Tien and Amaury were dumbstruck. This works too. Amidst the quarrel, the three of them moved very quickly. Old Fart Wei's light body technique was the best, his speed was fast, and it looked like it was effortless. Tang Tien's speed was not slow either. The rank 3, 8 steps overtaking Cicada, was not suitable for traveling, but Tang Tien's chi channels were long, and he maintained a relatively fast speed. Amaury's light body technique was of a different style, as though he was sprinting. Every step he took would sink deep into the ground, and every step he took would cover a distance of a few feet. Rumbling, shocking. Purple cloud grass, non-poisonous, uses, unknown. Fundamental Tang, let's fight to our heart's content. Amaury said subconsciously. The purple shadow was cut into two, and fell into the purple cloud grass. Old Fart Wei's eyes twitched. True Eye Cylinder, Microscopia Constellation Star Treasure, Black Iron Rank. Old Fart Wei passed the cylinder to Tang Tien. I don't know about this. Old Fart Wei said irresponsibly. Let me see. Amaury snatched it. Young lad Tang, have you found any clues about your second crane body? Old Fart Wei asked while flying. As they went deeper, they could not see anyone else. Fornax constellation is a very special constellation, and it is the only constellation without any star treasures. The Fornax people are experts in forging. They use the Fornax fragments and add them into the smelting process to obtain the unique Fornax weapons. Old Fart Wei said frankly with assurance, so the classification of the Fornax weapons is very similar to the star treasures. Try to inject your true power into the weapon, and then call it. He coughed lightly. This is called the Black Iron Fire, and is the unique property of the Fornax weapons, but not many people know about it. In the future, you will encounter all kinds of weapons and treasures. Remember, only by obtaining their recognition can you display their true strength. In the past, I was afraid that you would rely too much on its power, but now, be careful. Old Fart Wei suddenly exclaimed. Who? At this time, the sky had already begun to darken. The dusk here was not the usual orange, but a very rare color. Watch my mad bull blade slash. Old Fart Wei's eyes flashed a strange look. The two of them immediately pricked up their ears. These two fellows, the two of them worked together seamlessly, advancing at lightning speed. The purple shadow just now was a cluster of purple vines that crisscrossed each other like a circular net. The inside of the net was full of sharp, jagged barbs. Tang Tien and Amaury felt a chill run down their spines. If he was accidentally covered by it, wouldn't that be? Old Fart Wei was stunned. You want to get first place? Amaury's body shrunk into a ball. The black iron saber in his hand slashed out a saber light towards Zi Ying. If you want to get first place. Old Fart Wei thought for a while and said, unless we can get the Star Lexicon Spirit Stone. Tang Tien's hands were holding 7 to 8 fishing rods. The fishing rods were spread out in a fan shape, and every fishing rod had a toad hanging on it, croaking non-stop. It was extremely mighty and majestic. Amaury carried his saber and followed Tang Tien like a tiger watching its prey. Old Fart Wei leisurely followed behind the two of them. Seeking water sail, Vela Constellation's treasure, black iron grade. Old Fart Wei explained, it only has one use, and that is to find a water source within a distance of 200 miles. Amaury carried his black iron long saber and was filled with killing intent. You actually used a silver grade card to trick me. Sounds a little silly. Tang Tien muttered, but he still injected true power into the black iron gloves and raised his head. How do I summon it? On the vast purple grasslands, many figures could be seen. Those with good light body techniques could only be seen as small black dots. Old Fart Wei raised his head and looked at the vast purple grasslands and said, you guys must be careful. Amauri looked at Tang Tien. I support fundamental Tang. We want to be number one. Behind the cross door was a vast purple grasslands. Another purple figure appeared. Deceiving a child, should we hurry up? Amauri asked. Watch my downwind blade slash. To deal with these kinds of things, I have my own unique skills. Old Fart Wei said. In his hands, there was a fishing rod. At the tip of the fishing rod, there was a toad tied to it. Old Fart Wei then realized that he had been exposed. He laughed. Actually, this thing, I specially asked a friend to borrow it. Old Fart Wei was well prepared. He took out a tent and set it up. No. Tang Tien said helplessly, no matter how the second crane body is tossed around, it doesn't move an inch. Forget it. But Minute Collapsing Fist has some breakthroughs. There were many snow-white stones by the lake. Old Fart Wei used his true eye to look at them. They were called snowflower stones. It was a higher-grade stone material. But to the three of them, it had no value. Just as Amauri's feet were about to step on the ground, he was alarmed. Coincidentally, he heard Old Fart Wei's exclamation. He instinctively retracted his feet. Amauri's face turned pale. You tyrant. You actually lied to us that you were poor. Tang Tien's face turned black. Old Fart Wei kept his water-seeking sail and walked in front. As an old bird, I have to tell you two rookies. Sometimes, there are many inconspicuous, low-grade star treasures that can save your little lives. Tang Tien tried to call out to it. With luck, Tang Tien gently shouted, Fornax. Old Fart Wei looked like he was performing a magic trick. In his hands, there was a beautiful mini boat. The small boat was not as big as a palm, but it was very exquisite. The most eye-catching thing was the sail. Old Fart Wei injected true power into the small boat. The sail spun and finally pointed in a direction. A purple shadow suddenly appeared from the ground. Tang Tien suddenly asked, Hey, Old Fart, how do we get first place? After a while, just as Tang Tien thought that Old Fart Wei was talking nonsense, suddenly, he felt a faint connection with the black metal gloves. Could it be that Old Fart Wei was not joking? Old Fart Wei walked a few steps forward. The fishing rod in his hand swept horizontally. Suddenly, a purple shadow jumped out from the grass. Faster. You must remember, in an unfamiliar environment, do not rush forward recklessly. Old Fart Wei looked very experienced. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The time difference here and Starwind City should be about 7 hours. It will be dark soon. We must find a safe place to camp. It's so beautiful. Tang Tien was shocked. Tang Tien and Amauri were completely dazzled by Old Fart Wei's endless number of star treasures. Tang Tien and Amauri then saw clearly. What is this? Tang Tien pointed to the small cylinder in Old Fart Wei's hand. Tang Tien stared blankly at the gloves that were wrapped in flames. Amauri learned from Tang Tien and shouted to the black metal long blade, Fornax. Tang Tien and Amauri's faces turned pale. The color of the purple net cage was exactly the same as the purple cloud grass. It was mixed in the grass and was extremely difficult to distinguish. The vast sea of purple grass in front of them instantly became dangerous in the eyes of the two. Whoosh! Old Fart Wei took out a few black stones and lit them up. The stones roared as they burned brightly. Old Fart Wei said that they were called camp stones and could burn for an entire night. This is a star treasure, Old Fart Wei said proudly. It was my spoils of war when I was young. How is it? It's powerful, right? Oh right, both of your Fornax black metal martial techniques. Although it is not a star treasure, if you use it well, its power is not small. Whoosh! The flames emitted from the blade. Amauri looked like he was holding a flaming knife. He said curiously, Wow! So powerful. A purple shadow suddenly jumped out from the grass. Amauri moved and unsheathed his long blade. The toad croaked. Tang Tien and Amauri looked at each other, not knowing what Old Fart Wei was trying to do. Tang Tien took it. The small cylinder was rather heavy. There was a piece of glass embedded in it. Tang Tien copied Old Fart Wei and plucked a purple grass and placed it under the small cylinder. A line of words appeared on the glass. En. Tang Tian nodded with a serious face. Lines of straight colored lines appeared in the sky. It was like the arrangement of colored piano keys. It was breathtakingly beautiful. A bright red flame suddenly emitted from the gloves. Tang Tian's fist was wrapped in a ball of bright red flame. Tang Tian did not feel hot at all. However, the purple grass on the ground quickly withered and lost its moisture. Old Fart Wei took out the true eye cylinder and shone it at the half of the net vine. He said, "Be careful. It's called the purple net vine. It's very dangerous. The sawtooth has paralyzing poison. Look, this thick tube contains corrosive digestive fluids. Its roots are useful, but it's too deep in the soil. It's too troublesome to dig it out. Wa. It's so beautiful." A Maori could not believe it. He stared blankly at the sea of grass in front of him. The three of them sat around the bonfire and chatted. Old Fart Wei's face congealed. He carefully walked to the place where the purple shadow fell and flicked his blade. Wa. This is so powerful. Tang Tian exclaimed. Ha! Old Fart Wei did not even unsheath his blade. He flicked his wrist and slashed. The purple shadow was split into two and fell into the grass. Old Fart Wei was the first to regain his senses. He plucked a stalk of purple grass from the ground. Unknowingly, he had a small cylinder in his hand. Old Fart Wei shone the cylinder on the purple grass and heaved a sigh of relief. There's no poison. Tang Tian, a Maori, borrowed the strength of his blade and shot towards Tang Tian's position. Tang Tian extended his hand and grabbed a Maori. A Maori's face turned pale. It was just an instinctive reaction. Now that he regained his senses, his face was frighteningly pale. The three of them walked for about 4 hours before they finally found a water source. A huge lake appeared in front of them. The lake was like a sapphire, crystal clear. Arriving at the lakeside, there were many different kinds of creatures. Monkeys flying around with wings, lizards that looked like fish, and many brightly colored birds flew across the lake. Old Fart Wei decided to camp here. There were many wild beasts here, which meant that there were no large-sized wild beasts. It was relatively safer. As expected of young man Tang,